God damn it. Wow. That Joe Rogan security going to support you airport later. Right? We got some security around, right? No. Montana, any special skills or talents? Anything that you're good at? I really thought it was stand-up, and I just got informed it's not. No, is there anything else? Nothing at all? I do speeches in high school. I'll probably stick to that. High school? It's like that? And they're hiring you? You don't want to end up like Montana, put the mic back in the mic and get the fuck out of here. Here's a little joke, Buck. You catch that you catch the joke, Buck. Grab a blaster over there. Try to shoot that thing off your face later. Any left? Yeah, grab a gel blast. Grab it. What do we do with the microphone? Here's anything to do a mic right now. This is how it happened. Yoni. Great. Tony, everybody. That's barbecue. All right. Your final fucking poll of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, performing on a nice, clean, sanitized mic. This, Davey Jackson, everybody. Davey Jackson. One more time for Davey, everyone. What's up, y'all? Hey, I don't know if you can tell by my pants on, but I was a weird kid growing up. Yeah, I was a strange, awkward, isolated kid, so I got bullied a lot in school. I was brutally bullied all throughout school. But I was also so. Come downstairs from school in the morning. She's like, "Can't you fucking hear?" It's like, okay, mom. I always said we weren't gonna see that anymore. Being homeschooled is okay though. There was a few parts about being homeschooled. Very few school shootings, so that was a plus. Almost where my prom was. I had to promposal my sister. That was weird. Turned me down. You bitch. I just want to say, polar opposite of the last game. You know what I'm saying? Like you could have just said, oh, it could have been like, great, yeah. And very pleasant. Very perfect. You could have done that. Oh, yeah, Aaron Griffin. Maybe let's talk about it. How long have you been doing stand-up? 4 years. 4 years. Where at? In Antonio. In Antonio. Yeah. Very cool. That's where you're born and raised? No, but I've lived there. What made you move to San Antonio? Getting away from the Northeast. Where were you in the Northeast? Boston. Oh. Yeah. San Antonio. I mean, mostly kind of some drugs, but stand-up. Wow. What kind of drugs are we talking about? Wow. Hey, business going good? Business is booming, y'all. Can you give us a ballpark of how much you're making, like a year selling drugs? I thought you were gonna say, well, either one will work. Like, say like a good 150,000 a year. That's good. Wow, look at you. Get your coast from Brownsville down close to the border. Oh, I don't know where they come from, Molly. I don't ask. They don't sell. That's where the best sales come from. Wow. Yeah, the close to the border, Brownsville. Yeah. I mean, most of those have ones, so I don't know. I like that. Holly has an increased tolerance for fentanyl. I love it. Davey. So you ever get in trouble selling drugs, or you seem like you would be an probably because of white? Yeah. Yeah, no, I've never gotten arrested. Right. Never had an issue. Right. I mean, I've gotten my car tossed a couple times, but that's about it. Right. Like, get pulled over and they just pull all your stuff out of your car. Right. They never caught you. No. prison pocket for a reason. Wow. That's a lot. That's Prozac, Bill. That's great. So are we talking Xanax, let's say? Xanax. Has Xannies in your van? Like, what? Love it. Okay, what's your love life? Real good looking. Alright. No, love life not bad, dude. I actually, so that was, how long were you with her? And describe to us how you broke up with her. That's it, or something that did you act? No. But I did it. Right. Like, guys, I just can't do this anymore. Your name's Strawberry. Not wow. What did you say when you broke up with her? Oh, that was actually kind of a weird breakup. Because we weren't like, yeah. And I didn't know what this, like, what do you say to them? I had no idea. That's the tough one. Yeah. You just, nope, that's not gonna happen. We're not doing that. And then what happened? We did. We still did. Well, I mean, I do date a lot of strippers, and I've been stabbed before, so it's kind of like, I was nervous. It's like, you don't know what happened there. What was going on? Was it a stripper? Was it your ex-boyfriend? No. Okay, so give us a play-by-play. Yeah. Are you at the club? You at your place? No, my place. I was smacked out. And smacked out. Yeah. I'm a little bit of a holy. I'm actually the one that I know what he's talking about because San Antonio got all the bitches that stab you. I know you're saying, bro. They really. No, I got stabbed before they. Hey, he's right. It happens. Right. It's just there's Harley. My friend. So love knives. They love. They do. Oh, she was Latina? Yeah, dude. San Antonio. Okay. The girl that stabbed you, Latina, as well. Oh, shut up, shut up! Wait, hold on. Is this Spanish you speak it? Shivana. They call it. Okay, Davey, let's go back to your place. What happened to stabbing? Yeah, so she went through my foot, and I couldn't stop her because I was kind of passed out. Right. And I woke up and I was stuck to my sheet. I woke up and I was stuck to my sheet, and I thought like I don't know what I thought, but I like sheet away and immediately started gushing blood. Oh, fuck! She stabbed you when you were passed out. Yeah. Oh yeah. My God. Hey, she stayed. She was there. And I was like, why am I bleeding? What happened? She was like, oh, you got cut. Yeah, clearly I got cut. What happened? She was like, and then you were like, why? Yeah, well, yeah. Okay, yeah, keep going. I mean, I pretty much, right. I knew I deserved it. I knew. Why your phone passcode should not be 6969. You don't have to tell everyone. That's 420. Oh, wow. Incredible. So, to the hospital? No. You just can't go to the hospital. So, I'm going to think you're a fucking liar. Oh, shit. So, straight up. But you tattoo of a chick. What are you talking about? Like right up in airline. Oh, shit. Ollie's looking for the evidence over here. Ollie's pulling an O.J. Simpson. Like, that's. Oh, this is inside. Law and order. Ollie. defend yourself against if they ever try to get. We've come to that part of the show where there's only one person that could possibly put a ribbon on a great, great gift like this. This fucking guy, all over the road with me, with Rogan, with Segura, with Duncan Trussell, headlining those sold-out shows. Started here over 5 years ago. It's a record all-time for most appearances on the show. Longest time being a regular on the show. He holds every single record. He's a freak of nature, a monster of sorts. The Memphis Strength, the Big Red Machine. This is William Montgomery. Vermont school stated they are using the term person who produces sperm instead of boy, which honestly doesn't bother me. It's nice to have the classic film You've Got Mail. This one, the girl has transitioned into a man, and it's called You've Got Mail Genitalia. Epstein's private calendar has just been released, and it's a real who's who of perverts. Current CIA Director William Burns, Professor Noam Chomsky, but for me the strangest name that keeps picking up in the calendar is Apex Legends. Tony, I just had a new dog yesterday, a sweet 6-month-old long-haired Chihuahua hater. I love her so much. And Tony, I've been having a pretty hard time recently, so I made a song just kind of in celebration of haters, kind of celebratory song. I would like to play it for you if you don't mind. I would love that. We're gonna hear a song from the great William Montgomery, and Eric, can you put your mic on that speaker there? So, that picks up, and then William, you got your. Oh, you're putting it back there. it wasn't good. No, it's really. Does it have any work? Bring it. Bring it. I'm not. I got a brand new fucking note, dude. Stop wondering it. What is that aggravator? He wrote a song. Does it have any words? I don't know. Yesterday. Living on you. I got a sweet little doll. Yesterday. You got a doll. I got a sweet little doll. Yesterday. I got a sweet little doll. Yesterday. Everybody. I got a sweet little doll yesterday. A sweet little doll yesterday. I got a sweet little doll yesterday. I mean, a whole level. Bigger in the scene. Eric, what do you have to say about this fucking freak of nature?
Listen, man, I got to tell you, from where you were to where you are now, I couldn't be more proud of you. You're fucking hilarious.
Yeah, you brought up the podcast again. Every time you are a fucking drunk now. Okay, well, you were very nice to me. Forget. All you watch, all you've been seeing, all the great comedy, born, bred, raised at the comedy store. William, remind you of. You've seen a lot. You've seen literally everybody over the past fucking, what, 4 decades. 5 decades.
He definitely reminds me of a guy that lives in a fucking van, for sure.
Yeah.
Like a guy. But not jokingly, but for real.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah. But, no, he's very similar to Hans, David Lucas. All your guys are great. I coming out here to Austin every couple months and seeing how great these guys have developed. I fell in love with him the second I met him a while ago. And
you're not hearing in your new movie, right?
Guest house too, right, Eric?
Wait, there's a guest house too?
Yeah.
His yards during
No. Fantastic, of course.
Yeah, when I asked, it reminds me, I wasn't expecting Hans David to be the one. You were gonna.
I like all of you guys.
Andy Kaufman or something like that, but I guess like Hans.
I like Hans and David. That's a sweet response. I like that response.
Absolutely. Thank you. Absolutely.
Shit.
Holy shit! You really gotta die yesterday?
Yes.
Wow.
Neutered for the first time earlier.
Uh-oh.
I'm starting to get scared. I've never had an animal of my own, and dude, like when do they do that? I'm having to feed her out of my hand, and not shooting, and I'm getting worried, and I'm calling 911.
Wow.
Ambulance showed up. I mean,
Wow. And then what happened?
they tried to get her. From. Actually, I have about 8 of these puppies in my bathtub right now. I'm gonna start selling little sweet long-eared chihuahuas. So you can actually see when I have 8 of them in my bathtub.
You have 8 little puppies in your back?
Yeah, I went crazy.
Do you have a song about that?
Yeah, about the ones that I have in my bathtub.
Yeah, the 8 little puppies in the bathtub?
Yeah.
Let's hear it. All right, to close this out, here's a William Montgomery. Going to
comedy theater tour of my life coming up from August to December. Toronto, Detroit, San Antonio, Chicago, Charlotte, Atlanta, Columbus, Kansas City, Indianapolis, Philadelphia, DC, Milwaukee, Minneapolis, Youngstown, Ohio, Cincinnati, San Francisco, Sacramento, San Diego, Phoenix, New York, Tampa, and Jacksonville. All massive theaters. August to December. Come see me live doing all the stand-up that I've been fucking writing and creating here in Austin. Phones blocked up. It's some crazy shit. Very excited to share it.
Come out to my new comedy club, Sunset Script, sunsetscriptatx.com. See ya.
Thank you so much. Good night, everybody. We love you. Go to killmerch.com. Get yourself some cool shit. Good night, everybody. Thank you. Little dog. Hey, hey, hey. I gotta speak little dog. Yesterday. I got a sweet little dog. Yesterday. In my bathtub. In my bathtub. The new merch up and running at 1,000 miles an hour. It's our official online shop, merch.com. T-shirts, owned by me, real tech leather books, Nickel Tony hats, gear, trucker hats, post, art, stickers come with a lot of the purchase. I personally love the Kill Tony NASCAR shirt, the hoodie established 2013 along the street. Super cool stuff. We tested all of it out ourselves, and it's very high quality. A cool tag on the knife and the on everything. Anyway, merch.com. You know what to do. Support the show. Buy some stuff. Tell your friends what's up. Hey y'all, it's official. We are live streaming the 10-year anniversary episode of the show. For those of you who episode going absolutely live where anything can happen, super dangerous stuff, maybe someone not a word, you want to somebody, you want to have fun, you want to feel Live 2023. Get it now at moment.co/Bill-Tony. That's moment.co/Bill-Tony. Working with Bowman House, a high-powered service, provide this opportunity for you all around the world. So, if you weren't able to get tickets, go to moment.co/Bill-Tony and watch live. Hey, y'all, the new Kill merch up and running at 1,000 miles an hour. It's our official Kill Tony online shop, killmerch.com. T-shirts, goods, outside, real joke books, Kill Tony hats, Kill Tony knit, link hats, ear bandanas, trucker hats, Vader made posters, Ryan J. Field art coming in soon, and Kill Tony stickers come with a lot of the versions that you. I personally love the Kill NASCAR shirt, the Kill Tony established 2013 along the street. Super cool stuff. We tested all of this out ourselves, and it's very high quality, cool tag on it with the knife and the logo on everything. Anyway, killmerch.com. You know what to do. Support the show. Buy some stuff. Look cool. Tell your friends. What's up? In the world, 9 years running. How about one more time for the best band in the Kill Tony? Brought to you by Bob. Great. From Horns from friend of older the Red Rose blast is talking shell blast the spores all over the world. Here's a little more from the nice available for you right now. Hey, it's official. It's announced out there. My largest stand-up tour of my entire life. All theaters in all my favorite cities. Canada, Michigan, Chicago, Illinois, Charlotte, North Carolina, Atlanta, Georgia, Columbus, Missouri, Indianapolis, and Philadelphia, Virginia, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Ohio, Cincinnati, Ohio, San Francisco, California, California, Phoenix, Arizona, Clearwater, Florida, and Jacksonville, Florida. Come see the crazy stand-up that I've been working on. You're not gonna believe it. But I love all of our sponsors. But one, I use great people day, whether I'm over, whether I'm golfing, whether I'm doing yoga, when I'm being productive in life, helps everything that I'm doing at another level. Category win brand, our well-being, players, water alone. First thing in the morning, before a workout, run down, after a long night out, and I'm light. No doubt about it, I have some right now.
Oh, they're great flavors. My favorite were great tropical. It's got 12 refreshing flavors. Your routine. 5 essential vitamins, 5 B12, and vitamins. 3 times electrolytes. Additional made with premium ingredients, non-GMO, and it's dairy and liquid partner organism. This to help protect both their water and their futures. Today, Liquid IV did over 39 million servings plus countries around the world.
So you know what to do. Grab your Liquid IV at Bulk nationwide at Costco, or you can get 20% off when you go to liquidiv.com and use the code TONY at checkout. That's 20% thing you order. Shop better hydration today. Code TONY at liquidiv.com. Hey y'all, I want to take a quick second to thank our newest sponsors here at Tilt Wallet. For inventing the first trackable wallet. Now they're on a mission to upgrade the rest of your area. Makes wallets, bags, and essentials that help you get more out of it every day. I love it. Wallets are super simple. The size of a conventional wallet that carries over 12 cards of cash. Easy or red band.
Each has quick card access. Click of a button, extra signature trigger mechanism. RFID blocking is standard in each and every wallet. It protects you from data theft and wireless environmentally friendly. Italian key, extra, standard. Our tracking device track your wallet's location. Top of the line, harnessing 2 hours of sunlight equals 3 months of charge.
Well, go to expert.com and check out their full line of wallets, phones, and trackable carry this month and next. You should get rid of expert.com and use code TONY for 25% off. Here's Father's sale now. That's KSER.com, promo code TONY, and make sure never wallet again. That's KSER.com, promo code TONY, and never your wallet again. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking episode or what? Join me on this show. This is veteran guest of the show. Guys that have done it many times. Guys that I have worked with at the Comedy Store in Hollywood for 16 years. Okay. Anniversary. 16 years I have been brothers to my favorite comedians on planet Earth. If you know the show, you know they're two guests. Fucking noise. It's a wild night, folks. Brian Holtzman and Ian Edwards, everybody. Ian Edwards. Listening from the London stand. It's the voice for Brian Holtzman, everybody. Up late night. Wildest of the wild. Giver of gifts. Brian Holtzman. Wow, is this for us? Oh my goodness. Oh, and there's a Brian Holtzman sticker on the back. Yeah, incredible. Oh, yeah. Brian. Oh, gifts. How world. Right, wait a second. Was that a laughing kangaroo I just heard? Brian motherfucking drove here and landed here today from Los Angeles, California. Those of you who don't know, this place at it's a guy who changed the image of this. So much later, very literally goes blown out, audience, everything, 5 hours. Somehow he manages to get entertaining. After that, Brian kind of. Hey! Hello! Welcome to the. And the back. Ian is very calm energy, is very relaxed, and just with literally like cocaine and cocoa or something like that. One's a one, and the other is thunderstorm. Trying to the area right now. Decorating. Please. We're gonna have a lot of fun tonight. You guys have done this numerous times. You guys all know how it works. Over 200 souls stand behind us in the alleyway right now, hoping that I pull one of their names out of this bucket. If I do, they get 6 seconds of stand-up comedy time uninterrupted. You know they're hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else bring out the Andrew West Hollywood Bear. And I interview more about them. Yes, improvise, magical. It's all going to happen right in front of us. You guys ready to start this show? Well, tradition here. Another very special anniversary coming up. The anniversary of my kid. And young man got his full-time job as a regular then, and here's another brand new. Ladies and gentlemen, make some fucking noise. Sing along if you know the words. This is on. Everybody.
It's good to see you guys out there, even though there's a serial killer loose right now in Austin. Going after the men. Scary, because we all know men. Some of us are men. Not an easy time to be a man. You know, all these women out here carefree, running around. Only worried about normal rape and murder. Worried about a script. Could be on Netflix in 3 years. Not an easy time to be a man. That's why I started a booze cruise on Lady Bird Lake to save all the drowning victims. Got guns, weed, alcohol, anything a man could want on that boat. So far, we've saved 3 lives. Going on a bit of a killing spree. But yeah, it's good to be in Austin. I can't wait to. Alright, thank you.
Alright. Now, right material. By the cat, our very own content. How are you, Hans?
I'm amazing, Tony.
A very good seconds last throughout. Not easy to get a show like this started. High expectations. Everybody's watching their ups and downs. You know that you went from broke to rich, heavily addicted to cocaine, trying to get it together. He's riding waves of Spain, all around the world. How do you feel?
I feel great. I just pulled out 4 shows in Seattle, and thank you. Really, really impressive. Are you real killer? No, I just like the way your body fits your head. Thank you.
Hey, you used to give your own haircuts, right? Hair long and back.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okie dokie. The hair report with Ryan Rayban. Hans, anytime before, what do you think about Hans? fight it, but it can help. What if he's for bad? More close. I like trying to I also have a beer tour announcement tomorrow. It's all like, it all makes too much sense. That might be true. Why my but
I think that's a part of it. I think it goes deeper than that.
tell us here.
I think we're just okay not being.
Anything else you get up on? What else happened?
I threw up in my hotel room on my bed.
Tell us how that featured.
I was heavily dosed on marijuana from the club owner in Seattle.
Oh,
But my life. But luckily, I'm Beverly guy. So I just thought about it when you did it. I went to a tree house. Friends from high school went to tree house.
high school? Very fun.
I was mostly sick because I was high on marijuana.
Nice.
Yeah.
So, then you went to your house?
Yeah.
Bed. House. Nice.
That's really scary. And
Oh, yeah.
manufacturing errors, we finally make a lot of money.
What the fuck is the problem?
There's pandemic in there, so we don't want it to really.
Plastic in walk around. Walk around stuff you love you. Every single week you come out tons of ways to get this started. You go, whoa! That's a good one. Again, if you don't pay attention, you're missing out. Brian famous gifts for everybody. Guys, he brought that one for Han. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to pull a name with you. The Canadian activist, them already. It's Arthur Mark Heroes. First, so it's for hey everybody. Don't tell me it's seconds uninterrupted. So how's it going, everyone? My name is Jay. No, that's don't be I just no, I'm good for it. I'm really proud about the fact that me those 1998 is not so one of the last years of the state dating in the West. So, I don't know about you guys, but they used to be these things on TV called commercials. And I remember this commercial coming on when I was young. I don't know where you guys are from, but I'm from this. I would look around the room when I try to find nobody. So then it's funny during COVID, right after Rogan came, I made my move to Austin, and I saw that same commercial on in the bar. 1 out of 5 movies. I looked around in this room, 100 people, and the first thing in my mind more than I get exhausted.
started again when I moved back to Austin.
Love it.
How long have you been saying comedy? Since today, when I just thought I was gonna get drunk 4 shots before I got on stage.
You done 4 shots?
You want to be a comic? Bullshit. Oh, okay. I was just
Like Hans.
I dare.
Shit. It's like Hans. He's little Kim all the time. You got smaller eyes than D Madness. Hell yeah. Hey, for a living.
No, I'm actually a neurosurgeon.
Are you?
Bullshit. What? Yeah. 12 years and all that. I don't know why you got some. Both of you can't see. Realistically, I work at the Hilton here downtown. The one that's out.
Okay. Let's go with the more realistic answer.
What? You didn't believe neurosurgeons look like one?
Okay, take it out over here, alright? What made you drunk you have before coming here? And what part are you not getting up? I'm gonna do 4 shots.
Oh, I heard all these guys say I'm a virgin. So, you know.
That's about.
Yeah, definitely.
Gasoline? What's going on right now? What shots of it?
Well, I just drunk a can of
Oh my god. Liquor coursing through your veins.
I'm a comic.
Wow. What do you do for fun, D?
Well,
Give us a fun fact about you. Like, what's your sidewalk? Where are you drinking from? One of the biggest opportunities in life. You go fireball before.
I think it's gone by.
Yeah. You hear it in a couple weeks. Even there was laughing at the end of my stuff. Okay. You're originally from San Bernardino, California. That is Matt Haven, right?
Yeah.
A lot of white people, Mexicans around you. I got. Been here for a year.
No, I've been here for 4 weeks.
Okay.
How do you even know?
What made you stop and start again? Were you quit?
Well, I didn't quit. I went back home to California with bikes. Then grew more interested down there.
Most interesting thing that you've ever done in your entire life. A fun fact about you, perhaps you.
I've done a lot of interesting things. I went to Mexico and got robbed every time I went out there. That's fucking crazy.
That is crazy. Oh, we lost Brian Holt.
I'm away.
Hey, I'm gonna get you. Take a look. All right, here we go. Brian Holt. Here it is. What's it gonna be? Oh, Magnum condoms. Wow.
I took a test.
Someone's jerking off into a condom. By the name of Arthur Marcheros. Arthur Marcheros. It's uninterrupted. Make some fucking noise.
Your first time I did stand up, 13, 24. Learning a few things about life. Learning don't ever try to compare a girl. Her over. I thought I couldn't lose. I told the girl that she's like, bitch. And don't say local boss. I was like, I was going to Wall Street, so I missed out that one, but yeah, you go to that and be like, pretty. My name is Arthur Marcheros.
don't know. Like, did it for 2 years, then you stop. And how long have you Edwards?
I was a lifeguard.
You're a lifeguard. What do you do for work now?
Well, I'm trying to be.
You're trying to fart. What is that?
I do games, I do music, but
Hobby. Better musician. How long have you been playing music? Whole life. How long? How old are you? 24 years old. What type of? Okay. Play guitar and you sing? Really? Really?
yeah.
Sure. And can we fucking give this guy a chance right now? I want to see if you're good. Over there. Open. Open. I have heart over your head. Hang up. All of them. And this is pissed off.
I can like.
Jesus Christ, stop moving around. Play a song. Sing it. Play a song. Sing something.
Alright. My guitar gonna get up?
Yeah. Hey, you didn't sing. Or it's like,
So this is a reservoir in the city.
another pack of condoms.
Very hot.
Why are you trying comedy if you're been doing that your whole life? Back during the pandemic, you're god awful at comedy. Why are you trying comedy? Why are you better at
No, I'm definitely all day, but I just I play computer all the time. Because and everything else.
it's an ego thing?
I'm just it's not a
You're like, this all happening.
I'm
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go.
Have a shot for you know what? Good opportunity.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Tony,
Yeah, I was
how
like,
did it go then? Horrible.
it wasn't horrible, but it was I was like,
Do you think it was horrible?
today was horrible.
Oh, okay. Good. Just making
No,
sure
no,
you
no.
any bronze or
I'm
what.
not trying to make it.
There he goes, Arthur Arturoski, everybody. Not trying to make it as a comic. Those are always the best ones. People that they make it. Alright, I'm gonna pull a name and then we're gonna get a radio up here. Super. It's gonna be for your next. He is here live in the flesh. One of the greatest golden ticket winners ever in the show. From Toronto, Canada. Gary Mason, everybody. Here he is.
Years ago, in 1996, after my show, Toronto, into wrestling, I thought we were going to hook up, and she offered me a ride home, told me something, want to get when we got in the car, I had my eyes closed, that was awesome, what's going to happen? Then, told me, open my eyes. Then she handed me the interlocking device, and then, no, I did. Yeah.
Okay, Jared did. I think I kind of know what went on in the story. The DUI and the thing that started the car. Okay, yeah. I there at the a lot of stutters there. What's going on over there?
I haven't smoked really 2 days.
Why have you not smoked
I'm
weed?
finally get clear.
Jared, I got bad news for you. I think you might be my only friend that needs head clear. The words aren't coming out. To the what's going on?
Behind. Oh, don't. Go.
Oh, what the fuck's that? Retarded. Like you,
I just love your presentation, pronunciation, and I'm not going to say anything that's going to get me in trouble, but I will say, if anybody needs a condom, it's you. Ecstasy, condom, feels like you don't want you reproducing. Thank you, Ryan. I'm saying, you want this? That's what we're doing here. In boxes.
bam.
The fucking corner.
How many bubble bugs did you hit? Because hit the bubble button in this one. Very good. Jared, got a fresh on Great Brian Holtz. What is he gonna end up doing with those? You gonna make bubble animal?
So they come in handy.
The record, by the way. First retarded guy. Anything else there, yeah. Right. I know
That's
Jared.
right. I'm stupid.
I'm the one that fights you. I know. What's what's been going on this thing in Austin, Texas? I know you get around, you frequent the same coffee shop, you run into each other a lot.
Good food.
Right, what do you think?
Damn smokehouse. Is it good?
Yeah. Always the attitude is I love you so much, Bears, that you are one of the ticket winners. Make me so proud every single week. You're a freak of nature. Minute. I love your crush and the freak of nature. He visits regularly from Toronto, Canada. Makes some noise for Bears Nation. Going to be after your next definitely after the name that I pulled before. This is Cooper Patterson, everybody. 60 seconds uninterrupted. Cooper Patterson. Cooper Patterson loaded up. There he is. Patterson, everybody.
Hi. So I was born with hearing loss. I was cochlear implant, and not the worst, but not the best. But one of the perks is that I have Bluetooth to my hearing aid. Listen to music wherever I go. It's like I have AirPods on, but I don't look like a douchebag. So it's a nice perk. And also, if I want to have a conversation, I can just say, "Oh no, my hearing aid battery died." Walk away from it. I think all the disabilities, hearing loss is best. I don't know about blind people, guys, playing the piano.
Hey, is it hitting it 5 seconds early? All right. So I got come along with hearing loss, timing as well. All right. Welcome to the show, Cooper Patterson. How are you, my friend?
Good.
How long you been doing stand-up comedy?
About 5 years now.
Where at?
Iowa. Recently, Dallas on Thursday.
Oh, congratulations. Why'd you pick Dallas?
They gave me a job in Dallas.
What's the opportunity?
Camera operator for a company called Go.
Oh, okay. You get a little shout out there.
So,
You already did. You did it. Okay, Cooper. Very good. What do you guys think about Cooper Patterson?
first of all, I like the way you're saying. Right? Does the company work for? They get a tax credit. They have a steady result. I mean, what's next? Somebody with a missing. Are there any healthy people in the alley? What is this? What is this? Checking the box! Checking the box! What's next?
First,
Everybody back up!
One person handicap was doing this shit. Everybody is fucked up. I was just thinking that. There was something like Sonny said, Cooper Patterson, like whoever I heard being Cooper walked out. The whitest I ever the whitest two people around.
really is. Like, your parents are still together. They go to church on Sundays.
They go there together, but
Right.
uh,
One brother. You have a younger brother.
they got a hanging out of there. He is too.
Yeah, do they have fucked up ears too?
Well,
You know. joke about blind people, but now Deep Madness, not fall on the deaf ear.
If you don't go to the doctor, you can't take a bomb. You want to have it bad.
Rationalize, like, oh, I think my hearing aid battery went dead. They're all my punchlines. Has that ever been a benefit to you? Help you in some ways?
Darn.
Are you one of those guys that was like more deaf for a while, then the technology caught up, and the video was like you and your family crying and shit?
I was family out.
Trying to do some highlight with understand what he's saying? I think he just described what kind of condoms you're gonna get.
Yeah, you described it even well.
Okay. Cooper, what's your sex life like? Like a real OG white boy, middle of Iowa, you probably a high school sweetheart, right? Nothing like that? You ever been in love? Yeah. How did that go for you? Good. How long did it last?
About months.
How did it end?
Walked up
You're like left in Iowa?
Yeah, but it's mutual. Called you back, but you couldn't hear it.
Hooper.
Night of the handicap. Handicap spot at night. Oh, getting out of here. Another chance. Another problem out here. I'm leaving. There's more. There's freaks on this.
A little bit of a freak. Cooper, do you have any talent than not being a fan of
Know how to cook more than other white.
what about the black? Okay, we figured out earlier retards.
I'm a straight male with a hearing loss. I'm a minority thing.
How old are you? 20. Ah, I thought you
Have they hearing of it?
why do you give us an
When I was elementary school, I went to go to the cafeteria to tell the kids.
Why? Let's fucking hear him. What's going on here? I think he's pulling our
crazy thing?
Get him out. Get him out. Get him the football.
Here's a little test that. There. Oh, gee. Rough night, but pick it up. Where'd it go? Wanted it to the ground. You're okay. Nice. By the very you're gonna get the gift from Brian.
The ultra rib. Like a icy death guy.
Watch sports. Our favorite app, Prize. Prize. From sport. Not what you're looking for. Two or more of your favorite players. More or less on a particular bet. Lock your entry for a chance at 25 times your money. It's simple, right?
Price Picks. Available in 30 states like Texas, California, Florida, and more. What are you waiting for? Download the Prize Picks app
$50 this week. Clayton Kershaw pitched more than 5.5 strikeouts. That's $108. Download the Prize Picks app. Your next comedian goes by the name of Nick Devlin, everybody. Nick, make some noise for Nick, everyone. You guys having any fun tonight, huh?
Don't worry, I don't think I'm a good person, but I'm definitely a better person than my dad. You know what I mean? Call me the other day and he goes, son, you know I'm not stupid, right? Nope, that's news to me, Dad. He goes, well, I'm just saying, being sexist is wrong, and being wrong is for women. All right, Dad, let's get back. I think this is a sign that you are either this, or the fact that the electric fence outside is for mom, not God, right? Homophobic too. That's a pretty misleading word, isn't it? Homophobic. It sounds like that would be awesome, doesn't it? Like people just genuinely afraid of people. Like not even in a sexual way, just afraid of their lives. Like when they were like children, they would write to their parents in the middle of the night. They thought Freddie Mercury was in the closet. Oh, it's the vibrato again. Okay, that's it, guys. Thank you. I'm Nick.
Nick Devlin. Wow. And more handsome the person is, the better they do. Incredible. Phenomenal. Love that you came on and bragged about not being handicapped. Smile. 60 seconds straight. Okay, I'm not one of those freaks.
Oh God, yeah.
How long have you been doing stand-up? Here, we're at.
No, I'm from Massachusetts.
For a living.
I did administrative for a genetic laboratory in Germany. It's
Nothing funnier than your local. What made you want to get into comedy?
you know, like
Sure, yeah. Well, look at comedy. Put any effort into it, talent whatsoever. You're not going to work at it. Try it all, obviously.
no.
Something to do. Fucking something to do. Like walking in a park. It's like nothing, huh? Son of a bitch. How dare you? It's actually a beautiful art form. What else things that you like to do?
People know people like the backpack guy.
Oh, they do. That's the backpacking guy.
Yeah. Oh, I've done.
Claim it. No,
I've done over 5,000 miles of wilderness. So
wow, that's great.
hey, let's just back. Tell everyone about it. I think we found
Have you ever thought about
most definitely, yeah, a couple times.
yeah, like what's an example?
Oh God. I would really like to murder my coworker. I'm about to do my job in the country, and she's nice. Talks at the job, and it makes me upset.
Wow, I actually found a serial killer. I thought we were going to have a compelling interview, but we're actually solving a crime right now. Might be a dress. Are there corpses in these backpacks?
You're right.
What's your love life like, Nick? Great thing.
Yeah.
And I got to wait to girl after.
Yeah, it's not really not. I don't think I have the time for really, to be honest. Oh, because you're up in the woods. Look at far away.
As an example, what goes on there? Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's great.
So, theater, where did you go? What's the plan?
So we went to Riverside. It's open part of a woman's body. The little film body.
Yeah. Okay. You're at a
Yeah, like
back watch Batman. Okay. Version of Batman watch. Something about Michael perhaps?
we're talking about the dark.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Alfred and Shreya. What goes on? What part of the movie does the magic happen? 3 minutes. That's what.
Well, let me get this straight. No disabilities whatsoever. So we got no problems. We have lots of bags. I'm gonna give you ultra thin. Ultra thin. Like it's thin.
Yeah, that's true. Get a little non. There you go. Everybody. One of our videos here. Cody's one of our great regulars, great coasters, performers across all around the world. Cody's very own David motherfucking got it.
Really, because like, people want to ask you first reaction, right? Like when I was like I love my motherfucker that I did. Like I love my motherfucker that I was trying to be honest. I'm like, man, who's making this same motherfucker? Hey, y'all see that new Burger girl? They on Burger. Like I don't trust that Burger on your arm. Listen, that's like they put stuff on top of my head. What are we doing? Nigga ugly. So, nigga, don't mean I give you a chance. You pass. You have to feel. Like you can feed all of the world. Taking the bogus, nigga. This nigga dressed like Bruce Lee going to the funeral. I got water. Water out of it. How? You ain't got no money. They gonna put you in the hole. For them outbursts, go out on a limb. I'm gonna presume that he's gonna use the Magnum condom. I don't use no condom. He doesn't use any condom. Yeah. 3 kids from 3 different babies. So it's a long drive to California. You better not knock anybody up, my friend. He doesn't use condoms. The barebacker. The barebacker. He's a bear. He's a barebacker. Yeah, backpackers and barebackers. Here. You go crazy. Don't use condoms. Take the fucking condom. I'll buy them from the car. Hey, kid, you look like the Ivy. Hey, Ivy, he got a pint of blood. Did your gym burn down? You look like you need dialysis for fun. You get your motherfucking ass out of here, bro. Bad motherfucking ass. No. He got plasma. He got enough plasma. Got insurance on the table. You shut your look. Geritol taking that. You need some fiber with your beer tonight, motherfucker? I agree. Keep it down. Him being on fire is the only way you can ever burn a cat. With a big t-shirt. What's funny is I was about to say, oh, you have even a much bigger t-shirt, a bigger bowl of popcorn. You know what? You can't use them, but your mother can. Your mama fuck not the best. Cut your hole, you gotta take a like at the bakery, or you can get in the house. Nobody every other friends. He only get 1 for 5 minutes.
What else is going on in your life this week? Gonna
Oh shit, man. Just grown. I make sure I check the web and
You're fishing, so it's awesome. I just want to say that.
amazing, bro. We gotta get home. I gotta get home. I gotta get on the bread, but I gotta get like do it.
Like a 50-hour.
You might eat the baby. Okay. Baby, that's a big guess coming up. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna do it. My big.
Sit on the bowl.
I will. I will.
The worm in my ass. Take it part of the water.
Say hi.
Echolocation in your ass. Communicate with organs you don't know.
Telling me that out of me and you, I'm the one orcas? Are you kidding, dude? Orcas seems to the ocean. All right.
All the hope fans are
I think that, we care about you. We want you to maybe skip food tomorrow and eat again.
eat again on Wednesday.
Get the fucking house!
You're the man. Did it again. I got more. Doc Barry. Your next comedian pulled out of the bucket. Put your hands together for Cody Dell, everyone. Cody's merch store is open. Merch.com. It's actually thriving. Get the things it's up. For Cody Dell, everyone.
I was growing up, I wasn't really poor. Enough to be jealous. I remember I'd be at a buddy's house, rich stuff to piss me off. Be like, hey man, let's go play in the entertainment room. What the hell do you mean entertainment room? Like my house we could have fun throughout the house. Finance I stayed our entertainment. Not really in the budget. You see it tell us a lot of weird stuff. I remember my buddy, my friends, had this nasty bruise on his eyes. I got worried for him and everything, but ain't nothing. Because my dad put me down the stairs. I said, dang, man. Stairs. You get dragging 2 floors, man. Just look on the top of the house complaining about a bruise.
You want to pull our book. Cody's on the show, correct?
My first time was on.
Wow.
But I didn't.
Major of the comedy.
And it's funny playing up. Came to Dallas.
How'd that go for you?
Not well.
And you've been doing it ever since?
It took after the pandemic to migrate.
Wow. Been working hard at it. Great to free, all written. Your story, your form. How far are we talking?
Far enough to be jealous, man.
Incredible. What kind of car did your parents put together? Sing on?
No, I had both parents. My dad passed recently, so late. I had a good car. My first car, I got total before I got it.
Okay. What did your dad do for a living?
Pretty great.
Great.
Illustrated.
Nobody needs. Nobody needs. How did he pass away?
He a lot though.
Okay. Love it. Funny story. I love cigarettes much. Yeah, they're like, this one got him. Right. You go. 5-1 is a good record if you're in there.
But that one, the other five got knocked out. The other 5 weeks ago. I'm not going to tell you what it is. Brother, let me ask you a question. What did you hear? Okay, man, not as
Whoa.
smooth as yours. So,
How many rounds of cancer?
Chemo boy.
he had testicular cancer when I was born. I was born off one ball.
Oh,
Yeah,
look at you. Work, Cody.
I don't work right now. My GI Bill.
Not working at all? Wow. Father like son. Incredible.
How'd you get it? I went to Air Force. I kind of went. Let me ask. Like the head, it breaks my heart a little. Thing.
Nope.
It is a little program.
You get that hat after Jenny left you the first time? That thing.
Calling. And the first time.
Why did I sit on that? To the fourth. Oh. Fourth.
I was trying to
Girl back. I love how long you been married. She
and it. There were people with cancer, got to die of cancer. Real fun stuff.
giving you talents of the year.
Yeah, so like,
How thin are you? Pound one.
guys, calm down. No matter what test. Wait.
Almost in the service. 5? You look like it's 5. I look at trustworthy.
Yeah, just a month ago. Trustworthy. I gotta. I gotta just trustworthy thing. Why is that? It's the only. Girl. The flat bills don't work. I look like a fucking farmer. Like, you think that works? It doesn't work. It just smells.
How long did you have to have?
Before I went bald.
Believe it or not, we don't know. We've been following for you.
I don't have like a birth certificate, but I like probably
10 fucking years. How many of you think that we should put out his hat for a brand spanking Bill Tony Hart hat? Any of you people stay around? No? Oh, well,
buddy.
for you, there it is. It happens here. Comedy every bottom of the barrel, and where all the in town actually go up on it. Premise out audience for the show. I like booking shows tomorrow night. My friend, notebook. How about that? From Bone.
Thank you guys.
Big one. Wildly successful. Fucking thing. Cookies went down. On to the next one we go. And Brad, your next comedian, and your next comedian is Stop, Barry. Here we go. Oh yeah. Let's talk.
Plenty of options, plenty to eat. Yeah, I lived in Germany for 11 years. I was married for 5 of them. And being married to a German ex-wife was like
Shout out to these people. Oh,
pure evil. But if it's my ex-wife was extra evil, man. I couldn't even drive for a happy. So I knew
what up, Mom? 364? How you doing, girl?
number one, you get on stage with great Kelly where my ex-boss right up my feet.
Harry, all right.
Great question. Who the fuck is the I keep getting advice so we should double check. Watch. I don't like it. It feels sinister somehow. Why is he in the room? Did he leave? I don't know. But he has several dozen accounts. Names are almost universally I'm not also I've been getting large strings of numbers. Can't get replied. Good question. Who the fuck, Rabbi? I keep getting. I'll be going to watch him in a room. Oh, that is the funniest shit. That makes my fucking night. That makes my fucking night. Oh, that is so funny. Who the fuck is the rep? They keep getting replies. I'm gonna go. In that room. Oh, that is the best. That is the best. Mom friend 64, how you doing, girl? You like getting your box eaten?
You married?
What's up, baby? Are you trying to pull faster on me? With their reviews? That means bitch loves anal. Oh, this is so fucking watch check start. Another room somewhere. He? It's they, that girl. Quick question. Quick question. Who the fuck is the rabbi? I keep getting replies. Just tell me. Go check out. Why'd you look at the rooms? I don't like it. It feels so. Why is he in the room? Can he leave? Oh yeah, I leave all the time. For world peace. Or like today's awareness. But also things that just make it become a trillionaire. All true. Anyway, if anyone knows, tell me. Cam goes everywhere. Joe, get your shit together.
When you found this,
Like back home and I'm not sure sleeping with the guy that so I gave him a call.
oh shit,
And
yeah, I just got back from 3 years in the army. The guy's like,
That
oh,
shit.
do
So
not
funny.
accept that review.
This guy.
else he is married and she was yeah, 3 years ago. I like the
Traumatized relationship.
I was. But now it's worry about my worry about
Chasing your dream, in your life, you got pulled out of the.
gonna get advice. No age.
There you go. They don't mind. They don't mind this all over.
I'll tell you a true story that car was I said I wish you were nicer. And I turned I wish you were Asian. Back to the road.
Yeah.
Kind of started you're into the floor. I'll take it.
Mary, congratulations. Happened. Oh, give it to your excellent. Congratulations. You've only been doing it a few months. Can't remember exactly how your set went, but here's a medium-sized notebook. There's only one. You got it. Catch it. Boom. Not Barry. There he goes, everybody. Before we get to the next goal, we have another goal winner is here, ladies and gentlemen. A young man from Houston, Texas, won it 5 or 6 years ago. Freaking feature. This guy is the future of comedy. Make noise. Enrique Chacon, everybody. What's up, fucker? Bully back in 8th grade, just 5'2", 212, so my nickname was Baby Empanada. And it hurt my feelings, bro, but at least I was delicious. And you wouldn't want to fucking empanada at 2 in the morning, bro. So I just had to do something about it, man. I joined the football team, about 14 other chubby Latino kids, man. We were just naked in the showers with our dicks out looking like a couple of early war dancing, dog. I'm convinced it was the fitness, bro. In a week, everybody started calling me Baby Empanada, man. A few months later, bro, these motherfuckers started calling me Anteater, y'all. That's because I had a forehead. And I didn't speak English back then, right? So I didn't even know what an accent was. And I just took a picture of what I looked at the end. Like, what? I didn't really like that. Not really. My nipples get hard, bro. It's ridiculous. The most fucked up thing I ever heard was like 10th grade. She said she was in a blue her house. Episode of Discovery Channel. Came out of the restroom and she told me that my portrait looked like E.T. in the basket. The blanket on. Of course,
working out because I was documented. I was like, even she looked at me real slow and she was like, Enrique phone. Trying to warn you. Floyd's coming for everybody.
What's that?
Trying,
As relatable as it gets from the lesbians and the behind the mic.
not so powerful.
You're an creature. How old are you again? 20, 5 years. On this 5, 6, 5 years. Incredible. Wow. I gave you a golden ticket the first year.
Yeah, it was actually my first time doing comedy.
Get the fuck out of here. You might be the only person to ever get the golden ticket on your first stand-up. By the way, how right I was. Nate, yelling everywhere. From Houston, just moved to Austin a month ago. You're working at a Buc-ee's.
Working at a Buc-ee's, bro. Shout out to you. Hey, good news, bro. They gave me a promotion at Buc-ee's. I'm big.
Oh, shit. Oh. $24 an hour for being like, what do they have you doing?
Is that? I'm a reader, but also I'm a trainer now. That's a promotion. I'm a trainer.
Yeah, you're training another one.
Yeah, but I just got paid a month ago, so the blind.
Yeah. Wow. Students because it's incredible. You got that training.
Ow, a lot, bro. I wear a Buc-ee's hat, dude. That bay, bro.
It's incredible. We're tweeting about this.
Trying to figure out where the fuck.
You don't know yet?
Yes, the Beavers, bro.
It's
funny.
It's the greatest gas station here in Texas. The undeniably fun and great food. Possible, literally greatest gas station of all time. Hell yeah.
What do you do for the restroom, bro? Stay over there. Every time I see people walk in the Buc-ee's, I'm I don't know why you they're very clean. Oh, you know. How do you know?
What else is going on in life?
Man, I just made my Hulu, man. That's a
Really?
about taste and nation. It's like all I know is that she's like a Starbucks on her shoulder, holding in her reports all the time. If you're talking about, but they had me host, bro, but I fucking head out, bro. Was host, dog. As seen on Hulu.
Incredible. Thriving. What about us? You've been here like a month now.
It's crazy, bro. I saw it here with a python. Why I do that shit, bro? I saw had a monkey at the bro, and a monkey. I'm loving it. Property, all kind of like a 30 minutes away. I'll give it to you after this. Even at a townhome with all those fucking person because of the Astros once and somebody's dead, bro.
every day or freaking.
I would love to have you on the street.
But the last time, I'll get come on, buddy. Here goes. Dinner. Ending 5 years back. Follow me on Freaking Comics. Love you. Freaking Comics. There you go. All right. The next thing is we'll have a fun doing the final of the night by the name of Dustin Bradford, everybody. Next, Dustin Bradford. Make some noise for Dustin, everybody. The final fucking movie. One more time for Dustin, everyone.
My grandparents didn't have a color TV like 3 years ago. Every time color section thought it was on. Imagine if I was a transgender person, maybe like fucking. Excuse me, sir, my pronouns are fine now. How dare you? They just get their fucking head cut off and down there. I don't know if you heard King fucking Andrew, I think is his name, Edwards. He just got sworn in. And now getting canceled for talking about his pants too much during his coronation. I believe that's saying, I love my black niggas. I love my brown niggas. My white niggas. I love all of my niggas. He loves pants, sorry. Yeah.
Here you go. Dustin Bradford. Massive criticism. And the Edwards.
Brother.
Yeah.
And that died of cancer at the time.
Yeah.
Oh, but I get along well with him.
Very interesting looking guy, John. What do you do for a living?
I do a film photo production, headshots, and shit like that.
And
My second comedy.
language. Justin, tell us more about you. Wait. Down fucking freeway or something?
I live in Washington. It's either lumberjack no. Got in.
Really looking forward to it. Have you but not anymore. Still faggot. For the podcast. Okay.
Kind of an outcast, I guess. Both my parents are pretty tall, but not that tall.
Green hip. Hey, a record player.
I do.
Now it's You're hips. You have a girlfriend?
No. Number.
Why'd
Jump during the lake.
Why'd you dump her? How long were you with her and why'd you dump her?
Like 4 months. I don't know if I want to say this, but I told her it was because I was moving really but she's kind of boring. You know? Kind of boring.
Sometimes they're boring. In the bedroom or just overall?
Bedroom's fine, but I've had better, you know?
Right. Boring in person. Doesn't excite.
Sometimes. That's not enough, you know? Like,
A lot of stimulation. Give any skills or talents? You good at anything else in life?
I played the
Really? Wow. Any chance you brought one? Why do you know Swahili? Matt Neal, who only speaks, he only talks once every 2 months. I am the fuck dude. Really?
I was born in youth dictionary.
All right. You're at the game, whatever you say. Full joke, folks. Good. There you go.
These are the ones, the classic.
There you go. Boring bitch for those condoms. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is that time. There's a lot of ideas. Loaded alcohol, sweating, wasn't making sense. I, along with the made them regular, the entire internet said they can't stand them, they hate them, everybody hates them. Every single week he performed a 2-minute, and now everybody fucking unstoppable force. The man who holds the record for most appearances of all time on the show, the most minutes on the greatest regular perhaps ever had in the history of the show. He's the big red Manila Gorilla, William Montgomery, everybody. I don't know if you watched the coronation of King Charles last week. Yeah, Princess Diana has an age statue. The serious of accomplishment is impressive, born still alive. Robert Kennedy Jr. emerging in the polls as the preferred candidate to be the next president of the United States. You know what I fear for president? I fear for his life. I don't know if y'all are familiar with the Kennedy family, but I'm coming out with an updated sequel to the classic film Sleepless in Seattle, but on a female called Sleepless in Seattle. Y'all been watching Ted Lasso this season? Yet if I want public service and I stream ad count. Okay, I don't know. It's like a soccer coach. I was watching it and I saw about the ad counselor. I was like, well, I don't have to watch that, so try to come up with a joke, and that was it, and it didn't really work, but alright. Yeah, the other jokes did really a fantastic set. How's life fitness for you? Life is good. I got that dog that had me anyway to return her to the daughter from. Oh my goodness. Yeah, last week we find out that you have literally kind of look like uh dog, and now it's gone. And then
It left me, it didn't die in the house. Oh, but my friend said they had a dog once and they gave it a sausage and it was behind the counter.
Brian hasn't had a dog, but a fun fact about Brian, believe it or not, have a. I don't know if you guys know that. Brian has a. I'm surprised to know. I'm surprised he's only hasn't.
But all fans, I tried my soul.
No, I'm talking about your son. Your son. But hopefully find out.
We were at a celebration. My wife, young. One out of my wife's wrist landed right on my crotch. This boy was kind of had that crazy forward throat. You could cut the tension in the cutting knife. Got the counter, table, and just. I did whatever any father would have done for their son. I unzipped my fly and I pulled out the head of my penis. He wanted to know the truth. He wanted to know the test. My voice is there. I've been there, but he's an act.
Yeah, he was on a lot of time. That was the part in I think his life he was today really bad. William, tell us more about your now back in yeah, got a family breeding really sweet long-haired chihuahuas. Period. On the way back out to send it back to Syracuse. Said it, but weirdly like an old folks out of the box, give her some fucking polenta in the box, but sent her on her way a little bowl. The dog. What? Oh my Tony, it was the weirdest thing. I don't know if y'all have ever seen a long-eared chihuahua eat polenta before, but it is one of life's miracles. They made her love fucking polenta. Literally what makes it so bad. She loved, and now you're laughing, Tony. He fucking loved eating it, dude. How much did I didn't even want to talk about how much he loved fucking eating polenta. You're looking at somebody. What's going on? Do you think Gator's? I think she's eating polenta right now. I left a shit ton in the box. Probably polenta. I mean, put her on a boat. There was like a journey back to Syria. Oh my God. I'm really worried about that. Dude, yeah, do something with your bed, man. What you say? Like, I don't know what's going on. I'm getting really weird vibes from this couple down here. Because they're interracial. Well, I know it's not. It's not. It's not. I'm not. It's not. Man, it's not that. You're right. Does that bother you? It doesn't. Why? But it does. It's not. It's not. I fucking know it's on. more time for the band. Here's the jarring from Chris Rothschild. That's Hans. One more time for the band. Paul Deemer on the horns. Phil Gonzalez on the drums. Steve Magnus on the bass guitar. Matt Muehlning on the electric. And very, very limited edition for the first time ever. Very exclusive Mother Tony, brand new, hot off the merch available in the lobby after this show. Congratulations to you, first audience that's been available to in the world. Merch is open now. My tour is up for sale. All the biggest theaters around the country. Toronto, Detroit, San Antonio, Chicago, Charlotte, Atlanta, Columbus, City, Indianapolis, Philadelphia, DC, Milwaukee, Minneapolis, Youngstown, Ohio, Cincinnati, San Francisco, Sacramento, San Diego, Phoenix, New York, Clearwater, Florida, and Jacksonville, Florida. Ian Edwards has Ian Talks, Soccer, Comment, Brand. Ryan Holtzman's Instagram is Ryan Holtzman. His YouTube is Ryan Holtzman Now. His Twitter is Holtzman Ryan. And his Facebook is Ryan Holtzman. For coming out. We love you guys. Thank you. Good night, everybody. Thank you. Hey, y'all. The new merch up and running at 1,000 miles an hour. It is our official online shop, merch.com. T-shirts, bone tie, real Texas leather cookbooks, Phil Tony hats, Phil Tony knit winter hats, bandanas, trucker hats, Vader mini posters, Ryan J. coming in soon, and Kill Tony stickers come with a lot of the purchase. I personally love the Kill Tony NASCAR shirt, the established 2013 along the cool stuff. We tested all of this out ourselves and made sure that it's very high quality. A cool tag on it with the knife and the logo on everything. Anyway, merch.com. What to do? Support the show. Buy some stuff. Look cool. Tell your friends. Hey y'all, it's official. We are live streaming the anniversary episode of the show. For those episodes going absolutely live where anything happens super dangerous, maybe someone messes up, maybe someone says a naughty word, you want to try to cancel somebody, you want to have fun, you want to feel dangerous, we'll get the live stream of Tony. And 2023, get it now at moment.co/KillTony. That's moment.co/KillTony. Working with Moment House, a high-powered streaming service, to provide this opportunity for you all around the world to be able to see the show. If you weren't able to get tickets, go to moment.co/KillTony and watch live. 10 years in the making. Let's go.
No, no.
Together for 9 years, 9 years of living a month. Number one life in the world, so by the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose, Blaster, Austin Security Guard Services, Screwball Butter Whiskey presents Heard of, but a hand for the band. Is the life of the world. Some of the goddamn city. Speaking of real quick, we're on the horns, everybody. I've got a ring 2 weeks ago and making a phone call. Great. Michael on the drums. We're here on the
Going up gang signs like a pimp.
The only John B. on the
Throwing up gang signs like a pimp.
on the base. Every party
And the west. I wonder why you can't. No one knows. This pimp. What the fuck?
California, Arizona, pure water available. Come, the crazy Texas and that I've been working on. You're not gonna believe. got some advice and start using tools. And right now, you can try it for free at Zoomer.com. That's Zoomer uses powerful technology to find and qualify for your roles.
What happened?
Personally, I was one work to help you. Lawyer, how do you hiring? Right. Go to this exclusive website. Try Recruiter.com/LL. Why? Recruiter. This artist way here. Hey, in your anniversary in the corner, I can tell you, hold out in exactly 5 minutes. Imagine what it might be like an hour in trying to hunt down for the actual price. Well, find your favorite event shouldn't be stressful. Time. Easy to buy tickets for all the sports, comedy, and theater near you. Better deal on last minute tickets. The best price guarantee. Stop stressing over the tickets and start high fun you'll have. You can browse, talk about upcoming events in your area. Game time out is awesome. Like I put it up, get amazing local things. Austin FC is playing it. Tickets are available for $9 tonight. That's thing. Golden Boy box for $59. Parking friends, forming speakers, Joe Gatto from Interactive Jokers, Arlen for hanging out with all the best tickets. News, you can buy tickets for any kind of event, flash deals, and last minute tickets, lowest price. Job lock right back. Flash deals on concert and guarantees best pros for less. Time will credit you 10% of the difference. That's a happen for a reason. You can get five what right. I take a matter of seconds to absolutely directly to your phone, so you never have to right tags and tickets without the stress. Anytime. Create an account. Only for 20 first purchase. Terms apply again. Create a code. Time right. That looks like a lot. Fine. I fucking power what? On this, ladies and gentlemen, the return of one of our favorite teams in the world, one of the best of all. Doug Stanhope, everybody. You're gonna have Doug Stanhope at the last second. What? Only I go. I don't like that. Usually, like a bunch of guys that I can. The band's always good. All right. Last time on the show, you the first time I ever. I'm gonna close on that thing. The point is, I thought I was alone with I wanted to for on again. Recommend driving out to don't wait for don't right away. Doug Stanhope. Doug has been on the show. You know how it works. For those of you who might have tracks here by your podcast loving boyfriend out here where you are, over 200 souls waiting dark alleyway behind the club right now, hoping that I pull one of their names out of this bucket for them to get seconds uninterrupted stand-up comedy time. You know their time is up, and you're the sound of a kid. They have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, loud and interrupts them. And then I ask a bunch of questions, find out about their life all at once together. You guys ready to start the next show or what? Well, first, the bucket is going to be Travis. He's a ballistic, something like that. We're going to get it. But before he comes up, we are going to start the show with one of our regulars. This young man, famous, started the show exactly years ago. I remember because this is the year anniversary of my installation. But yeah, 24 theaters. So, this young man, we've seen him start from scratch, build his career, become addicted to cocaine, fix his career, has trouble, fix it again. We don't know what's going to happen. Every week, a brand new minute from the one and only. Sing along if you know the words. This is Unscripted. Hello. Good to be here. My name is Tim, and I'm dating a white woman. It's great dating a white woman. I got 8 dudes coming on Netflix. They give me like the army. White pussy. Love white pussy. Men have been before. Naming. Love the election season coming up. I can't wait to decide which girls I'm gonna vote for. Doesn't worry anyone else. But the only that president don't have. Okay, thank you. Yeah, big by the cat. Yeah. The burger on the piano. The burger. I thought it was good. I recently went to my girlfriend to Las Vegas for her birthday. Oh, yeah, but that's old habit. So, okay, the original never born again. I mostly try to make sure cheating on me. Didn't you go with your girlfriend? Yeah. On you. Like quick blowing in the bathroom. Oh, you bet. Go. Hey, I lost a better. Pretty much. How was I don't even. After a show I did at the Vulcan where I was like, do some. And her boyfriend was trying to make sure. While she was going to bathroom. Yeah. Did she? She was just like, I'm fucking in the kitchen. Oh! Oh, man. Great. You never expect to find me here. No! Yeah. She fell asleep. Okay, hold on. Where is the only conversation there about anything, or do you just picture next coming and then like, is there anything more about it?
Yeah, but like I won't cheat on you. Like me.
Already that you're worried, like on previous episodes, you're worried about her cheating on you. This does not seem like a healthy relationship at all.
It really doesn't. Consider yourself a little bit insecure.
Yeah.
Have you been like other girls in the past? You're dating a wife way above your league.
That was probably a lot of it.
He knows way above your league.
I mean, you keep telling me.
Here's the thing. Around the six bucket draw, I'm gonna go out and on camera, alley. I'm gonna explain a lot of things, especially what the headliner really is.
An honor. That's friend.
Oh, it would be an honor for me. Like, am I on the verge of doing the old man jokes? I'd love to be able to say to myself, but myself doesn't work. Oh!
Oh my god. What's going on in life, Hans?
I goggles. Pool party in Vegas.
Your goggles?
Yeah, my swimming goggles.
You said it in the singular form. Like, no goggles.
Cool. Like we goggle. I was like, I have to devise the medical community. Let me bring it.
Crazy. Vegas with?
Yeah.
Party. Dude. And that was the thing. Before your
It's
goggles,
Rabbi
swimming underwater.
Fuck yeah. It's Rabbi Rothschild, guys, a cruiser. Some 24/7 streamer with a black beard that runs Road Up Discord server and a cultic personality. Black report until it's done. Oh, dog. I ain't stopping, can't stop, won't stop. Rocky. Hilarious. Fucking hilarious. Was expecting another one. Thanks.
Get right into this. Anybody in here close to that? Yeah, better. Talking like 5'4", 20, no neck. You know, just chin connected, kitty. You know, a friend once said I had tits growing up. He's like, "Oh, you had tits?" I'm like, "No, dog, I had tits breast." Yeah, I lost a lot of weight when I was 18, but I still had these, you know. So I got them surgically removed. It just left these big ass scars on my chest, you know. So it's like a weird situation. I want to like own my body. I want to like be able to post a shirt pics in the camp, but I also don't want to look like I'm a sticky situation, cisgendered, but and the worst part about it, dude, it's a bad surgery. So I still got all this on my chest, you know? So I'm like jealous, you know? Elliot, man, I just like a melting snow man. And like, I'm like, surgeries like through my insurance now, but like my shit. But I think they both should, you know? I just finish it. You know, I think they both should be. I can see your mind if you're affirming. It's like, I get that you want to start being justice. I just want to stop being a dog. Thank you guys so much. Okay. American version, but I've been trying to get in touch, and the Polish pronunciation is sugar.
Shabills. Yeah, with a little started off the Shabill. Wow.
It's obnoxious. I know. True. We are not.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about it. You had the fat surgery.
I had the fat surgery.
When
Yeah.
did you have?
When I was 17, my senior year, I had 2 surgeries actually.
God. 17 years about
No. I had one.
like kind of fuck. Like just give me the surgery.
No.
I had one eat pizza and you say you give me the fucking surgery.
I mean, yeah, I do love pizza. I lost a lot of weight, but I just had already developed. Were just like these big juicy Bahama mamas that didn't want to go away. I had like I was skinny, but I still had weight.
Were they bigger than her kids?
I mean, I don't know. I think his mother make them push it up her fucking chin. No doubt.
Shut the fuck up, God. These bots are so annoying. Can you not? 13 minutes ago. Hilarious. Shut the fuck up. Bots are so annoying. Can you not? Fuck shit. Oh, that's so funny. They're almost. Oh, sure, bro. Yeah, hilarious. These fucking things are dominating. Dominating the paint. Dominate the paint, folks. Oh, what is this garbage? Chicken scratch bullshit.
But he literally gets up. And he's happy. Well, that stuff they must before.
Can I tell you? Surgery was
Sat out.
and so they fucking went around like pepper fucking sat out.
Right.
The second surgery was to remove but like we didn't have that much money and I felt bad about it. But Google and for that, where are you from?
Where are you from?
Local ass here. It wasn't safe. I'm from New Jersey, West of
Ah, the old New Jersey local is
nowhere better than me. I'm rude. I'm fucking disgusting.
Did you go to a fucking dentist for that? What is
orthodontist close?
God? Every shit. Half people thing. Ice road trucker. You have like the whole prime time A&E up right now. So fucking undo the
It's Bart Christ.
Oh yeah, there you go. Balcony of it, everybody. Wow, incredible. With a lot of those.
I mean, I did all right. I got a girlfriend now. I've been with her 6 years, and she's down there with them sometimes, you know. More for her than me, but hell yeah.
What do you do for work?
So I work in a restaurant, and I'll do
What's a restaurant?
serve and bartend. Restaurant.
Oh, yeah. Ever think about You know, I might float it. I'll float by it and say, you know, I don't know how they'll feel about it. Right. I love it. How long you been doing stand up? A little over 2 years. Love it. All of it there in New York. Yeah.
All about your kid.
My first like 5 was about being fat. I just ran passing stuff though, like last couple months. That's like pretty fresh. Yeah. Yeah.
Very nice.
Like bud knocks.
But heavy, baby.
Anything else crazy about your life? Stuff before I. Yeah. Actually, I just found out recently I might be dead. On my head. How did you find this out? I'm stupid and I never like ask questions, but I always knew my dad's mom in Poland lost like toast frostbite. So I actually died for the first time last week. It turns out he came as an orphan when he was 7 in 1939 with a group of other people. Ended up in an orphan. Got to New York, and I was like, Dad, you think that we could potentially just be Jewish? She just converted when she got here. I don't know, but it's pretty wild. I think it was during the myth that you were that the land. Those things look like Auschwitz.
No.
Travis, congratulations! You're walking out of here with a big cookbook from Mosai, handmade Texas the Rolling Stones logo, dressed by one of the greats, Doug Stanhope. Very rarely does someone get the honor of being featured. One of the great comedians, only on Kill Tony, live in Austin, Texas. For you, Travis. Have a great day, buddy. Great stuff, Travis Shabayeski. Just
I was swinging around to talk to the stadium and hitting the bass neck of your bass player and looked at me like, hey, fucking knock it off. Even though he can see through my soul.
yeah.
And yeah, sorry about that.
I get very nervous when I'm. You're killing. Everybody's having a blast. You guys having fun out there? All right, one down. 10 need to go. Pull another name out. Make noise for Sean Ty, everybody. Sean Ty.
What is good?
All right.
I appreciate it. Hey, I'm Sean Ty. I asked to be a porn because I'm a Christian. And that's what. I was watching Rogan the other day, and he always brings up he almost got a Huawei. I feel like every time he says that, some Chinese business guy just jumps off the building. Like, we almost fucking had it. You know, there was this. We almost, you know. They got us. I think the word relapse is kind of fucked up, you know. I always fear about it. I go up to my buddy and I'm like, bro, I relapse. Like, it's alright. No. Like, no, man. Like, oh my God. What the fuck? Come on, inside.
Oh, boy. Are you? I wouldn't have mentioned that again if I were you. I would have made up a different name for that. Sean Ty. Oh, well.
My God.
Get right into it. Oh, you're still on. Incredible. So the set was over and you're trying to make up for it all.
I asked you, tell us exactly how much you drank before this set. I'm not judging. I would never have done comedy if I wasn't. My first set on stage, I drank a pitcher of beer. My first open mic. had to
stand up.
I lived about I'm from Atlanta. I just so
What made you move to us? Wow. Arizona. Funny. Let me ask you a question. Like, how old are you?
How long do I went to stage?
Take a couple.
I'm 30.
Like, what do you funny? Basic things in comedy. Funniest thing you've ever done.
If you could balls on a video that
Example of time that funny.
my best friend, well, my best friend's wedding, couple, and they divorced. Not yet. Yeah,
During the wedding. So I love that you created sport. And
someone wants
in black.
by the way, I did Adam Scott.
Okay. A werewolf with
I get
three crazy
St. Patrick's.
okay. You only holidays? The guy from Steven Hansen. Oh, well, what do you do for work here in Austin, Texas?
Right now I'm able. I quit. I used to don't name where you work.
Did you wait for it?
Oh, no, I am on a open drum. No, never, never. Um,
Deal.
yeah. I wholesale, like I would buy and sell cars back in.
At all?
I can go a place.
Wow.
And not, it wasn't the 90s, so. And, oh, I was at,
The first thing name is Bailey. I don't think it's really hard. John, you're here with a small book. I find you to be one of the most boring people that's ever signed up. So put the mic back. Holy. Well, ladies, then you people, comedians that are not mentally challenged in any way whatsoever, and you somehow they get on this. And now you're about to see somebody who's challenged. Ladies, one of the golden winners of Toronto, Canada. Make some goddamn noise for the one and only.
That's hey.
They took fetish. You went stayed at a hotel and you spent $50. Special Olympics forum. What? What? The guy in Nashville stayed at a hotel. Then what?
And then my managers and then not to his room and night goes,
Oh my God.
where's the call?
Oh, look at that. Boy's such a monster. He doesn't even pick the best punchline during the set. Saves them for the interview. Just, but that just.
What about the wake up call?
You're a fucking professional. You're unbelievable. Goddamn it. So, okay, let's talk about it, Jared. What's going on? What happened?
You know, like I'm on a fucking villain. I've been doing some speech therapy, Tony.
Oh, yeah?
Fuck can't tell, but I can tell.
Yeah? What did they teach you how to do?
You fucking grab and let's fucking go.
Did you do fucking
Tony, I've been doing fucking
to the bone?
you're gonna make fun of me. Money off the Tony.
Sorry, I first. Incredibly. Head to the bone.
Back to the fucking phone. I'm like, yeah. Every moment. There's anything coming.
Why are you screaming? I'm excited.
I'm trying to be fucking. Could I get a C-start like at the salad bar, please? Thank you.
There's a lot of great out today, Jared. I have to say that. That's incredible. It's taking speech therapy, you're focusing on your breath. What else is going on?
I'm doing. And
Okay, I thought you were going to say ketamine for a second there. I'm glad.
maybe acid. No, I don't touch the ketamine, man. I don't like K.O.
Right, right. Like donut holes. Okie dokie.
I'm a blade on top, yes.
Right. Like, how early do you have to wake up in the morning to start your Candia workload? Honest, happy, Happy. I just want to say happy.
Happy motherfucking
Whoa. Big wonder. Harry, like the little,
little girl that took it in Vegas to have a smoke while her Asian boyfriend.
Oh, yeah. Oh, can we please say just fuck with Han for a second? Have a walk corner. Sounds we could pay her a lot of money.
Just say, I hung out with somebody last week.
Whoa. Oh my goodness. What happened? What did he
And how much for the I like my heat.
Okay. Very good. Okay, so what did you do with the girl? What did you do with the body?
I don't care to tell. I just realized damn that is. If you stutter, you have extra 2 seconds to come up with the punchline that you didn't have.
Right.
I just kill himself. I'm retarded.
Take a step back. Take 3 steps. I don't know why everybody's about to sit on Doug's lap tonight.
Don't get my foot.
Okay. Right. All right.
I didn't hear. I get fucking back. Who answer you?
It's a great day.
I'm Bishop Gross.
Jared, I'd love to have you on the speaker show at Sunset Strip. Hey, there's Nathan. There you have it, folks. Oh, yes. Arun Beer Manga is going to be next. Arun Beer Manga. Well, one more time for Jared and everybody. Yeah.
Oh, that's it. Guys, get a fucking tall glass. Get a fucking tall glass.
We'll get you a tall glass of your drink.
I'm throwing an order in now for
Yeah.
a double whiskey, classic Coke, and a tall glass. I want to talk to you about the one point, but go ahead, pull the next thing.
Okay. We're actually going to take a quick little break and hear more of amazing sponsors. Make it possible right now. Hey, y'all. The new Kill merch store is up and running at 1,000 miles an hour. It is our official Kill Tony online shop, killmerch.com. T-shirts, hoodies, bone tie, real Texas leather joke books, Kill Tony hats, Kill Tony knit winter hats, bandanas, trucker hats, Vader Pete posters, Ryan J. Evo art coming in soon, and Kill Tony stickers come with a lot of the purchases that you make. I personally love the Kill Tony NASCAR shirt, the Kill Tony hoodie that we established 2013 along the super cool stuff. We tested all of it out ourselves and made sure that it's very high quality, a cool paint tag on it with the knife and the logo on everything. Anyway, go to killmerch.com, what to do, support the show, buy some stuff, look, tell your friends, you'll work. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Make some noise for your next comedian, Arun Veer Mangan. After this, will be Dave Hale. Here is Arun Veer Mangan, everybody. Make some noise for Arun Veer, everybody.
Well, so, I much because I look at it, like that thing. Don't, and like when it comes to drugs, don't choose them. I always tell me yes. I mean, like, you gotta just try them. But listen, my second time on stage ever. Go ahead and I get started. Why switch up chairs with a guy with a seat? Nothing like that? Alright, fair enough. No, come on, when you play that KJV movie out here. So you don't think so? Huh? Yeah, man, listen to this. Jesus Christ, I'm fucking horrible. But yo, listen. I'm being real. Listen, the dude outside with the middle finger saying that, yo, man, he said he put his fingers up fucking Van Redman's ass and he cracked himself, man. You can go find that yourself right now.
Wow. It took me less time to get a drink for you to.
Yeah.
You got married a retarded guy. You're horrible, and everything you thought might even work. Like even like control, like we're talking like, and so no one even heard what you said first. Close. You ever thought about developing a stutter? Maybe we're a jaguar, people would feel bad for you. Arundar Manga are the forest man's palette. Let's. So here we go. What are you? Work.
Mortgage agent in the brown doctor.
Your first stand up? What's the thing on your nose?
Oh, I can't breathe.
Is that from all the cocaine you do? Oh, he's gonna fucking bring Scorched Floyd into this death! That set was actually George Floyd. Yeah, I don't know. It's incredible.
My career's gonna end fucking faster than that. No, that's crazy. I can't believe we're gonna do that.
You're not. You're not. After far less than nothing.
Man.
Literally at the worst set night.
As general work, you get burned off. Never canceled.
Right. And the general work can also get burned off using local managers. Did I ask always plugging this? What ethnicity are you? Okay.
Like the red dot.
Right. The unfunny kind.
Fair enough.
What do you do for fun when you're not? What do you do after you do the cocaine? You literally have done so much cocaine that your nose doesn't work anymore.
No, I don't, man.
On nights like that.
Fucking jerk off into my fucking wrist holder.
How are you able to afford cocaine?
I can't say that.
Yes.
Tax support is better so that you get high up our own style.
What? The cocaine.
Sure.
Okay. Yes. Might as well just yeah. But it said no. What? Ask that you won't lie about. Done. How all the fucking cowards are. Prepare not at all. And want to waste everybody. You're done. The root beer manga, everybody. We're gonna keep it moving. Many other people are gonna get up there. After this, it's gonna be Daniel Swan, but first, it's Big Tail, everybody. Hey, here he is. Big Tail. Come on, make some noise, everybody. It's okay. It's a new person, everyone. We have another chance.
So, young lady with crabs goes to the doctor. This old American guy, the doctor asks, damn, it's a problem. Young French lady, doctor, yeah. Bugs. The old American guy kind of confused after the young French lady. Pardon me, madame. You said bugs. Young French lady. Bugs. So the old doctor kind of puzzled because his prescription pad writes down directions to the local hardware store. That's the guy. That's the young French lady. How to do goodbye to the young French lady comes back. The old doctor asks, damn, did that solve your problem? The young French lady says, Mr. Doctor. The bugs are gone. And my boyfriend's mustache?
Are we getting
I love it! If I get it, call me!
what is going on right now? This is a Twilight Zone episode right now.
This is an amazing young art. I'm trying to get somewhere on my own, like when I'm Maggie Mason or but
I like it.
I stole that from Carlos.
And he would not steal that joke. I mean, absolutely garbage. What would make you think this is your first time doing stand-up? First time.
no, it's not.
Right.
It's not ever trying to stand up. That was telling a fucking joke.
Right.
That is not the never done that. You never put this on a resume. And they have recognition and fingerprints. You ever put this on a resume? No. I really tell you.
Right. Where did you hear that joke? Are you
Fucking shit.
a fan of the show, or do you can't something that like enemy? I'm gonna Julie blah blah blah.
T-shirt. Wear the t-shirt.
I'm a fan, yeah. I'm sorry. Jesus.
What happened? How many episodes of this show have you watched? Okay, in any of those couples, you never saw anybody come up and do a joke like that, right? They talk about their lives or something about them or something, right?
I thought it was a solid minute, I guess.
Okay. All right. Try again some other time. We're gonna keep it moving. Get out of here. Jake, we're flying through them tonight, baby. Make some noise for your next comedian, Daniel Dwan, everyone. We're flying through. We got a record here tonight. We're on pace. Daniel Dwan, everyone. Time for Daniel, everyone. Everybody gets a fair shot.
Let's do fiction. Your armor. Want to test that?
Your anniversary?
Because I thought you were going to do it.
God, there's been slack. What did you for? What do you mean you don't know? Who told you?
He signs up for every lottery.
Yeah. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Well, no.
Like a stab.
I'm on the red X over there. Listen to the question that I'm asking.
Oh,
How did you get here? What are you doing here? Like some people prepare 1 minute. Some people are comedians. They've been doing it and they want to get here. Some people work hard for a couple of years preparing for something like that. What are you doing?
Honestly, I just.
But it's not even a joke. You didn't write a joke. Somehow, 3 people in a row haven't written a fucking.
I stayed in my act, changing my armor, and then I had a. Yeah, I know the beast. I have a joke.
Have you ever done stand-up before?
This is my second. Oh, God.
Talk about your
You
first
just write
time.
like. Hold on. I was gonna say, do you write like awful Portuguese for the rest of the people? Wow!
What did you talk about your first time you did comedy? What were those jokes?
No, put them together.
No, I did.
What was that?
Bill Cosby. 70% of those women
Cosby found a woman's face in famous. Right?
Okay. What do you do for a living? You're an EMT. And if something ever happens to us, you're the fucking guy in our. And then what? You just go up and you go. Daniel, out of here. No little cookbook. Notice that I just don't give these out to anybody. You have to stop at stand-up comedy to get one of these. These people aren't even doing stand-up. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a trip back. We're going to wait. What do you mean?
I've asked you 100 times. And who? Well, now I know you should.
I know. I've been saying forever. Believe it or not, I've heard there's a lot of conspiracy theories on the internet that the whole thing's like fucking predetermined. It's because there would not be moments like this. Cam Patterson's going to be next after we get to one of our regulars, everybody. This young man is a goddamn legend. He's going to do a minute of stand-up comedy right now. I know it for a fact. He's one of the best. Brilliant writer, brilliant comedian, brilliant roaster, Kiss everybody.
Yeah. I think waste for black people. It is. I did with some shit. I got the results, open envelope, and all it said was here. But I could pay $40. I prefer regular women over pretty girls. Because pretty girls take like an hour and a half to get ready before we go. It's like, why you take so much? You know who can be ready? Ugly Betty. That's that bitch put on a baseball cap and got in the car. Hour and a half it took you to get ready. I got my dick sucked and spicy chicken stuff. Chick-fil-A.
Boom. Oh, it's done. A return form. Oh,
Second preference for the spicy chicken sandwich at Chick-fil-A.
Second preference. Incredible. Got to get them.
We got it.
Product placement perfectly. Didn't seem like you. Oh, we have to pause for the word from no.
Hey, both of y'all niggas dressed like y'all about to go buy a uniform.
I mean, like you're about to buy a candy corn.
Hey, are you selling loose? Some of my back work.
Hey, bro,
Talk about the color.
you look like you inherited Willy Wonka's chocolate factory.
And you look like a chocolate factory. Hey, are you selling a candy corn?
The dead skin of a gay nigga when you told the bushes. Some Mexican gay nigga, you put booty of it.
Oh my god.
He got herpes, nigga. That's got an outbreak. Gotta get a test out of that shake your head.
I like that the military look you're playing with. The member of the U.S. Navy.
I like to stay out of battle that fire spontaneous. Not my bag.
Yeah.
Hey, look at your outfit, bro. Let's see your outfit. You look like a kid.
Hey. Whoa, yeah.
Crip walk. Got random gumballs in
Why do you think you could have a of stronger than Tony, I don't see how much out of you.
You're the one with the tits, bro.
You got some pregnant, nigga. You ever had
You're the one who's pregnant. Love it. I
what
love
the fuck happened with these last few dog?
what
Jesus, nigga. I
think so. Really, really.
ain't gonna say who. Somebody just get a random nigga.
Yeah, some rival podcast fucking.
One episode with the whole episode that was like, kind of like the same.
Bro.
And the quality of the comedian is real the shit.
Right.
No, the matter. What are you talking about?
Well, it's only
Does.
Pay money.
no, they didn't pay money
Out in
for.
the fucking internet or wherever.
They didn't pay money.
Does. Check the quality of that jacket.
Yes.
On the breast camp.
Fucking the jacket.
Hey, blacker. Show that to Tony, bro. That is the funniest. That shit say blacker.
Oh my god. Say blacker.
Where you get that, dog? That's his face. That's girlfriend, nigga.
Yes, I think myself out here. Using people. Please follow me on MySpace, Friendster, and
It ain't easy. Either is walking upstairs. What else is going on?
Really?
What? You're sweaty, right?
I am, bro. I ran up them stairs. I heard the comments.
Wow. I was back at
Exactly.
some of my best friends are black people now.
Got a ring back out.
David, what else is going on?
Oh shit, man. You already know, bro. Just out here those dog. I'm in Philly. I'm in Baltimore, dog. I'll make sure y'all get the tickets on the website. Davidlucascomedy.com. But that's all we can do, bro. Is try to get great at
100.
so.
That's it. Blowing up. It's bigger.
Feel like you.
Groundbreaking stuff.
Tony, what you saying? Nigga bite you in the ass with that of it?
Oh my god.
It's amazing to be next to you. I can't even lie. Yeah.
I'm waiting for lunch.
Nah, I rose, but I'm getting the props.
Oh, thank you. Pleasure to be here. I fucking get on this thing and I want to
Should.
but no, then he does it, then I go, no, I want to be the iconoclast. Somebody of them sucks so bad. Like, that's
But now you, like, the meaner you are to people, the better your view. There's so many comics walk around false of these that sometimes they gotta come and go by guys. And that's the only way they can grow as a comedian. Because if these niggas been going to open mics, thinking they doing good,
I'm not talking, but what level of, okay, that's not, I funny, that's a mental illness. Okay, I spend more on money, 4 kids to die in a prison.
as long as I ain't joking, I don't worry about it.
Neither do I really. I wake up going, did I look like an asshole? I don't care about the preschool. I look like a jerk.
Every time a school gets shut, like that's what my kids do.
That's why my kids are the Mine are doing better now. Suffering on earth.
You really dress like a black guy. I gotta keep other name trying to dress like that. Musha, I think gay as hell. Twice.
The only difference between him, I can't. Oh, gay is actually.
You dress like a gay black guy. I used to when I had Uncle Gay Musha, he was gay as hell. One of the Jamaican. And he used to throw all his outfits like this.
I'm still alive. What's this?
He died of skinny. That's how I fit into his clothes.
Even his real name was gay. His real name was Virgil. The gay name.
Yeah. Everyone knows.
Yeah.
Friends with that fucking Tony Montana fucking Star Trek at the bone down.
Yeah. Gay name. Tiger. He danced.
All of those stories. You just ruined your career. You get canceled. That'd be a great way to get canceled. Like, hey, no, you said amazing. Now, bro, like every fucking on his tour. I know.
I said,
No, I'm saying.
Reminder that as some excitement watching sports, download our favorite app, Prize Picks.
Oh, my favorite app.
On Prize Picks, you can choose any player from any sport, and I guarantee they have what you're looking for. Big score, favorite players select more or less projections. Then lock in the entry for a chance to win 25 times your money. It's that simple. Prize Picks is available in over 30 states like Texas, California, Florida, and more. What are you waiting for?
Prize Picks is the shit. Yeah, you can download the Prize Picks app right now and use code for 100% deposit match. $100 and Prize Picks will give you $100. Put in 20 and they'll give you
the screen right now. You're gonna see what I want. I love it. Prize Picks is a no-brainer. Tony on the Prize Picks app, and I've actually won all three of the wagers that I put on. I did a parlay. I did
trifecta. Put that one.
Yeah, did it all. Prize
This
Picks.
is the way to make a living.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I will pre-pull my name. It's Cam Patterson. Vic Cedeno is next. Vic Cedeno. Make some noise for Cam Patterson. Guys, you have to make Cam Patterson's first time on the show.
I'm up there for stand-up comedy, and that's the reason I love it. But I got roaches real bad. I got roaches so bad I got a home, but he had roaches. That's what's happening. I just trained them. Like, it's not possible. You can't train roaches. My roaches. And my roaches. So I got my roaches. I was find each other. But I bought a girl one time, 70 in my room, 6 boxes. They'll make the podcast. Right? At one point, we were watching the movie. I was killing as I watched the movie. So I watched I murder a roach. I watched the murder a roach. At one point, it was a big ass little roach. Like, Cam, it's okay. I got roaches. And I was like, that's nasty.
years. Where at?
Orlando,
Yeah. You live here now?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I love it. How recently did you move here?
Like a month ago.
Okay. Give it to me.
I'm a golf cart nigga. My golf cart got it. I love black people, bitch. Clarify for an older white gentleman for myself. I understood the last word, but the golf cart part, I don't understand how that applies. But I said, dog, I'm a golf cart nigga. That's what I do. That's what I do. Okay, I don't knock it. I will never tell you. Well, then you'll never be my caddy. Next question. I don't know. Didn't work though. I love what the fuck I'm doing here. So, this is not amazing.
Can you say you're a card?
But I don't. Whoa! Me, guys. Oh no, I'm not. Don't actually.
Say anything.
Okay, good.
Just say,
Yeah.
golf carts N-word. What is that? Are you doing like drive-bys or something like that?
But they hired me, right? Yeah. No, I like that one. That reminded me of my whole town, but they hired me. I don't know what's real. You want to talk about drive the golf carts up and park them, and then put all the golf carts on the parts, and I thank y'all for planning. That's how that shit is.
Here is stars. This before Camp Patterson stars. If I feel like 3 minutes of
I think acting like that was like some. He said golf cart and I thought that's a thing I should know from the hip hop. And then you went and said, "What does that mean?"
that's what Rogan thought at one point too.
Rogan also thought that rap existed. Even I know say that word. I ain't gonna hold you there loud as fuck in person.
Wait, what?
This shit so loud in person.
I thought you were talking about N-words. So loud in person.
See, I was with Cam a couple weeks ago. You have such a stage presence. Did you ever have like stage pass, like plays or anything like that?
I beat them niggas up. I beat them. Now I don't want to play.
Are a star camp. That's absolutely incredible. What else? What else? What do you like to do fun?
That is it. That's all I like. I like to have a moment where talk to my mama.
I love it. I love it. Close with your mom. How do you do it? You have a love? You like you have a.
I got a lady. We're gonna get married. No, but we don't go together. Hey, shout out to my good fans.
Make some noise for them.
You know, I just talk so bad, talk so dog,
life matters.
I watch live on stage every time I get on stage. And so when I run into playing, my songs got so. And when I started playing, a lot of people tell me that I couldn't play live on stage. But I was a thug first. I was like, I worry about my slides. I got a gun on my dick right now. That's what if you should worry about that instead of but yeah.
I love it. You were a thugger again.
Bad when I was bad, so I wanted to get thug.
Right.
But one homie, I was a bitch.
No funny business back then. You were a tough guy.
Yeah.
See, I did this when you said it, you kind of did it.
No.
What kind of what can you show me some gang signs? You can't. All I know right now is like business.
Yeah.
That one.
I know how to. A lot of my fan deal like it's scary. Like you know, mine don't. So now I'm learning gang signs. My mentally ill people where I and that then they know when to kill someone. You know, watching this, Tony's not real. But you and I are watching this. It's not real. Time to do this. Yeah. Okay, and back to Gangland.
Cam Patterson, do you ever miss gang life?
No, not at all.
Did you have any close calls? Were there ever any like hits on you or anything like that?
Not on me. I was inside.
I don't know why.
I was there.
It's mean ones. I signed up with the Giants. I know. I sponsored them in Oh yeah.
There is a hit show that happens every Tuesday here in the Little Boys Hall, the bottom of the barrel, in which you get to perform in the.
I wonder where they haven't banned me in hours. Yeah. Yeah.
Uninterrupted is the noise for Vic, everybody. Vic Stadium. Thank you. I get picked on a lot. Because growing up, I had a long ass Spanish conquistador named Victor Manuel Stadium. That's a lot of vowels to hit people with in one shot. I grew up around a lot of black people. When black people came, they just changed that shit to fucking cooler. They started calling me slick. Fun here down the street. Then I moved to a white neighborhood, and when white people can't say, they just want you to go back to where you came from. There's no. So white people can rhyme. White people can rhyme. Then they started with picnic, and that's not that fun. That's my. Thank you very much.
45 seconds.
Yeah. Under time, always. It rains. No,
Look soaking wet. Always look like that.
Look, you gotta.
Okay. Yeah.
And then we found out they were all gay. The cop, the whole thing. Because Mercury was gay.
But
Nah,
Where at?
Go to Comedy Jersey.
Comedy shop.
Jersey sent a bus.
Yeah.
You send all your fucking immigrants to New York City.
Yeah.
They fucking want to be comics back.
Stop sending the immigrants up. We have to stop this immigration policy. Still live in Jersey, right? Yeah. That explains the Greek book. And what do you do for work then?
I'm a project manager for glass company.
The glass?
Yeah.
Okay. Very
Shower
good.
door.
What do you do for fun?
This.
What else? There must be something else. Fit.
You think there's actually seem like a guy that is looks like a badass tough guy that cries at home and plays like gamer games that don't involve killing. And what's wrong with you, Vic? Playing like golf. Yeah, right through me.
Hard to do. You're a boy. Are you straight edge? I get the feeling of like this like straight edge vibe.
No, I smoke a lot of.
Okay. What do you do after you smoke weed?
Stare at the fucking this. I don't even turn it on. I just stare at it.
The other day, and it was off, but I thought I was watching one of the videos. Dark white. Okay. Yeah, that's one of the ones you get for that. Joke I wrote the worst one time. I've done it. When I was sitting in the room staring at the TV, and I'm like, there's something to this. But it turns out you have to have the option in front of you for it to be what I thought it was. Back to you, Vic. You have a long time. You're in love with somebody?
No, I'm divorced.
Okay. How long were you married for?
10 years.
10 years. And
One.
one kid. How old's the kid?
One off.
Old.
One got past the goal. One off the right number. Hero would be right in here, but he might. The heartbeat.
So what
Look at
made
this,
you
your
want
father's
to
folks. Folks.
What
What a bitch.
How did you
That's actually my question.
We're getting them, folks. We're getting them. Are you viral yet? Fuck off.
By myself.
Okay.
That's true. Yeah, I brought it up in a cup.
I got it. So, you want the divorce? Want the divorce? And what, you're spending enough time here at home with the kids?
Yeah, you're gonna make me cry.
Cry or as watery as your hair right now. It is very interesting to watch some emotion. It's Jersey Bucket Project. You know what I mean? Fucking where from? And so time.
Her, yeah.
Right. 8 years old and a liberal. I don't know what you at home. That could be a boy. Fucking Jersey. All right. Well, very, very fun. You ever get here?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, cool. Thanks. Awesome. The wife. Wow. You don't know? You literally don't know anything about her. All right, Vic. Well, congratulations. In 45 seconds, it was. Yeah. Here's a big joke bug from my side. Congratulations. Here goes Vic today, everybody. shelves there. It's actually quite incredible. The store is a wild success. All right, your final bucket comedian of the night, correct? The final one, yeah. Make some noise. Arash Sufiani. 60 seconds uninterrupted for Arash Sufiani. Here he is, everybody. Come on, make some noise for Arash, everyone.
But lost all that weight. That's a wrestling. That was easy. But so all the way here. They don't tell you to wake up. Yeah. A lot to improve on. The only difference is you go from fucking fucking quick fit.
I would like to call from the audience the first guy who showed his breast, a fat man. Would you please come out and re-show your breasts for the Congress, for the people who are sitting here tolerating this from this obviously fit man who has not had breast reduction surgery. I want to see your breast again. We don't know his name. No one knows it. Just all about it. Yes. Pizza Esky. Anyway.
Indeed.
Sorry, not going the whole show, my friend. And answer the question honestly. Honestly, were you here for the man who showed his breast?
No, I was not.
You were not here. You don't care about the whole show. You only care about the part of the show. I rented that song, and I'll censor myself.
Arash, I have to give you credit. Well, that was, again, completely it was so had something you wanted to say, which I found to be hilarious. Like, getting it out, saying that it wasn't necessarily funny, but that's how it started. How long have you been doing stand-up? Oh, I like that. I don't mind. I don't mind someone who's bad on this show. It's not preparing and not having anything at all to say. Punch that up a little bit. There's probably not going to do anything at all. Anything funny. I was waiting.
I will not mention anything. My show you why you are really not funny.
The whole time of the hour.
Like,
Sounded so good in my head.
what time do you think it's going to get passed away? Turns out the first thing get passed away, everybody.
I'm a bad show.
Yeah, turns out the local is from Jersey.
Pay attention. Next lady.
Yeah. Absolutely. So let's talk about it.
What the fuck?
What do you think we're going to crush at a laugh? It was
I think
health.
yeah, health confessional, you know, going through the struggle versus him and weight. But
About throwing like a funny word in, like okay.
I think I did it.
Here's what I want you to do.
Before I came up.
You did what?
I did not for 60 seconds before I came up here.
Okay.
Like I didn't practice.
Here's what we're gonna do. I have an idea. I'm gonna try to push up. We're going to your exact set. So you get the first 20 seconds. Can you make a this for something in your and then you're gonna call it
Cauliflower ears. This might be an American with disability tag. I'm worried about them getting
because more cauliflower than David. done this before. We've been doing this every Monday for 9 years, 11 months.
You need to prepare for this. You wrote this out.
I'm kidding.
To be honest, I don't know what drop it off. My boy Grayson right over there was like, dude, you're hilarious.
Wow.
I turned around in the alley and I was like, I knew I didn't do it. I was like, that's why I gotta do it. But okay. That's not funny.
Right, that was also not funny. You're correct. Okay, so from the top, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to add one word. I'm going to pick the time in which that word is said. Ignore me and tap you on the shoulder and whisper in your ear, and then whisper I whisper in your ear.
I'm getting out of here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, restarting in a second. This is Arash Yanni. Make some noise for Arash. Woo!
The rules benefit that your dick will literally look bigger. Nobody ever talks about it. I wish that fucks. And more facts.
How easy it is? You want to put it? All right, let's do one more because I'm saying after this. Okay, go.
The trouble with getting so much now is I actually have to do. If you know anything about me and how hairy I am, just is like clear cutting a forest filled with black. Antonio, look at me over secret show Thursday.
Love to take you on tours.
And then you tell us the Joe Rogan experience.
Oh, I'm sorry. People with prizes while you're.
Arash Yanni popped the cherry here tonight. You're a badass motherfucker. Congratulations. That was a lot of fun. You rolled with the punches. You're a badass. There he goes. Arash Yanni, his first time on stage. Arash, take one, please. There he goes. One more time for Arash. Oh, well. Can't get any more exciting. Just all only one person that can do it. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the man who holds the record for the most appearances ever in Sony history. I just did a weekend with the guys in fucking Florida, 4 sold out crazy. He's never been stronger. We've been seeing it every week. He is fucking standing months. The Vanilla Gorilla, the Memphis Strangler, the Big Red Machine. This is William Montgomery. Like, prayer at churches. I wonder which came first, the Long John Silver's or Captain E. It's like wondering which atomic bomb got dropped on Japan first. We ain't ever gonna find out. When your girlfriend refers to the bedroom as Ricky Williams Orphan, you know you got problems. And I actually went to a place called Dallas, got a purchase. first of the Hebrews crawled across the desert for 40 years. Okay, that's. Oh yeah, no, but Tony, I actually yesterday I made a wonderful Mother's Day lasagna for her son, and it literally such a taste. I had to write a song to kind of just illustrate how I was feeling when I was fucking eating this lasagna yesterday. Okay, here we go. We've seen this a couple times before. Always a wild, always a favorite of the crew, fans, and staff, mothership, and all around the world. William, the volume all the way up. Wait, hold on. Don't touch the blood. But yeah, that was the branch out Tony. I've had this thing between kindergarten and first grade. It's called a learning disability. So I only play that one song on the keyboard, but I swear to God, I'm going to try to branch out and try to get better as a singer. I don't want to by other people. I don't. Some horns in there, gamer. No, don't. Stop fucking doing it. Hey, I made my mom's lasagna yesterday. Yesterday. I made my mom's yesterday. It's Mother's Day yesterday. I made some really good lasagna. Blah, 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 yeah. I got really sick yesterday after I ate the lasagna. I didn't put it in the fridge. You piece of shit. I can't believe you thought that. Alright. Make some fucking noise for William Montgomery, everybody. We did it. What a show. William Montgomery is taking over the fucking world. It absolutely everywhere. The drawing from Ryan J. The skin of Doug Stanhope. It's cool as fuck. That's it. Let's check out the drawing from local artist Chris Rogers. Thank you to the Red Rose and the Yellow Rose. Security artist Phil Monster. Super Peanut Butter Whiskey. Philmerch.com. Wow. Steve Madness got his first painting. That's fucking sweet. My tour's on sale. Tony's.com. Listen to the Doug Stanhope podcast and subscribe to the Patreon. How loud can this place get for one great Doug Stanhope? And one more time for the best damn band in the land. I'll be through the horn. Michael on the drums. Joe on guitar. And on the bass guitar. Actually, tickets are sold Thank you. God bless America. Good night, everybody. The new merch store and running at 1,000 miles an hour. It is our official online shop, philmerch.com. T-shirts, owned by me, real Texas leather cookbooks, Phil Tony hats, Phil Tony knit your hats, these Anna's trucker hats, McVader Kate Toast, Ryan J. Felt art coming soon, and Phil Tony stickers come with a lot of the purchases that you. I personally love the Phil Tony car shirt. Established 2013 along this super cool stuff. We tested all of this out ourselves and made sure that it's very high quality. A paint tag on it with a knife and the logo on everything. Right. Merch.com. What to do? Buy some stuff. Look cool. Tell your friends. You know what's up.
It's the pilot podcast, so figure out what you want.
No.
By next.
By next. Oh, okay. Yeah.
the College Brothers here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe! Who's the people with that million likes? Make some noise for a Red Band, everybody! Been doing this show for 9 years, 11 months, and 2 weeks. We're the #1 live podcast in the world right now. You guys know where you are? Brought to you by Red Rose, the Rose Service, Bell Blaster, and also Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, which presents the best damn band in the land, the Keltony Band, everybody. Yeah. Zach is the drums behind one of the best musicians on planet Earth, and for the great Michael Gonzalez. Paul Deemer on the horns right there, everybody. Matt Mueling on the guitar, as always. The leader of the band, the first musician to put this whole thing together, great John Dees on the keys right behind me. JohnDees.com. And of course, the backbone, D-Magnus right here on the bass guitar, everyone. A lot of fun stuff happening, a very fun episode planned. Before we start, here's a little bit from the amazing sponsors that we have available for you here right now. Hey y'all, it's announced out there, orange more of my entire life. All the theaters in all my favorite cities. Toronto, Canada, Michigan, San Antonio, Texas, Chicago, Illinois, Charlotte, North Carolina, Atlanta, Georgia, Columbus, Ohio, Kansas, Missouri, Minneapolis, Indiana, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Ohio, California, California, Arizona, New York, Clearwater, Florida. Tickets available at JohnDees.com. Come see the crazy Texas update that I've been working on. You're not gonna believe what's up. Hey y'all, you know that you're not getting everything that you paid for when you watch Netflix without using ExpressVPN? Together, ExpressVPN lets you change your online location. You can control where you want Netflix located. They have almost 100 different server locations. You can access thousands of shows. This works with many other streaming services too. iPlayer, YouTube, and more. I watch a lot of shows ExpressVPN on my net. I remember getting to watch The Last Dance about Michael Jordan, Chicago months before everybody else, because they're in other countries at the time. You know about that. And ExpressVPN is not like other has streaming zero buffering. It's compatible with your devices like phones, laptops, consoles, or D4. And it encrypts all your data. ExpressVPN has the benefit of encrypting your browse the web securely. No doubt about it. Smart, full price streaming services, only getting access to a fraction of their content. Get your money's worth at expressvpn.com/Kiltony. Our link at expressvpn.com/Kiltony. Get an extra 3 months of ExpressVPN for free. That's expressvpn.com/Kiltony. Hey y'all, I have a question. What's more American than a bald eagle? The 4th of July is almost here, and that means a couple of things. Barbecue, pool parties, last but not least, Wizzy. Just so happens that the sponsors are making sure that all the gladiators are groomed for battle on America's birthday. From shop joint for 8 periods worldwide. Offer for you. And free worldwide. Our code, KiltonyAdvance.com. About an American dream. Am I right, Red Band? I'm growing up. Raised junk. Or only right to start with American Performance Package 4.0. This package not junk. The package turns your lawnmower trimmer, weed whacker, ear and nose hair trimmer, crop preserver, ball deodorant, crop reviver toner, performance boxer briefs, and a travel bag to hold all your goodies. First off, I'm wearing 4.0. Have a lawnmower, your trimmer, advanced technology. This trimmer is designed below the as to carve out live mullets as your crop preserver, ball deodorant, and crop reviver ball toner will change the hygiene routine. And they're better than freaking
Mike, shape boxer shed travel bag, bring crotch comfort to a whole nother level. And for my diehard patriots who rock a dirty snatcher, go to buy the full look for the Manscaped brand new Beard Hedger Pro Kit, including the Beard Hedger trimmer. You'll be looking like the total American dream. Your freedom bells to the next level by going to manscaped.com and get 20% off with free shipping with our discount code KILLTONY. Get your independence this Independence Day and unlock your confidence with Manscaped. Hey y'all, with HelloFresh you get fresh pre-portioned ingredients, recipes delivered right to your doorstep. Trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh home, easy, fun, and affordable. America's #1. This summer, HelloFresh is here to work out well, reach your goals with delicious smart and protein smart lunch and dinner options, plus vegan recipes and calorie smart for advantage.
If you're ready like now, look for quick and easy recipes. HelloFresh menu, including fresh options just on 15 minutes or less. I actually HelloFresh. I have somewhere go out to eat fast fresh. I can one portion for me. Together minutes or less.
That's right. No matter your lifestyle, you'll always find delicious recipes on the HelloFresh menu, like pescatarian, veggie, and much more. You can even put proteins and sides to make a recipe just the way you like it. So go to HelloFresh.com and use the code PEACE for 6 free meals plus free shipping. One more time, go to HelloFresh.com. 6 for 6 free meals plus shipping. Gentlemen, are you ready? I want to talk about one of your American happening is working American whole pre-workout higher than serious periodically packed with 300 milligrams of water, no face jitter, stars of gym and in life.
Look at this move. Look at this move.
Monday on the show. Probably waiting for. Don't settle for compromise. Go to sendit.com and use promo code TONY for a special discount. Promo code TONY. Always like true. Do you think that podcasts are going to become Are you guys or what? One of the things I love about the show is the established comedy is quite stand-up comedian, without a doubt, one of by far the best stand-up comedians on planet Earth. She helped me get my job at the comedy store 16 years ago, changing my life forever. An eye for talent like none other. Trained directly underneath the late great Mitzi. Opener for Andrew Dice Clay, headlining the Sony Hall in New York City, June 16th and 17th. Ladies and gentlemen, Philly's own comedy store legend, Eleanor Kerrigan, everybody! Going for Eleanor Kerrigan!
Hey, you keyboard by this stuff. But yeah, violin. I still no black sister not even but just this is violin. Bro, that's a great 25 minutes ago, bro. What does it say? OCC? What is it? Nope. Oh, that's it. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'll fucking spam it. Shout out to France. Bitch saying. Stupid slut. But in my head, I'm as smart as no, like I said, it doesn't matter. God, there. This shit is so funny. What are you saying, bitch? Yes, I block and I mask the post for everyone. Thanks, girl. I bet this person's like, I love it. It's a cool shit of all time. I consider myself lucky that's fun. So why not get you?
Sometimes he's been on a coke bender. We found him when he was broke, living in his van. He now wears the same Rolex he and Joe Rogan wears. He balls out of control, selling out every weekend, but now he has a drug problem. Sing it if you know the words. On tip.
You know, if we defund the police, then every weekend we have to go out on 6th Street and try to beat the shit by hand. Yep. Love it here in Austin because you guys have school for every disability, school for the blind, school for the deaf, and school for the Mexican. The solution. Put them in a school, maybe they can learn to not be blind.
Shut the fuck up.
Or Mexican. I was just in Seattle recently. Everyone dresses in layers in Seattle. They look like they're trying to fly paying for a carry-on. That's why they're so socially awkward. So much layers in having sex. Like, ooh, you piqued my interest. You can get to the upper inner layer. So that's my bad day, guys.
Tim. Tim. How do you feel?
I feel amazing, Tony. I do. Comedy has been amazing for me. And
you shouldn't come to me with jokes so much.
Like one of those drills weekend, right? Oh, okay, that's it.
Yeah.
None of the hard stuff?
No, none of the fun stuff.
See this, the hard stuff. But your girlfriend's level hotter than you. about this every week. Does she tempt you on the regular with hard drugs?
She just makes it look fun and hot, but she never pushes it on.
Mushrooms with her this weekend?
Yes.
What do you guys do when you do mushrooms?
We just like Whataburger and stare at her poster in her room.
Oh, you're those strippers that used to come. No. This is what does she do?
She has an office job. She works from home. She works she does computer stuff, answers emails, supply chain.
She works from home. You guys spend a lot of time together, is that right?
Yes.
How do you guys pass the time?
We
know that you're married. You're always afraid that she's got somebody's dick. Talk about this on regular. Happened this week where you would hear it all this.
I was a little insecure this weekend.
Tell us about that one.
I was like, hey, come downtown. And she's like, okay, I'll go to Rainy. I was like, okay, that's not where I'm at. And then,
right. You're making nervous.
I sort of looked for her phone that night.
Oh, what did you make it? What the fuck was that? I heard that. What's nice? Everybody, two people with stepping on toes now. Welcome to the new sound. People can't do now. Opportunity is past. And so when you put I can't yell, okay, all right. Great. That's how it started. Like, when I like it, so now that I do still got it. Brought it back. Never give up. Give us no one.
I found a text message from a unregistered number.
Number?
Yes. And she was like, I just did it to get free things. There weren't responsive.
Wow, what time is it?
Like 1 a.m.
Oh, fucking danger zone right there. See the reason why we have supply chain issues? Like what else is going on? Anything else exciting?
I recently got an STD test.
Wow. It would have been a lot funnier without the word test afterwards. I'm very excited there. So, what made you get the test? You've been with the girl for what, months?
Yeah, I did get a text message that was like, a partner of yours says she has STD, or she has monkey. Go get tested. Anonymous service.
Oh, that's fire. Wow. I'm gonna get a new phone and start texting all my buddies. Great thing to do. Hey, new number is loading. Coming after, right? Let them sweat it a little bit. Texas said AIDS and monkeypox.
Yeah.
You were like, I got to get tested. Immediately.
Better safe than sorry. There's no downside to getting tested. You should all get tested.
Dude, you pissed me off. Yeah, and then you laugh. Fuck you, man. What's up with your shitty interactions? You're just bad. You're bad socially. Yeah, you know why? You know what you are? You're AFC. Dog. And then I was gonna help you download the book, and then you fucking leave. Fuck you. Because you're an AFC. Dog. That's what an AFC would say. Alright, I'm gonna beat you in literati right now. I'm gonna just spank you. No more talking. Just literati. Are you ready for your literati invitation?
I pulled a name out of the bucket before without anybody noticing. The name of Nicholas Maglio, ladies and gentlemen. The first came out of the bucket. Know him. He's been on this show before. Works some other shit. What for Nicholas?
Look it up. No one knows. Um, it originates from Chinese. It's a measure of weight. Martial arts, Jin denotes a type of internal energy. These Chinese words are like worth a ton. Oh, dude, 34 points? What the fuck was that, dude? You're not even making sense. I got my 100th win. So now you're allowed to beat me. Yes, sir. Pretty unbelievable. I can't believe I've won that many. Correct. Against real people. They use bots though. Like super crazy words. Words no one's ever heard of. Yep. I believe you. I have all vowels. Dude, fuck you. Fuck you, dude. That's the worst. No, it's an alternative of gin or whatever. The Chinese word I put down. I don't know, because it's used in martial arts, I guess. No, I have. Because I don't really want to. The things that I do on stream are stretch. That's about as much workout as I do. But I do stretch on stream, and I stretch really well and often. Not as often as I should, but I stretch a lot. Dude, fuck you, man. What the fuck, dude? Dude, that's huge. Yeah. I know. Yep. No, it's great. Makes you think. We learn. Dude, good job, dude. Yo, pimp. You should read the book The Game. Yeah, I did. I told you what to do. You should work out a different part of your body. Correct. There you go. Don't skip leg day. Good on you.
question was, do you have a job? Have you had a job? How are you surviving?
I mean, I don't have a job and I'm kind of yeah, excellent.
And people told you that you're fine.
Yeah,
Who?
happened.
Who? What is their name and their number? So I want to contact them. Tell them I've recently been your monkeypox today.
Who?
Holy shit.
Depends. Probably Dave Chappelle.
That's alcohol.
Parents, any drinkers?
No.
Alright. What do you do with you? Have you been diagnosed as it?
Yeah, I went to a special in high school.
What? Special ed high school, like they did the doctor tell me you were something? They
Well,
just
I
put
don't
you there.
know a technicality. It was like 8 kids.
Okay.
So, fun time, 90 kids.
Okay. What do you like to do for
Dude,
fun?
you're
when
doing
not
well
having
today.
some weekend? What else do you do? Really? No one but me. No one but me. No one. Red Band's laughing. He's also half retarded. What do you hobbies? Anything. You don't have a job. You don't have to know. I'm trying to find out anything about you right now. You're being interviewed on my podcast.
It's okay, I'm just trying to kill it in every way, shape,
There he goes, everybody. AJ Valentine, not even a little about hitting the road, everybody. Absolutely unbearable. This show is not for everybody. You have to be able to answer questions. A very, very challenge. And for those that think, oh, he's special, oh, he's autistic, oh, there's something wrong with him. Well, my friends, I, right now, am about to introduce a great comedian that's literally fucking retarded. And he's about to destroy Gold Ticket winner from Toronto, Canada. Bill Tony Smith. Darren Nathan, everybody. One and only Darren motherfucking Nathan.
you notice, I bubble with a and someone did a thing start the letter B. Baseball! Barbecue! Ball whip! Basket and run! The list goes on! The hero night! I love my cat! There's some well, I mean, cat. Wake up with the ass my face every morning. There's some
You're doing really well today. Yeah, but to be expected. I've won 100 straight games.
very first step.
Yep.
Every single step, every single interview, the fucking guy gets it. Not leaning on excuses like ADHD. No, you're yeah, exactly. That's fucking nothing. It's nothing to you. That's like a fucking ingrown nail or something. It's just not even that big of a deal. ADHD and autism.
What word? Spell it.
Oh yeah, he just it's
No.
he gets excited. Red X. That's
No.
great. My friend, you did it again. How your week in Austin?
You were gonna play something there? There you go. Oh, no way. What? That was good. It's all the right side. Basically.
Guys, I can't even imagine. Like, of it. No one's in friend. Tell us more. So you're at the soccer going down. One. You did. You don't know. My God. Were you taking by yourself? Were you sitting in a circle?
Minutia, you always ask me that.
Hold on. Hold all the other thoughts. You're sitting in your saying something out loud. What?
I just opened up the board.
No more normal. Oh wow. So lucky. Right?
What'd you say? A girlfriend and I went and I bought all this. She was older than I was, but I wanted to buy all the stuff that I wasn't allowed to have, like cigarettes and rented porn, and went to a party, and like the whole party watched this porn in the background. And what else did we buy? Like everything that you could do on your 18th birthday, I did. No, you have to be 21 to do that. Yeah. Then you could. You can't anymore. My 21st birthday, I had two 21st birthdays. Two huge parties. Because I had two groups of friends that were like different groups of friends. And so I had all my friends from one group and then another group, and they were just two huge house parties. I don't know how you're so close to me, and then I just like break away and get up like 80 points on you, or 70.
Friends over on much. Anything else? There's just a show in Oklahoma.
You're on the
How'd that
board?
go? I don't know. What about afterwards? Okay, wait. Look out.
Thanks. Word, dog.
Like, I don't last playing.
No more.
I understand that.
You ever leave?
What is that?
Like, hello, how are you? Funny. What? You're a goddamn legend. You're a fucking monster. Everybody loves you. A freak of nature. There he goes, the great Jared Nathan, everyone. We're gonna keep it moving along. Make some noise for Andre Rodriguez, everybody. He's the next comedian.
What the fuck?
More time for Andre.
Today, get to go tomorrow, you know. Why the first time? Yeah. Got an abortion the second time. Talk about it. You might be signing up, but just to let you know where I stand on a right that is on a circle. That's exactly where. It's gonna be a weird trip though, you know? I have to get the flight attendant's gonna ask me where you to Hawaii, sir. Because, well, you're from here to handle some business. So, into the aloha, say hello, all means goodbye. So growing up, I was getting zombies. I was actually really good at zombies, but I wasn't good enough Indian. Turns out, there is no harder word to spell than an Indian person's name. Seen their names? They are superfluous. I can do both of those instead. Common and Doston is superfluous. Thank you.
Okay. Alright. Andre Rodriguez. Am I saying that? Andreas Rodriguez. Get into it, Andreas. You are a comedy photographer.
But I am.
Started that at Vulcan 2.5.
Well, yeah,
Right. Remember, photographer. Us. Cast company. Start stand-up comedy.
About 4 years ago.
You were doing stand-up first.
Yes, I was.
Okay. And, all your money being...
I kind of do a lot of things. I do lighting in town. I do a lot of photography, and I bartend. So, you know, just
but I don't know. I find yourself very compelling.
That's fine. All right.
Make yourself compelling now. Make me interested in what it is.
All right. I had a very hilarious interview when I was 20 years old.
Injury?
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Well, I was 20 years old. I just first moved away from mom's little rascal. I went to a park on the river, right? I climbed up this tree, and as I was climbing up this tree, I'm thinking on a branch. So about to go in the water, long chain hanging from it. Long chain.
Hit me with it.
Nothing of it. Water. Swim off. Anyway, I jump. I fall. I see the chain coming at me. I'm gonna stop. From the shore, I'm yelling.
Axes and riots?
And
Good job.
alright, relax. Breathe. Everything is there.
Beautiful. I'm beating you by 90.
Your next comedian, Adam. Let's see if anything happens.
I whooped your ass, dog. Yo, pimp. Nope.
Can you play?
I was 11.
I'm
Better. I took 3 hours. I didn't get a mulch. All right.
I could play water. Okay.
I walked in. I did. All right. And then do an ultrasound. So as 11-year-old Will, I'm as hard as a rock. Okay. And every single time she would pull to get up for my son, I would every until I blew all.
Jesus fucking Christ, man. What's going on here? So, fucking fuck. The outfit's phenomenal. I mean, it really is. It's very, very high hook. Adam, how long have you been doing stand-up?
That was my first.
Very, very fucking good. Thank God for that. Last 2 times here, 4 years. So, you were supposed to have it. So, how far did you drive to get here?
Been here for a couple months, but I drove. So,
okay. Been where for a couple months?
That's mostly all around. Yeah, I'm a nomad, so I like stay on campground.
Do you have a car, a van?
Yeah, no, I stay in my ride.
What's your ride?
It's a older, technically, like an old Ford.
Oh, it's station.
Okay. Anyone have a question?
Chi at the very Chi, CHI by Mini and T and Log and Apps. At the very top, there's an HI. Put the C in front of the H. No, the other H to the left. I don't know. It's right next to that other H. All right, we're gonna play darts, and then I'm gonna go to sleep because I'm tired, and it's 5 o'clock in the morning. I don't know. Darts time. I taught Riser how to play soccer. He likes it. Yep, tons of people. Dude, when I go viral, you're gonna have a podcast and you're just gonna ask people all these fucking questions. Every fucking question that you ask me, you're gonna ask it to other people. Every single one. You're gonna have thousands of hours of footage of you just asking people back to back questions. What's your favorite word? Nice job, Zoot. 80. All right, get 21. Put me out of my misery.
Come on down. Analyze. You can wear whatever you want. You can pick your dreams. You don't even have to be funny. I'm still tone. Do it. What do you do in your life?
Get it, Zoot. Nice checkout. Nice. All right, I'm ready for that. That'd be cray cray in a good way. All right, that's 1 and 3. Not what you want. That's 20. Get it. Beautiful checkout, Zoot.
Those towels are how. Did you really hotels and like on something?
20. 20. Get the 1. Checkout. Just get it. Beautiful. Beautiful job.
I go back to my place for Robert. With
All right. Here we go. I'm not focusing. Let me go first. Fuck. Go. Get a triple. Nope. Nope. That was not good. That was not good. That was like a 4. Yeah, I did. Mine was like a 5. Get it. That would have been cool. Right.
Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How are you? I'm well, thank you. Apologies, I wasn't awake yesterday. I have a question. When you came in, did you say hello? Because I wasn't sleeping that long or that deeply. No, I know. When you came in last night, did you say hi? Oh, okay. Because I was listening for. Okay, okay, very well. I didn't think you did. All right, that makes sense. All right, well, Miss Aquarius, I hope you have a wonderful day, and I'll see you for bowling tonight. Sound like a plan? Excellent. Oh, absolutely. I'll, you too. Take care. Yo, pimp. Yeah, that was a bust. I'm gonna get it here. Triple. Oh, dude, you are done. Dude, you should give up. Yes, you did. Hit the 21. Hit the 14. You got it. Hit the 3. Easy. Out. I got you, B. Oh, no, we're not done. Get it. Get it. You, that was garbage. That was garbage, dude. I think you got one of them. I want to go to the instant replay on that because you were really close. Hey, Zoot, remember that time I sent you an invitation and you accepted and then I beat you? Are you not going to accept the invitation? 51. I'll take it. Or 50, something like that. Get it. Get the triple 20 right now. You got the double 20. Get that. Get the triple. Get the triple. That would have been an amazing shot. That would have been all in one round. I, all right, I'm going to get it right now. How'd you like that, Zoot? I don't know why. That's bullshit. I'm not good at this. Basically. Get it. Gotcha, bitch. Still a good shot. That's 2 wins in a row. I almost did it. 20. I mean, I tried hard. Oh no, you're right on that. 20. 18. All I need is 120. I can get this. Fucked it up. Got it back though. Or the 14. You're done. Impossible. Gotcha. That's 3 wins in a row, Zoot. I'm getting better. 3 wins in a row, Zoot. Get it. 13, 3, 25. That's pretty good. 1, 20, 3. That was not good. Now, what a good round. You need the triple. Oh, I won. That's 4 games in a row, Zoot. What happened to you? I'm even playing distracted and I'm beating you. No, you didn't. I'm behind you by 1. 20. 20, get the 1. Get it. Beautiful shots, Zoot. Fuck. I busted. That was bullshit. Stop my streak. Good job, big dog. Alright, my last game. We're gonna get them all right here. Yep. I think it is a terrible. A bullseye should be triple 25, so 75. Get that 12. Get it, Zoot. Get it. Oh, dude, we'll get it now. Nice checkout. Good job, Zoot. Good job, Zoot. Zoot, I want you to download the game right now. Go to Google. I'll walk you through how to do it. It's really easy. It's not on YouTube. Yeah, it's considered a misogynistic book. They won't have it on there. It's sexually explicit as well. All right, dog, just listen to me. Quit trying to do things your way for once, okay? When you listen to me, all this shit goes really easy for you. When you do it your own way, it is so much work. You know that in your life. Go to Google. Please let me know when you're at Google. Are you at Google? You're such a bad. Neil Strauss, the game. But you don't know how to download it. You ready? Okay, how long is it? Perfect, that's it. Listen to it. That's your homework, and then tell me everything you learned tonight, okay? Very good, Zoot. Zoot, has anybody ever told you you're a shitty communicator? Okay, well, those people were right. Take care, big dog. Well, I could see that. I could really see that. That book will help you, though.
Writing skills, performing skills. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the one motherfucking David Lucas. Everybody, here we go. For real.
Outside, like, and I was racism. If there was no racism, there would be no Carhartt. I really love Carhartt. I think about a lot of shit. I think about gay guys die. So, like I've never heard somebody say I'm going to a gay guy's funeral. You know what I mean? Kind of like a baby. Like I've never seen one, but I know there's a lot of part. I wonder do they bring gay guys face down? But he would want. All right, so,
Unbelievable. Oh my god. I almost forgot what comedy was, everybody. No, timing. I truly.
I will bury you face.
Oh, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. When we bury you, we'll bury you on your back and you're going to be hanging out of the dirt. Fat fuck, you son of a bitch. So happy to see you. We're going to bury you in the place you love the most, your refrigerator.
Get buried in. Easy access. All the
If you're thinking about going to nursing school but aren't sure how to get started, join us at Galen College of Nursing's upcoming open house. Here, you'll meet with friendly and helpful faculty, current students, and academic advisors who can help you get comfortable with admissions and enrollment. Plus, you'll tour our campus and learn all about Galen's personalized student support. RSVP now for our open house on Tuesday, April 29th from 4 to 6 p.m. by visiting galencollege.edu/Miami.
And the ghost said, "This episode is brought to you by Cards Against Humanity." But then the phone rang, and the babysitter answered it, and the voice said, "They asked us not to read an ad." Enjoy the show! Scary. Feeling gray? Need a break from all that human governance? Then come and experience 7 levels of relaxation at Dulce Day Spa. Escape the stresses of the surface world as you soak in one of our embryonic baths, now with complimentary visitors. Great geothermal heat pumps. Our stones aren't just hot, they're dangerously radioactive. Sweat out the toxins you may have been injected with as you experience full body exhaustion in one of our forced labor mines. Here at Dulce Day Spa, we feel that sometimes you just want to be abducted from all of the stresses of the day-to-day world. So leave the driving to us. Simply make an appointment and we'll come get you. Treat yourself to one of our head-to-toe molten granite exfoliations. Our subterranean estheticians know all about shedding skin. At Dulce Day Spa, we'll
They got a heated cooler upstairs in the corner.
That's because you found it before me.
But I think that in the back of your underwear. You know?
The middle is flustered. I mean, be a little pepper. David, why do you think you're so overweight? We never really talk about it directly. Like, I know my feminine quality, why you call me gay, but we never talk about why you're morbidly obese. You know what I mean?
You ain't got no face in your figure that one. Now, I like to eat, man.
Yeah, tell us when you eat it. What happens there?
Well, now it's different because I got all these people that's making me healthy. I don't get to eat no value.
What if you use the right band knows how to make it?
Oh, but you gotta wake up in the morning and make chicken. Yeah, I used to work 30, so I get breaks.
Wow.
Chicken biscuit with waffle fries is the best.
And now what? Now what are some of your guilty pleasures? Now that you have
Oh my god. Now breakfast is an athletic green smoothie.
Oh no.
I don't get a real meal till like 2 p.m.
I gotta tell you, Athletic Greens is one of the sponsors, and I gotta say, it's one of the most delicious beverages that I've ever had in my entire life. I just the flavor, Athletic Greens. I mean, there you go. Yeah.
For the listeners, that wasn't me.
It's either my butthole or Eleanor's pussy. And Eleanor Queen.
I put the echoes.
Is that what that old sound like?
Yeah. They got the long curtain.
Old women sound like Andy Griffith music.
Sometimes it stutters like that guy. That was
Yeah.
If you made Aaron read a book of alliteration, it words and it's a
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck did they cheat?
He crushes retard strength. It is incredible. It's unbelievable.
I'm about to get butter, nigga. Fuck that.
Yeah. Number 6. Extra butter. David, you're unbelievable. We are the Guinness World Record holders for the 2 people that have made fun of each other the most ever on the internet of all time. It continues on June 10th. This is the 10th anniversary of 70 in an hour. Tickets are available for the live stream. Tony. We are live. Thanks so much for Lucas. I want to name light stuff. That's what we're supposed to do. And now we go back to the bucket. We've seen Kenny makes a voice for next comedian Chris Live.
Take away your kids. So book today. Now with more locations than ever imagined. Dulce Day Spa. Put your world to new order. Beloved listener, you've been selected for a very special task. To listen, to laugh, to learn on this episode of Blurry Photos. Blurry Photos. A lot like Desperado. Yeah, too late. I am the Black Beret, David Flora. I'm just an intern, Dave Stecco. Just here to help. I heard that they hire a few every year, so I'm really going for it. Feel like I can really climb the ladder here. Down. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Hi, we're hitting this hard. Yeah, man, we're coming right at it because this is a fucking fun episode. Not like that other episode. You know the one I'm talking about. We don't even have to name it. Yeah, you get it. There's a lot to this one. Oh, we've got a lot of listener requests for this. Yeah. It has been rattling around in our coffee can of shows for a while. Yep. Finally decided to pour it into a hot, steaming mug and sip it right here in front of God and everybody. That's right. When you pour something that's room temperature into a hot, steaming mug, it actually evens out pretty well. Yeah. But sometimes your lip gets stuck to that mug. Yeah. I lost a lot of lip skin to this episode. We're paying a lot of lip skin to this episode. Man, what a topic that just everybody's covered. Yeah, they really have. And so now we're doing it too, I guess, because you're listening to it. So done. It's done. All right, you can get mad about it, but it's already happened. So just shut up. You're in it for the long haul as we talk about the Dulce bass. Yeah, the sweetest bass in America. Now, you're on to a good topic when the body has covered it. Yeah, and in his television show, in his television programs, Jesse the Body Ventura. Oh yeah, he did on his conspiracy show. Jesse Ventura. Hi, I'm ex-governor Jesse Ventura. Things are conspiracy. I can't do it now. I had it before. Maybe I never had it. You have it somewhere in there. You had a lot of horse mouth going on there. Yeah, I did have a lot of horse mouth. I don't feel like Jesse Ventura lives terribly far away from my Sean Connery. No, well, he's like the weird third cousin of Sean Connery and Jimmy Stewart. Yeah, it doesn't matter. What matters is this goofy ass Dulce bass. I mean, because this is a lightning rod in the conspiracy world. It's a nexus of sorts. It is. Aliens, reptilians, meet the Illuminati, meet the New World Order, meet government conspiracy.
Eat meat,
Yeah. Oh man.
human meat,
Yeah, human meat.
cattle meat.
Jesus. This goes in so many directions simultaneously that I had just a fucking blast doing research on
Yeah.
because I was
let's,
just because every road went everywhere, and no matter where you went, it's not like not going back, not checking that other road is going to cost you. It was like all reward, no risk.
That's true. I went up and down a lot of roads in this.
Yeah, you really did.
I was on a motorcycle of fear and hatred.
Yeah, and now you get to listen to his wheels of entertainment.
Yeah, so let's chain whip this thing into action and give it the old blurry photos penance stare.
That's right.
Uh, so as far as extraterrestrial activity hotspots go, the American Southwest is probably number one on the list, I would think. The lights of Roswell, Area 51, Phoenix Lights are among the most recognizable in ufology. But there is yet another that conjures concepts of a whole cavalcade of conspiracy. Dulce Base is a supposed infamous underground government facility located in New Mexico, wherein lies a confluence of gray aliens, reptilians, the New World Order, unthinkable human experiments, diabolical future tech, government cover-up, a war between ETs and humans, also for your mind, and infinity things we just don't even know about,
Yeah,
because we don't have clearance.
this is like an internet junk drawer.
Yeah.
And all we wanted was a couple of fucking batteries, and we got to go through the whole thing to get them.
I was looking for the flash drive. Where is that thing? Now, conspiracy of the base began in the late 70s, early 80s, when a man purporting to have picked up on communications living around the area blew the lid off the cover-up. From there, the Dulce Base story has grown a little alien plant in a little shop of horrors.
Feed me, 4chan! Feed me!
We'll be taking a look at the origins of the story, the major players involved, what is claimed to transpire there, whether there is any solid evidence to back these claims up. Should you be stocking up on colloidal silver and water filters?
Whoa. Don't drag that into this, okay? That's like in the middle of this saying, oh, should you be doing 10 push-ups and 10 sit-ups every morning? You always should be, and it doesn't matter. Of course you should be stocking up on colloidal silver and water filters. The only question you need to ask yourself is,
Do you understand? Are you a patriot?
yeah,
Can you be vigilant eternally? Big thanks to Grey Cat for our stockpile of colloidal silver, by the way.
yeah, it's in soap form. I wash the lies away.
So let us get into origins of this, because this is a turkey leg at a Ren fair.
Yeah, it's got a lot of tendon in there.
Ugh,
That
man.
first bite's a lot of fun, but you're going to be settling into Tendon Town before you know it.
Man, oh man. Once, never again.
Yep.
Heading on down to town. As we said, the meat of the story came out in the late 70s, but the area has had its share of unexplained and eye-squintable activity for decades prior. UFOs have been spotted all over New Mexico since at least the 40s. In 1945, an unidentified object supposedly crashed in the small town of San Antonio, south of Albuquerque. Not that San Antonio.
Yep.
In 1947, something came down in Roswell, which is a ways southeast of there. Also in 47, something reportedly crashed in the western desert of San Agustin.
Laura, did we ever talk about? I went to Roswell once.
Really?
Yeah.
No, we didn't. I didn't know that.
I don't know how after 4.5 years this has never come up. But when the first there's 2 X-Files movies now, right?
I don't.
Okay, gotcha.
Sorry.
When the first one came out back in the day, my friend Mark got this great idea, and so we rented a Winnebago. We drove it to the theater, saw the X-Files movie, left the theater, got into the Winnebago, and drove to Roswell. Just a weird alien what's going on weekend. It's a town. It's a small town. I've been to the Alien. It's called the hotel or whatever there. Went to the museum, the UFO museum. Not very large,
Sure.
but
Bigger on the inside?
nope, about what you'd expect.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, truth be told, there's not much to be said about it. It's kind of a tourist trap. I didn't, you know, but I just realized that at no point did I ever mention that I once went there just for a fun trip.
I don't even know you anymore.
Right?
Also in 47, something reportedly crashed in the western desert of San Agustin, up in the northwest corner of the state. Something crashed in 1948 by the town of Aztec. What is bringing down aircraft in New Mexico? That's the story here.
Right?
People can't fly around there. And then one of the biggest mass sightings of UFOs in history occurred in March of 1950 in the nearby town of Farmington. For 3 straight days, some 1,500 witnesses reported seeing what was described as an armada of perhaps 500 saucers flying in the air above town. Dulce is not far from there to the east. Did we mention that in the aerial phenomenon episode? I can't remember if we did or not. It seems like something that warrants a mention at least twice. It's nuts. They don't know what happened. They don't know what it was.
You know what? There are a couple of these things, and I know that it's not our usual do, but I'm kind of feeling a little pull of gravity towards like the battle for LA.
Yeah.
There are some like the Washington.
Yeah.
You know, like, there are some really huge, very publicly documented. I haven't looked into them at all.
And Phoenix Lights.
You know, UFO sightings. And I don't know. I know that we don't really do UFO sightings, but maybe we should do an episode about them sometime.
Maybe.
Because I'm interested in them. And weirdly enough, I feel like every single UFO sighting show is either about Roswell or about like some one-time tiny sighting. But I never see
like a backwoods black triangle or something.
Right, but I don't know, and I'm sure they're out there. I'm sure there's shows that have covered these things. I've never seen them. So
maybe
I don't know.
Look into it.
Yeah. Hey, listener, what do you think?
In 1967, the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission detonated a nuke underground about 21 miles southwest of Dulce. Its intention was fracking. They were trying to release natural gas through explosion, and it was called Project Gas Buggy. And we have mentioned House, I believe, in our Strange Sounds episode, which is the location where a weird droning sound is heard by about half the population. Isn't that right? Isn't that what there's like a weird sound? House. Yeah. So New Mexico in general has just seen more than its fair share of weird stuff in the skies and apparently crashing into the ground.
Ugh. No, thank you. Now, about 12 years later, an Albuquerque man named Paul Benowitz began making some waves, looking over some rocks, poking a few jaguars. You know, just common phrases everyone uses. He's been described as a businessman, an electrician, physicist, inventor, researcher, geologist, part-time rodeo clown, and all-time eclectic interest man. Whatever he was, he decided to investigate the cattle mutilations that were currently happening in Dulce, and did so with a state trooper by the name of Dave Valdez. He soon reported intercepting radio signals that he said belonged to different extraterrestrial races who were communicating about anti-gravity flying machines and underground installations. He and Valdez apparently traced those signals to the Archuleta Mesa on the border of Colorado and New Mexico, right by where, Flora? Wrong. Oh, no, you were right. Sorry, you were right. Sorry, my bad.
Stay away from that button. It can get you in trouble.
I got an itchy trigger finger. Itchy trigger finger. The results will linger on my stinky trigger finger. Stinky trigger finger. What the That's 2 songs.
We Franken-songed that.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, keep on trucking. Yeah, Dulce, right there.
Dulce is a small town located right on the Jicarilla Apache Indian Reservation, also not far from a Ute reservation just the other side of the Colorado state line. It has a population
Utes
of around...
in Colorado?
Yep.
You've got to be kidding me.
Utes. At the time, it had a population of about 900. So what better place to hide an underground base than a sleepy little desert town on government property? Benowitz said that he collected almost 2 years worth of surveillance of alien communication, which includes videos of ships of the underground base, abductee testimony, and he even went so far as to say that the base at Dulce was used by, I mean, listen, why have just one race of extraterrestrials?
Have them all.
Yeah, have them all. It is the LAX of bases. Anyone can fly into or out of Dulce. LaGuardia. Oh,
Also, from henceforth, it's surveillance.
surveillance. Did I say that?
No, but it's alien surveillance.
That's true.
Surveillance of aliens. Alien.
Yep, you're absolutely right. He was then contacted for an interview by an abductee named Myrna Hansen, who agreed to go under hypnotic regression to talk about her time at the base. She claimed to have been abducted in 1980 along with her son and taken inside the Dulce base. She described humans placed in cold storage and large vats filled with the remains of cattle and human body parts.
Good for a soap.
Listen, don't make fun of the Dulce base cafeteria, okay? They're making those ladies, they've got to provide like 800 lunches a day, and there's not a lot of funding, okay? So just take it easy on them.
There is work that goes into it. They open cans and they stir. They also have to lift heavy pots to pour that stuff into serving trays. I mean,
yeah. Also, they have to inventory those little milk cartons.
That's milk?
Now, Benowitz was so thoroughly convinced of insidious motives by being not of this world, and freaked out that everyone was in trouble because of the proximity to the nearby Manzano nuclear weapons storage area, which, if everything is as advertised for this guy, like it was an accident, like no one realized that their secret alien base is right next to the nukes, like, oh, anyway. He presented his findings to the Air Force Office of Special Intelligence nearby Kirtland Air Base. Flora, from the moment he delivered his report to the Office of Special Intelligence, they grabbed it and ran with it. Right to the trash can. They did nothing. He released another report, this time to the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization, saying, quote, the total alien basing area apparently contains several cultures, all under the designation Unity, and is approximately 3 kilometers wide by 8 kilometers long and is located in the middle of nowhere on the Jicarilla Indian Reservation west of Dulce, Mexico. Based on the number of ships presently in this area, the total alien population is estimated to be at least 2,000 and likely more. At this point, it said that the Air Force Office of Special Investigations began a disinformation campaign against him, and maybe even began feeding him false information in his surveillance to the point where he had to withdraw from the issue entirely. He eventually had a nervous breakdown and lived quietly the rest of his life, dying in 2003 of natural causes that were suspiciously like roaches. Yeah, I mean, I would be curious to hear the radio chat that he was intercepted.
I would too. Now, we're purposefully leaving out a few details about the base itself because we're going to come back to that in its whole
No, we're
section
leaving it out
on
because
its own.
we're shills for the NWO. How else are we going to keep those
gotta
NWO
script.
checks?
Just read the script. Stop trying to be some kind of patriot.
Listen, Flora, I'm not fucking with that NWO. Those checks need to keep flowing in here. How else are we going to afford all the neutranium for our rocket packs?
Keep talking. Just keep talking. Frustrated adjustments. Microphone. Ugh. That would be quite a story in itself, if not for the sequel to the Benowitz saga, 1987's lid-blowing chart topper, Thomas Costello and the Dulce Papers.
They're a great big hit. Look out. Thomas Costello and the Dulce Papers does sound like a doo-wop group.
Yeah.
Oh, 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 oh.
This is an interesting part of the Dulce mythology as a whole, and we'll get to why later, but for now, we'll go over what Costello, or Costello, did. Costello's background is described thusly. In 1961, he was a sergeant at Nellis Air Force Base near Las Vegas and was a military photographer with top secret clearance. In 1971, he was offered a job as a security tech with Rand Corporation, which is a long-time suspected NWO. 1977, transferred to the Dulce base as a photo security specialist, where his job specification was to maintain, align, and calibrate video monitoring cameras throughout the underground complex and to escort visitors to their destinations. Also, with that, carried a clearance of Ultra 7.
Whoa. It's not Ultra 5.
One.
It's not Ultra 6.
After seeing the apparent atrocities that went on there, his conscience got the better of him, and he decided to leave the job, but not before collecting photos and classified material to take with him. Vigilance. Prior to hiding the original documents, he made 5 copies and, using a go-between, distributed them to the UFO community. These documents became known as the Dulce Papers and contain evidence of the base and what happens there. Leaving was more like escaping, however, and had consequences. He put his family in hiding because of his worry about retribution from his mysterious employers, but it was to no avail. His family was captured and threatened unless he returned the classified material and gave himself over. So he pieced the F out and never saw his family again.
That's what you gotta do.
He stayed on the run, but was apparently able to give some interviews here and there to ufologists during this time. He eventually disappeared and is presumed to be living under the radar in Europe, or dead, or other stuff.
Well, what's the difference? You're either living in Europe, come on.
You might fault him for that decision to just run away, but like when you're dealing with entities as sinister as a shadow government and world corporations and aliens and stuff like that.
Yeah,
they're not going to leave anybody alive.
no, and that's we'll say some of this for the discussion later on, but whether you believe him or not, you believe him.
Yeah.
In that scenario, going to ground is not such an unexpected move or such a bad idea. Moving on into the 90s, a fellow by the name of Phil Schneider began lecturing at UFO conferences about Dulce and his apparent experience. Phil was a scion of the Navy, his father being Captain Oscar Otto Schneider, and he claimed that he worked on the Philadelphia experiment and had confessed on his deathbed that he was an ex-German U-boat captain, thus the Otto in there. Among Phil's claims about himself were the many jobs he held, including working for Lockheed, being a self-taught geologist and explosives expert, working for the Office of Naval Intelligence, with months spent at Area 51, and being a Department of Defense construction contractor for Morrison Knudsen between 1977 and 1981. So, I mean, I don't want this to get buried, so let's just look at that for a second. I think we've all heard of Lockheed. They're a pretty famous engineering company, aeronautical weapons, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Think they need to hire a lot of self-taught people?
If they're geniuses.
Yeah. Did they have an ad in the newspaper? Need geologist / explosives expert?
Must be self-taught.
Yeah.
Minimum 5 years experience.
Requirements, no formal education. Now, for his job with Morrison Knudsen, he claimed to be involved in the engineering of underground military bases all over the world using, quote, explosive shape charges, which would quote, blow the room into existence.
Blow the lid on it.
Yeah. Blow a lid into it. During this time, he was tasked with building some additions to Dulce, also utilizing boring machines that would liquefy rock and turn it into smooth black glass behind it. In 1979, drills broke into a large cavern that was, quote, infested with gray aliens, and a firefight ensued. He claimed to have killed 2 of them before being hit by a light green cobalt radiation that was fired by one of the aliens. Badly injured and burned, but still alive, Phil was able to make it back to the surface and survive. He was one of only 3 men to survive the encounter. 66 Secret Service agents, FBI agents, and Black Berets died in the skirmish. The fight became known as the Dulce War. Because, one fight, that's... Phil later said that he had scars from the radiation blast and that it gave him cancer. He became determined to expose the base and the government, lecturing about the government's cover-up, black budgets. What are DUMBs? I keep seeing it and I just never took the
Deep
moment.
underground military bases.
Gotcha.
They are dumb.
Yeah, I kept seeing that, an acronym, and I was like, I'll look it up later. All right. Deep underground military bases, advanced technology, and New World Order / alien agendas. He claimed that the government was trying to kill him, and that if he was ever found dead, it would be a fake suicide. Spoilers. He was found dead in 1996. A catheter tube was wrapped around his neck. Those close to him are sure it was no suicide, and that some of the circumstances surrounding the handling of the body were suspect. Either way, he definitely added fuel to the Dulce fire. These are the catheter tubes.
Oh.
It was all there. I just put them together.
So,
Shy hat.
if you're not driving, take a shot.
You are driving, something else.
Knock yourself in the face. Well, at this point, a well-placed sucralose sound.
Is such a thing even possible? Yes, it is.
Nice. They're like where your head's at there.
Also, I'm going to throw in a dry fuss.
What? Come on! What? Whoa! Don't blow the whole fucking budget. Whoa!
It's after Christmas, money to burn. Christmas bonus is in, and it's all going to sound effects. Let's keep trucking. There will be time for explanation if we get through this next part.
Only if, though, because there's a real good chance that we might not make it here.
Yeah,
As far as we go.
it might get too hot for you, listener. You might have to turn it off, lest you burn your sensitive ears. Is that what?
Yeah, I like that version.
Metaphors are going crazy. Let's talk about what's going on at this base. What is happening? Dulce.
This base. Quit picking on it. Just a sweet little base. It even says, "Hi, my name's Dulce. Hola. Hola. Me amo. Oh no, wait. Me amo es Dulce."
What was it going to be?
Well, I was afraid that I was afraid that I was speaking French or Spanish in the wrong. Then I was no, you're right. You're doing it.
All right. So what goes on there? Well, pretty much whatever vile thing you can imagine.
Whatever the shenanigans patrol wants you to know.
First of all, let's talk about the structure of the base. It's huge. 7 levels extend 2 miles below ground, with space for tens of thousands of humans and aliens. Yeah. Some say it is built like the Pentagon, in sort of a five walled
Pentacular in reference to our Dark Master, the Father of Lies.
Others say that it's in circles with tunnels connecting like the spokes of a wheel.
Dante-esque.
It has a central hub, which is controlled by base security. I'm pulling this off of one of those websites that just has everything that.
Did you notice how many websites have the exact, the exact same article?
Mm-hmm.
It had all the same pictures in the same order. Everything was like above top secret, UFO report. Like they all had like one cut and paste article.
Oh yeah. I'm just here's the plan here is to get out all the fun stuff, and we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
So stay on the zip line here with us. The security level, the clearance, I guess, goes up as one descends to the lower levels. Most signs on doors and hallways are in the alien symbol language and a universal symbol language understood by humans and aliens. Now, Thomas Costello stated that after the second level, everyone is weighed in the nude, then given a uniform.
Up you go, lass.
Visitors are given off-white uniforms, jumpsuits with a zipper. The weight of the person is put on a computer ID card each day. Any change in weight is noted. And if over 3 pounds, a physical exam and x-ray is required.
Fat shamers.
Everything is controlled by advanced magnetics and the like. Here's a description of the 7 levels. Level 1, home to general maintenance.
Yes. You got your broke closets, your general contractors, couple of electricians, unions, IBW, local 666.
Level 2, garage for trains, shuttles, tunnel boring machines, and disc maintenance. You know, if you get your CD scratches.
You got your pipe fitters, your steel workers, couple of teamsters. Someone's got to move these tunnel boring machines around. You think you're covered for that? I don't think so. Teamsters.
Level 3, this is where you get weighed and get all naked and everything, like we said.
Hey, don't try to sneak any sweatpants on level 3. They don't catch you. You just gotta let it all hang out, you know? Yeah, it was weird the first couple of times, but I gotta be honest, I've come to look forward to weighing day. The only time I feel free. And you wanna know what? I feel beautiful.
Level 4 contains human research in paranormal areas.
It's also where they watch all the film footage gained on level 3.
Including hypnosis, mind control, mental telepathy, as opposed to another form of telepathy. Yeah. Remote viewing and astral traveling. Apparently, with the technology here, they can manipulate the bioplasmic body development of a laser weapon that can remotely cause burns and discomfort on its target. They can lower heartbeats with deep sleep delta waves, induce a static shock, then reprogram via a brain-computer link. I guess that's reprogram a person.
Yeah. Yep. It's also where the arcade is. So lots of people go up there and play Galaxy. Here's the thing. They haven't shipped a new game in there since the early 80s. All like scientists, so they can keep it running, but it's like Galaga and Pac-Man. You've never seen more competition for a high school. They used to have air hockey, but everyone was getting their fingers hurt and shit, so they took it out.
Level 5. This is where the aliens live.
Level 5. So, cut from
quote, the room is circular for the electromagnetic generator is nearly 200 feet diameter and covers the 5th and 6th levels in the extreme west-south.
Wait, they put the aliens on the same floor as the generator?
You gotta get your jabs and the slats where you can.
Yes. Flat jabbing.
There are 5 entrances plus an escape trap door on the 6th floor on each floor. Ugh, I don't like this quote. Doesn't make sense. Security is severe. Armed guards patrol 24/7, and in addition to weight-sensitive areas, there are handprint and eyeprint stations. Here is the device that powers the transfer of atoms.
Oh.
It's like an atom ATM.
Does it hurt when you have to like
Off
roll
in
your
heaven.
roll your eye in ink and then transfer your eye print to a piece of paper?
Only the first week.
Everyone there is blind. I think he meant handprint and like retinal scan, but I like the idea.
It was written in the 80s. All they had was eyeprint.
That
I don't know when this was written. Yeah, okay. Level 6 is known as Nightmare Hall.
it is a full functioning 24/7 spookily dookily house. Everyone gets together, they come up with ideas, there's ghost sounds, and there's like a bitch in there.
Yeah, they take a train to it and things pop out on the side. Like, oh,
Really great for taking your best gas.
It holds the genetic labs. Experiments are done on various animals that vastly altered from their original forms. There are multi-armed and multi-legged humans. Goro is down there. And several cages and vats of humanoid bat-like creatures up to 7 feet tall.
Sasquatch!
Apparently, aliens have taught the humans a lot about genetics, both useful and dangerous. That's probably from whatever side I pulled this from.
Yeah.
That sounds like an opinion. Here we go, level 7. Humans in cages here. Humans in cages here. Usually drugged or dazed. Here's a finely crafted sentence for you. Allegedly, there is row after row of 1,000s of humans and human-animal mixture remains in cold storage. Dave,
Yeah.
1,000s of humans.
Wow. Row after row of 1,000 humans and human animal mixture remains.
Yeah,
That's,
human-animal mixture remains. Here, too, are embryos of humanoids in various stages of development. Also, many human children's remains in storage vats.
Now, this seems like a late addition just to up the pucker factor on this. You've already covered that there were row after row of thousands of humans. They're like, oh. And children.
Yeah, in addition to humans.
Right.
Human children. Now, below level 7, we don't know. But I guess there are more levels that humans haven't been to, and
We're not going to find out about that until they need to write another book.
and it exits into a vast underground cavern series, also which humans haven't explored, but it's suspected to be a huge alien area. We hear that a lot. Aliens are underground.
Yeah.
They're either in plain sight, or they're underground, or they're underwater. They are where you're not, or they are.
Right? That is exactly it. They are where you're not. They are. Now, there are apparently thousands of miles of high-speed underground maglev shuttles which honeycomb the U.S. underground. You can get from L.A. to New York in 30 minutes, and every single state has multiple deep underground military bases. Dumb. So it's like, oh, did you think that Hyperloop was cool? Maybe 40 years ago. We've been doing better than that since the 80s.
Yep. God, 30 minutes.
Well, let's see here. See how fast that is. All right, so that means that this maglev train is traveling at 5,579.8 miles per hour, which is Mach 7, which is not it's not beyond imagination. The airspeed record was set by NASA's X-43A scramjet back in 2004 with a top speed of Mach 9.6.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So,
What's the land speed record?
there's a lot. This one is not as cut and dry because it's like wheeled, rocket driven.
Oh.
You know, there's a lot of like subcategories, but it looks like the highest speed that I'm seeing is about 760 miles an hour.
Now, I guess the land speed record wouldn't matter because they're not on land; they're on maglev, and so all they've got is air friction. Unless unless these underground tunnels are vacuum, there is no air friction. But whatever.
Yeah, the trains are not doing nearly so well. Just looking,
Maglev though, bro.
those
Maglev.
exist. We have, here we go. Maglev trains. Top speed is 375 miles per hour. Just sent at a test track in Japan 2 years ago.
I'm sorry, did I say Japanese underground maglev trains? No.
Sorry, bro.
These are alien future tech underground maglev trains.
Okay, well, what about
Science?
what about? That's how you get sued. That is somebody else's trademark. How about rocket sleds?
I don't give a
Oh, okay.
Are they maglev?
Well, no.
You're running by the power of magnets, not by combustible fuel, human.
Maglev maximum is 375. Rocket sled 6,400.
Wow.
So here's the thing.
Pretty good.
It's way out there, but it's not too far out there.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. Especially, if they have inertial dampeners.
That's right.
Nobody has to worry about all the blood being in their ass.
Everyone should always be a little worried about how much blood's in their ass.
Didn't want to say nothing. I am right now.
Oh,
keep on trucking. Sorry.
Yeah, that was a fun statistical meeting.
If we had our show, we could get on these things and test them out ourselves.
Oh my God, how much
build a
fun would it
maglev
be to watch Flora in one of those high G testing things? I would kill for that.
Just ragdoll in it.
Yeah, and the whole time he's in there, he has to be eating Birdie Bots, any flavor beans.
Okay.
Shoving
beeps in his mouth.
All right, now moving on. Enough with the transit shaz. Castillo further reported that the Greys, which he calls Dows, and the Reptilians, which he calls Dracos, and there's another layer, the Royal Reptilians, the Siakars, are working hand in hand with over 18,000 shorter Greys living within the Dulce facility. A colleague of his had come face to face with a 6-foot-tall reptilian, which had materialized in his house, which was terrible timing because it showed up just like 30 minutes after he dropped a ton of acid. So bad timing. He is also reported to have said in an interview, quote, "Some reptoids are native to this planet. The ruling caste of, quote, aliens are reptilian. The beige or white beings are called the Draco. Other reptilian beings are green and some are brown. They were an ancient race on Earth, living underground. It may have been one of the draconian beings that, quote, tempted Eve in the Garden of Eden."
Sorry.
Sorry. Laura, quick, check your ass blood. Oh, so gross. Sometimes we're going to say that out loud again. Reptilians rightly consider themselves native Terrans. Perhaps they are the ones that we call fallen angels.
Oh, really?
Or maybe not.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's just out there. Yeah, just throw that on the fire. Either way, we humans are considered squatters on Earth, what with our just evolving here. The Draco are undisputed masters at the 5th, 6th, and 7th level. Seriously. It's a clubhouse. You are not allowed in, no matter how much fun you hear them having, their drum sets, they're testing out karate moves in the loading bay. Do not go in there.
Everybody's got a pair of nunchucks.
I was saying, oh, yeah, I was going to say, if I see you with their fucking nunchucks. Yeah, Flora, you are a fucking master. Oh, they make nachos all the time.
Yeah. Make it Nickelodeon.
But also, the parents are gone a lot at night. And cinema. What? The humans are only second in command on those levels. So it's like they're down there, but and yeah, you can play on the Nintendo if no one else wants to. You have to get the off if someone shows up. Costello says that he had to argue with one large draconian boss frequently. His name is difficult to verbal,
But we're sure as gonna try.
yes, we are. Karst first. Flora, give it a shot.
Oh, that was pretty good though.
Okay. Karst first. Usually, Costello just called him Karst. Costello just kept doing it. Kept needling. The Draconian leaders are very formal when talking to the human race. These ancient beings consider us a lower race, thus their deference. Yeah. Karsh called me Leader Costello, but it was used in a sarcastical way. Not a sarcastic way. Sarcastical. However, the worker caste is friendly enough, and as long as you allow them to speak first, you just get along. It's hey, we're all down here on level 6 together. You done with that party pizza?
No.
It's been sitting there. It's probably don't even want it anymore. Yeah, I do. Okay.
Have you ever heard of grays called DAOs?
No.
Either. Unless we brought it up in the alien taxonomy episode. In that case, I know all about it. But
Right. No, I feel like there's mythological creatures called DAOs.
not ringing any bells.
For me, neither.
Schneider claimed, quote, back in 1954, under the Eisenhower administration, the federal government decided to circumvent the Constitution of the United States and form a treaty with alien entities.
Sons of bitches.
Treason! It was called the 1954 Greada Treaty, after Grenada, or Grada, which basically made the agreement that the aliens involved could take a few cows and test their implanting techniques on a few human beings, but that they had to give details about the people involved. Okay?
Yeah, you don't just get to make shit up here, okay?
There's protocol.
Yeah, that's exactly protocol.
Slowly, the aliens altered the bargain until they decided they wouldn't abide by it at all.
Pray I don't alter it further, they said.
Back in 1979, this was the reality, and the firefight at Dulce occurred quite by accident. End quote. Part of the New World Order's takeover, according to Phil, was 107,200 prison boxcars that have been built. These boxcars were said to incorporate 143 pairs of shackles each, enough for 15 million U.S. dissidents who refused to go along with the plan.
But wait, then if that's the case, then what are we doing with all the decommissioned Walmarts? Oh, I'm so confused.
Well, these citizens would be shipped to one of the 600 pre-existing FEMA detention camps.
Oh, yeah! God, I love it when I'm on the ball.
Which were funded under the Reagan-authorized Rex 84 project, Garden Plot, and Operation Cable Splicer.
Operation Cable Splicer.
We don't have time to go into all the unbelievable claims of advanced aircraft and tech that Phil Schneider
came up with, but
yeah, we do. No, I want to keep going.
Okay. Hey, everybody, you heard it. I tried. He was all like, you. Sorry.
How long has FEMA existed?
Let me just grade that up for you. Started in 1979. All right, it was established under the 1978 Reorganization Plan Number 3 and activated in 1979 by President Jimmy Carter by executive order.
Now, I was not aware that FEMA has been around that long. Yeah. Now, Costello had a different take on the Dulce Wars, saying, quote, I frequently encountered humans in cages, usually dazed or drugged. Sometimes they cried and begged for help. We were told they were hopelessly insane and involved in high-risk drug tests to cure insanity. We were told never to speak to them at all. At the beginning, we believed that story. Finally, in 1978, a small group of workers discovered the truth, and that began the Dulce Wars. Quote.
Yeah, Dulce.
Right. So according to that, it was more of an information lid blowing than a accidentally drilling into an alien hive, right?
Yeah, because that would make it seem more like a conscientious act, like, oh, we figured out your shit, now it's on,
Yeah,
as opposed to like we barged into your locker room, whoops a daisy.
right. We barged into your locker room. Time to die.
Yeah.
He also said that the aliens don't want the land or the gold or the minerals or water that we possess, or even the human or animal life. What they do want is magnetic power that surges on and through the earth. The aliens harvest this magic power in a way unknown to us, hence magic. Thomas said the aliens recognize this power as more valuable than any other commodity on our globe.
Jesus.
Yeah. What else we got? Polyembryony.
Yep.
Lots of embryos. Gene splicing, cloning, aura study, mind control. The planet is a staging point for the reptilian Nordic War. Not Nazi connection with Project Paperclip. That's it.
That's it.
I mean, isn't that enough? Damn it, your plate's full. Your
What
plate
else
is
do
full.
you want?
Leave us alone. Anything you want to throw in or touch on before we start sussing things out?
No, I mean that's just it. Like like that list that you just gave literally was us just. That wasn't the whole list. We just stopped.
Yeah.
I mean, it really anything that we have covered in an episode of Blurry Photos, you could probably dig far enough and get to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, it's a grab bag. It's one of those nexuses where people put their pocket theory and see it'll be like, hey, this fits right in there. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've been looking through this, like a lot of things we cover here, no shortage of YouTube videos.
Oh, yeah. I think YouTube's made up of these videos. It's like the bedrock.
Yeah, it really truly is.
And they're all like 2 hours long.
Yeah.
Notice that?
And they just don't make sense a lot of the times. They're those weird ones where it's like read by like a robot voice.
Like Siri reads it.
Yeah, exactly.
Or it's just writing. I hate that. Don't put a video on YouTube that's just writing. I'll read a book if I want to read something.
If it comes to it, I'll read a book. Like some of these videos, these are the videos that they have secret footage smuggled out of Dulce Base, but they're always like super blurry. And honestly, a lot of times they're stills from like sci-fi shows or movies. They don't show really much of anything. And when these things come up, like the person who put up one of these things originally this video was posted by somebody else before the NWO trolls on the payroll deleted. If you're it's like the Alex Jones thing. If you're watching this, you are the resistance. This information has to be disseminated by a water. The one that I watched the longest, caution, Dulce Base exposed by insider Illuminati. The one thing that I've heard in a couple of these things, and maybe just in general, maybe it's just pissing me off here now, but there's this thing that I've noticed and listened to where people will say, for example, this video, this Dulce Base is on the Colorado border. Some of the people involved in it lived in Denver, home of DIA. That's interesting, isn't it? I just thought that was interesting. And there's a certain manner in which people use that word when they are saying, I would like these to be connected, but I couldn't find any reason to connect them, or I didn't feel like looking. But I want you to feel like I connected them.
Yeah.
And
so
this is something.
I'm going to plant that seed in your brain.
Right. So people, I just thought that it was interesting. They say it dismissively as though they're stepping back, but what they're really trying to do is link to things that aren't linked.
And it's the same thing as, what is this whole country going through right now, where people just launch whatever the hell they want on the news, and then say, well, I just thought it was worth discussing. I'm just bringing this out for the purposes of us, you know, this is what I'm hearing. But that's not what you're doing. And just in the paranormal realm in general, the overuse of the phrase interesting, as though they're going to do more research, but they aren't, as though they're going to dig further into a thing. And I mean, I'm not saying no one's allowed to use the word interesting. I'm sure we've said it a million times here. But I just, from listening to it being abused so many times in these exact videos for Dulce Base over and over, I was like, stop saying that. If there's a connection, make it. If there isn't, move the on.
Yeah, yeah, and it happens. I've seen it with just the Taos connection, and which we brought up earlier. But instead of just saying, "And Taos is nearby, interesting," people can actually say, "Well, there's a humming that goes on. It could be the power plant of Dulce, or it could be drilling mines underground."
Yeah,
that
exactly.
people constantly hear.
Just because, I mean, something happens near something else, it's not good enough. But all it makes you look like is you're just begging for anything you can create, anything you can stick to this little hermit crab shell that you're creating with a theory. You're just grabbing everything and sticking it and being like, Supermax is in Colorado. That's interesting, isn't it?
What NORAD, interesting.
Interesting. Yeah, just off, right off.
This is the part in Sprockets where we tell you that the information was just there was so much to it. It was a little hard to distill it down into a bite-sized form here.
The hard thing is to pick stuff that we would mention. I mean, because like I said, it goes in so many directions. Like trying to get actual information, just putting almost blinders on, trying not to get distracted by mind control and astral projection and the Draco wars with the Asgard. Like, it's so hard just to keep focused on the base. What is the story of the base? Who are the players?
Yeah.
Who saw what? Like, that was hard enough.
Yeah, and what we mentioned, like 3 people that were the major players in this. And there are websites, and I think I'm going to link to them in the show notes, at least one of them, maybe. I don't know. There's a lot of, well, here's real quick. Found an extension on Chrome that can turn the contrast on the pages. So no more black background, white text for me.
Oh, you're set free.
Gosh. But there are, many more names that are involved in this. The son of the Lear Jet founder was a big ufologist or something and got into it, and like people who have claimed abduction to it, and people who have gone out there. Like there's a big list of in the cast, but really you just want to see like Hamlet and the fucking king and Laertes go at it. So thanks for listening to all this garbage. There's more garbage out there, and it's amazing. I encourage you to look at the pictures of this and look at the drawings of the base. In particular, I'm going to come back to one of those pictures. I don't know, you may have seen it, Dave, but let me start with talking about Project Gas Buggy,
right?
Which people have said was part of the building of Dulce, in that a nuke was shot into the ground and created a hollowed out cavern. Huge place where they could then build stuff. I'm not a self-taught geologist.
I'm no self-taught geologist.
But I'm just not sure that explosions and things like that work that way.
Right. What with the conservation of NASA?
What people fail to point out is that 2 other similar tests were done in western Colorado in 1969 and 1973, and they all produced disappointing results to the people involved. Anyway, there was too much radiation in the gas to use it, I think.
And so people were like, okay, we tried this, didn't work. The Project Plowshare program, which was what this was under, lost funding after that. So they stopped.
Now, is the name? Now, I don't know this. I'm just asking. Is the name an indicator of it being a program to try to retask nuclear weapons?
Yes, turn those swords into plowshare.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's non-military use.
Non-nutritive material varnish. Permeable, not osmotic. Oh,
Okay, so back to the pictures. I want you to look up pictures of Dulce Base. You're gonna see one of them where you see like bodies floating in bubbles.
right.
See that one?
Yeah.
Now, Dave, Google image search these words: the sixth day clones. The number 6. The sixth day clones.
Uh-oh.
Do you notice anything familiar there?
I mean, Schwarzenegger was looking pretty good.
He swam past these.
Yeah.
Where in all this did we forget to mention that Schwarzenegger was at Dulce Base, swimming through the clone embryos?
Well, if we had mentioned it, they would have come after us. We had to keep that from happening.
Motherfuckers, this is a picture from the movie The Sixth Day. It's a still image of the shit that Arnold Schwarzenegger is swimming through at one point in the movie. It's not part of Dulce. People are using this as evidence that Dulce exists.
Many Boffins died to bring us these pictures.
I watched a documentary about that, thank you. It's okay. Alan Tudyk was good.
He was awesome.
I stopped there. I didn't want to keep going on reverse image searches for the shit that comes out, but come on.
Yeah.
It's like...
You know what's really great is if you do the Google image search for Dulce Base, you scroll down, yeah, you see the floating. Sometimes they make it black and white to make it a little more believable. But if you scroll down just a little bit past the fold in the page, there's actually a picture of those guys, of those clones, with Schwarzenegger swimming by them. Like he's in the
Not
picture.
even trying.
Yeah.
No, that was Thomas Costello.
Right?
This also is the famous, infamous, maybe not famous picture of a tunnel, and then there's a gray alien standing on the right side of the picture, and it's like you caught him, like they caught him walking.
Yeah.
Still abduct him though, and like he's like, oh.
You know what though? I will say this: if you a little bit of look, so I saw there's a website called the Black Vault.
Oh yeah,
and they were also like, "This is horse shit." Here's
yeah, I
the
think
movie.
I read that.
Here's the picture. So good on. I'm glad there are some paranormal websites and stuff that aren't just like, "Oh, more bullshit, please." I can't wait to slap an ad on this.
I'm gonna know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before it's news, I'm looking at you.
Oh, no. Speaking of old Thomas Costello, he probably never existed.
Yep.
The reason we say that is there's no record of a Costello having served in the Air Force in 1961. At least not that anyone's been able to find.
Well, I'm sure there's a number of Costellos in the Air Force in 1961.
Maybe, yeah. But
not our boy.
This is explained away, apologized for, with saying he changed his name for anonymity. And also the old classic, it's a practice that's been claimed to be standard for civilians who work under a contract to corporations and or military or intelligence agencies on classified objects involving ETs, where they officially remove all public records of the employees as a security precaution in the event they intentionally or unintentionally publicly disclose what is occurring. And as a side note, it's also been floated that he was invented by the Air Force Office of Special Intelligence in the disinformation smear campaign against Benowitz. Now, at this point, you cannot separate the water and vodka that's going on, right? Unless you have very specialized machines. And on that, it's impossible to verify the legitimacy of Dulce papers, especially if there are any originals out there. How do you know? You know, when people include photographs like the Schwarzenegger movie still, and most likely what is a completely fake image of an alien in a hallway, you cannot verify that. It's not legitimate at all. That is not evidence because you're not going to be able to provide the negative for it. You're not going to have any kind of like second angle for a photograph. Papers can be just some lunatic sitting in a hobo car scratching away on a napkin. Hobo cars are for napping, not napkin.
No scratching in that hobo car.
Don't hobo scratch. So these Dulce papers, for I'm just I'm sorry. I'm calling it out. I'm being a little harsh on it because you know what? It's annoying. Yeah. Bill Schneider. Now this is a pretty sad case. It's hard to tell what's true and what's not because to me there are flags that pop up of someone given to fancy, narcissism, and delusion, and it's hard to say definitively without knowing the person, but he sure seemed to exhibit signs of being not all there.
Yeah.
His claims are on the other side of fantastic, and he had no solid proof to back him up. Most people close to him say he would never commit suicide, which may be, but he also said that AIDS was created as a population control device by the government, and the U.S. has an earthquake machine. So I would take anything that he said with a grain of salt.
Right.
And now he used these fanciful claims and self-described patriotism to gain some fame in ufology and feed his ego as someone extraordinary. You know, I was one of a few to survive. I killed a couple of the aliens while I was down there. I know explosives. I worked with the Department of Defense. I worked with the Naval Intelligence. You know, like I did all this stuff because I'm a little bit better than the average human here. Personally, he reminds me a little of a souped-up Eugene from The Walking Dead.
Business up front, party in the back.
And I think he may be more on the spectrum, perhaps. But you know, it's just big claims and talking himself up, but something's off there. And someone also did the math and said that in order for his claims to be true with the timeline he provided, he would have had to have been 17 years old at the time he began working for the government. Not to mention his claims of being an aerospace engineer, structural engineer, geological engineer during that time. Like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
Self-taught.
And so, in the end, to me, this boils down to incredible claims require incredible proof.
Yeah.
And these incredible claims have little to no proof from what I found.
Yeah.
And there are lots of seats on this crazy train. And I'm sure we didn't sit in them all, obviously. So I'm putting that caveat out there. Don't get my butt hurt. We covered a lot of shit in this.
Right.
And just to conclude my thoughts on this, I think it began with Benowitz, who made up the core of it, and it became a casserole of every piece of high strangeness anyone could throw in. Stone Soup. Yep. Stories and accounts contradict themselves. They seem to be engaged in a game of one-upsmanship. I don't think there ever was a Thomas Costello. Interviews that he supposedly had were either made up or they were people that were pretending to be him. I think Schneider suffered from delusions of grandeur, among other illness. And I think there are more plausible black budget NWO type conspiracies out there.
Yeah, I agree with that entirely. Now, here's something that we never come back to then. What actually is there?
Sure.
You know what it is? It's New Mexico's largest coal power plant. Always has been.
At Dulce, or near the Mesa, or
no, at that location.
Huh.
Never a military base.
That's
ever.
Funny. I actually didn't ever find that in this stuff, so that's interesting.
You know how I found it is it's actually a news article from almost exactly 1 year ago about the history and future of New Mexico's biggest power plant because it burns coal. The state had signed a bunch of legislation to reduce emissions. probably going to get shut down next year.
Wow.
And with the article it has nothing at all to do with weird spooklies or dooklies. It's about like power legislation and they're bringing in a nuclear power plant somewhere else in the state online. There's this solar farm that's opening up that's going to service this area. It's a really boring story at the end of the day,
Yeah.
but what they've chosen, and I mean you can see like I'll show this to you. It has always been since the late 70s a giant ass coal power plant.
A giant facade.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, and listen, you want to double down and be like, well, yeah, they put a power plant on top of it. All good. Go fucking nuts. I'm just saying, at no point was it a military base.
Right.
And I think
well,
that's
it's underground,
something.
Of course.
And that's the crazy thing is that no one ever mentions that. That's what makes me. I was just like, even reading it, so I was like, that's a good question. What was this? When was it a military base?
Well, obviously you can't see it. They don't want you to.
Right. And I put that together just first from just looking it up directly on Google Maps myself. Also, it is not close to Dulce.
Oh, really?
At all.
It's up closer to the mesa up there on the border, or what?
Yeah, it is not close. Let's see here. If I got directions from here to Dulce, it's 100 miles away.
Wait a minute. Show me.
There's the station. There's Dulce. 101 miles away.
Well, okay, so I don't think that's the area everybody is usually talking about. I think it's where Dulce is there. If you go north on the map, it's right like on the border or across the border is where Archuleta Mesa is.
Radio station KTIE Dulce.
Is that up on the hill or the mesa? Because that's where that's where apparently Benowitz tracked those communications to, and they say that antenna up there is Dulce, not is the base, not radio.
Because every image of Dulce base that I see of this, here's Uprising Nations power plant. That's the power plant.
See,
close up of the power plant.
Then to me, that just goes to show that people are just taking pictures of things they think they want it to look like and saying this is what it is.
I mean, that's what you get when you just look at these things. A radio station, a power plant 100 miles away.
It is fan-tastic, even.
But damn, what a great bedrock for whimsy fiction.
Yeah, and speaking of which, they have had plenty of whimsy fiction out there. Pop culture has this everywhere. People are writing books about it now, which is getting conflated into the original stories. Like I said, Conspiracy Theory with Trusting Ventura had a whole thing, and I think there's maybe even video games. But
oh, I would if I made like what was it, XCOM? I'd have a Dulce map at level.
Yeah.
Infiltrating the 7 Hells conspiracy.
Oh yeah. That would be great for like a side-scrolling fighter game.
Yeah. They made that game. It's called Mortal Kombat, and you still fight Goro.
You're right.
Oh man, and Reptile's still in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, they petitioned to get him in there finally.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh.
Hey, there you go on Dulce base in a very huge underground alien-filled nutshell.
That's glorious. Now, Laura, I'm going to ask you to step into an elevator.
Maglev.
We're going to the 8th floor. Yeah, where the highly unstable puns are stored.
How's it feel to be a NWO shield?
Oh, fucking great. All the money and prestige and power we get from it.
Plus not having to pay tax.
Not having to pay taxes. We get those chemtrail respirators. I mean, not for our loved ones or family, but, you know, can't win them all. For us.
We're doing the work.
Yeah. Oh, when our votes count for like 1.2 million votes in the general election, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Kind of like super delegates.
Yeah. Except for we actually control who becomes a president, and that's the choice.
Thought it would be quite the J. What do you got?
I got a fun. I got a pocket full of puns here for you.
Just a couple times.
There was a group years and years ago of Native Americans, Apache Nation, who decided to split from the rest of the tribe when it came time to dole out lands for reservations, because as much as they loved their fellow tribesmen, the thing that they loved more was jazz fusion piano, and the rest of the tribe just wasn't having it, which is why to this day in New Mexico you can find the Chick Corea Apache Indian Reservation.
One more time.
Look them up.
Let's see here. I've got an off-limits underground lair where secret plans are made and experiments conducted while the brightest minds are trapped with no hope of escape. And no, I don't want any pizza rolls right now, Mom. It's Dulce Basement.
Awesome. I think that's the winner. I don't know if I'm going to beat that. There's a place in New Mexico that is that offers kind of a unique thing for people whose features are too pleasing to the eye. If, being super attractive is its own kind of curse. Not that I would personally know that, but and for some people, they just need that nightmare of people always trying to talk to them and stuff. They need it to end. And so there is a clinic in northern New Mexico that offers deconstructive surgery. It's called Repulse Face.
Repulse.
Good. Take us home, Flora.
All right. There was a project in the late 90s where Harvey Fierstein would go on talk shows and talk shit about celeb fashion and dating, dropping truth bombs in an experiment to see if the shows could get better ratings. It was Project Sass Buggy.
Oh, stop. That's what I wanted to hear.
And that's it for puns.
There's puns.
Now, we're going to create some hybrids floating in vats where it's just all sorts of like protein liquids and then bits and pieces of listener mail.
All right, let's do this. Kicking it off, we got one from Brunhilde. Lots of umlauts. So many umlauts.
Umlautful.
Are they umlauts or umlauts? They're spelled umlaut.
Yeah.
Who cares? Moving on. Hi, boys.
Guten Tag.
First, want to thank you very much for the wonderful October episodes. Here in Austria, but also in Germany, October and fall generally are the season for rainy days, gray skies, and bad moods. I have to compliment you for having such a lovely, scary season, and then starting also in the holiday season much sooner. We don't really celebrate Thanksgiving, or Erntedank, as we call it, more here. Erntedank.
Thanksgiving.
Erntedank. Yeah.
Danke.
Sweet. Yeah. Holiday season for us starts in December. As such, your episode do a tremendous job of cheering me in a time when everyone is traditionally grumpy. Secondly, I really enjoyed Mr. Flores' German speaking in the Haunted Forest episode.
Hey. Okay.
Yeah, see? Thank you. While we unfortunately do not have a term for leaving a granny out in the forest to die, the most common words for suicide are Selbstmord and more neutral Suicide.
Suicide.
Yeah. Interesting side note, there's a thing in Germany of copycat suicide called Werther effect from Goethe's book that inspired some people to abdicate life in the same ways the protagonist does. It's the reason that suicides are generally not reported on German media. I guess it's a similar thing to the Japanese suicide chorus. So thank you so much for your scary season laugh, registered trademark. Makes me crack every time. On a side note, I'm not sure how you think about this, but I'd love to send you some Australian/German Christmas treats. Really catch up on. costumes treats.
Oh no.
I'm fully aware that for some podcasters, there's an absurd and perhaps uncomfortable situation for listeners. Way more than a podcast and the other way around.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, we have no allergies except for two most notable poisons. And as much as Flora and I have spent time with pirates, neither of us have developed an immunity to iocane powder.
I'll tell you, if anybody wants to send us stuff, the best way to get a quick response, I think, would be over Facebook message.
Yeah, that's our fast trade.
If you're on Facebook, then hit us up on there. If not, I'll try and remember to shoot you an email with how to get those. Maybe it's too late because it's well past Christmas. Anyway, we appreciate the offer.
Yeah.
And thanks for listening to us in Austria.
Yeah.
Always fun to hear from foreign listeners.
Thank you so much, Brunhilde.
Thank you. Dave, we've heard from Katrina.
Hello.
It says, Dear D&D, this piece of tonnage was inspired by my 6-year-old son Alex attempts to pronounce various new words he hears on your show. Some claim there is an even more elusive hominid than the famed Bigfoot roaming the northernmost regions of the United States and Canada. Reports have been made concerning its weirdly haunting and depressing cries, which are said to inspire tears and general melancholy in human listeners. One biologist said upon hearing the sounds, he was struck with uncontrollable fits of sobbing. Unfortunately, this cryptid only seems to produce its eerie calls during the darkest part of the year, making it nigh impossible to track down in the lands of the midnight sun. What have cryptozoologists dubbed this never-seen and rarely heard creature? The Sad Squatch.
Oh no.
Sad Squatch.
Oh, such a stop haunting me. Goodbye, guys. Leave me alone.
Hangs out with the squonk in Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Katrina.
Thank you, Katrina.
I got one. Oh, Flora.
Uh-oh.
At the bottom of the oldest grandma's least used place, the most long forgotten candy a child lick. When asked what the flavor was, he could only look at the butter. Tastes like dark lemon. Oh, dark lemon!
Dark lemon.
Knobs and gobshites! Is Mr. Flora really my nemesis?
Uh-oh.
It's been a while. But yeah. I forget why, but sure. I grew up in Epping, one of the locations in the Haunted Forest episode. Yes. I've even been to the hill, and to be fair, it is an illusion. So I've only ever rolled up, never into directions. More interestingly, there's another story from an area, of course, near Coopersale. A nearby Air Force base at North Wald shot down a German plane during World War II. Local legend states the aircraft came down on fire and that the screams from them could still be heard. More spooky was the fact that the suspected crash site was identified, though the bulk of the wreck could not be found. Only years later it was revealed by heavy rain, having been buried by some mix of impact and landslide. Some say the screams stopped after that. Oh, self-burying air crash. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does that count as an aeronautical mystery or a ghost story?
I bet you could slide it in either.
Yeah. Either way. Thanks, Dark Lemon.
Thank you, Dark Lemon.
I've always been your friend.
Shut up. Good to hear from you. Dave.
Why?
These words I speak are not mine own. They are the infernal utterings of a devilish apparition.
The devilish apparition. What is the devilish apparition?
It's a poem. Sweet. This is based off of one of the characters that you came up with, Jasper Clapstitch.
Oh yeah, he's the headless, armless little toddler that runs to the auction house I used to work at.
That's right. This is the Ballad of Jasper Clapstitch. There was a boy who was so bad, a boy of no good fame. He kicked on all his neighbors' doors. Clapstitch was his name. Jasper Clapstitch, only 10, also bit his nails. He gave his mother so much grief, she told him of this tale. Naughty boys who bite their nails will an evil tale of me. They'll cut off your hands, your arms, your head. So please, my boy, be sweet. Jasper didn't listen, his awful habits kept. In the end, the tailor got him. His poor mother sobbed and wept. Now Jasper Crabstitch runs through the dark, kicking on the door. He's looking for his head and arms. Look out, or he'll take yours.
This is the coolest f***ing thing I've ever heard.
How about that? I think that could be based on the old German tale of the tailor who snips off the kids who suck their thumbs. Comes with,
cuts their thumbs off.
But yeah, adapted to suit the little auction house haunt.
Yeah, yeah, that's awesome. Thank you, devilish apparition. Thank you. Got an email from Matt.
Hi, Matt.
Matt writes, love the podcast. Recently discovered and listened through all of them in a few days. I'm pushing 60, so I'm probably one of your oldest listeners. I don't know. We have a lot of appeal. Thought you might be interested in this little story related to your haunted forest episode. My mom was born in England and grew up on the edge of Epping Forest. As children, she and her siblings and friends played in the forest frequently. I remember her telling me one story related to the forest that stuck with me. As a teen, she was cutting through the woods on a trail to get to a friend's house on the other side. It was daytime and the sun was overhead when she noticed something off to the side moving in the brambles. She froze in her tracks and looked in that direction, thinking an animal was following her. She distinctly remembered there was no noise to accompany the movement. She told me that anything trying to move in the thicket forest off the beaten path would have surely had to struggle to move through the thick brush. Her eyes came to focus on a figure moving effortlessly through the woods. It was a girl, a milkmaid, in fact. The girl was dressed in an attire of a period that my mother guessed to be roughly the 1500s. As my mom stood, stock still, the girl glanced over at her, nodded, and continued on her way to the thick foliage carrying her milk bucket. Mom was a track star in middle school, so she took off on the run and cleared the forest in record time that day. After that, she always had someone with her when she walked the trails. Mom also told me there were several old stone fountains and chimneys left over from some earlier time. Also, since one of you are in Chicago, a town I lived in for 50 years, have you ever checked out Resurrection Cemetery in Justice or Bachelor's Grove? Two of my old favorites before moving to my new location in the Smoky Mountains a few years ago. Keep up the good work. Awesome podcast. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, thank you, Matt.
I think Flora and I are just moved out of Bachelor's Grove.
True. I've heard a lot about Resurrection Cemetery and Resurrection Mary, but I haven't been there. I think there's Archer Road or something that's said to be haunted with one of those hitchhiking ghosts. It's not right in the city. I don't know exactly how far. It's not like the other state away distance, but it's not something that if you don't have a car, it's easy to get to. So yeah, I haven't checked those places out, but I have heard of those legends, and it's interesting how many people grew up around Epping Forest.
Yeah,
pretty Epping cool.
You beat me to it. Well played. What do we got next, Laura?
We have heard from Mint Badger.
Hello, Mint Badger.
Dear Dave and David, I was first introduced to the show through the Spring Hill Jack episode by a friend, which surprised me because I recall reading in a book of Haunted America that nearby Chickamauga Park had a similar character named Spring Hill Jack. After the Civil War Battle of Chickamauga, there were reports of soldiers seeing a man rummaging amongst the unburied dead. When confronted or challenged, the man would look up, revealing red eyes, and run away. I know this is very contrary to the Spring Hill Jack in your episode. However, the witnesses noted that this Jack was also able to leap over high walls and into trees. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Fun little thing to
For
know.
their adventures, although the lack of authority figures getting slapped and or chests touched.
and fire
maybe it's like the Yule lads. There's 13 of them and they're each into their own thing.
Oh man, one for like several on different continents.
Yeah.
Keep up the good work and let Dave know I get a little chill when he mentions a bit of nerdery like Warhammer or Warcraft. Thank you, Mint Badger.
Thanks, Mint Badger.
And Dave, load up the shout-out machine because I've got a few here for us.
Shouts on deck. Fire for effect.
Big thanks to Ignis Fatuous, Lex, David H.
H stands for Hell Kicker.
Pandora, Captain Awesome, Old Slingshot Jimmy, Wassall Distin,
Oh, I get it.
Mike, Hanover Fist, Connor from Minnesota, Corey T,
And the MGs.
Comfy Cats.
I really hope that the coffee cats are like a group who listen to the podcast.
It'd be amazing. That would be one of my dreams come true. Is like a bunch of people sitting around drinking beer or wine or coffee and just sensibly chuckling to themselves through our podcast. And then last but not least, Aaron from the Alexandria Archives podcast.
Hey, hello, Aaron. Shout out to thee.
Yeah, and check out that podcast if you'd like good storytelling in the Lovecraftian vein. But they've built a little world up there, and I've listened to a few episodes. Good stuff. Very, very fun, and thanks to Aaron for being a long-time listener and supporter of the podcast. Big support.
Right? Now, Flora, that concludes our listener mails and shout-outs. But as promised, and I almost forgot, I have a debt to society.
Oh, man. Well, we both do, but
yeah,
I had
let off.
I
got sprung. You got fucking sprung out of jail, ass.
Yeah, I was bailed out by listener Alyssa. My charge was that I said to burn ticks off, and that's spreading misinformation. Alyssa listened to the episode and said there was no mention of burning off ticks, and listener Robert said burning was how to remove puns, which is accurate. And that is true. And there was a re-lawyering from Nadia said it was before puns. It was the setup to puns, talking about puns. I wasn't talking about ticks. And you do want to burn puns. You want to burn them like as you would a spider. So
the house the spider was in.
Right. I'm gonna have to defer to your judgment, Dave.
Yeah, no. I sentence you a free man. I don't remember what I did, but I'm going to jail for it. And let's just do this.
You have forget about Dre?
Yeah.
All right, Dave, you're in the penalty box. Are you ready?
Yeah. As directed by a federal judge. Y'all know me, still the same old G, but I've been a little head of one, boys. With no cheese, no deals, no G's, no wheels and no keys, no butts, no snowball, just no skis. Mad at me because I can afford to pay my family. I got a couple of studios full of tracks, mad at the wall full of plaques, hanging up in my office. You better bow down, I'm bold noses. You think you're tall, you smoke trees? You think you got easies and ice cubes and D-O double G's? And a group said, motherfucker, the police.
All right, that's good. The debt is paid. Nowadays, everybody want to talk like I got something to say. Nothing comes out with blurry photos.
What are you talking about? That was perfectly reproduced.
Oh.
You probably thought that I just played a track.
Must be the delay on Skype.
All right, there you go. Here, watch this, Flora. You ready?
I'm watching.
Facebook, like it. Five stars on iTunes. Follow us on Twitter. Candy Chat's a thing. You know it already. Patreon.com/blurry photos. Get in there for the monthly jazz. We're going to get real drunk in March. If you pay to get in on the Jack Slap level after, say, the 5th of February, you'll be in on that. Join us. It's going to be crazy. It's probably going to be a giant shit show. But you can see it live. Also, if you don't want to do that, you can hit the donate button. You can buy shirts from us, blurryphotos.org, or through blurryphotos.threadless.com. We've got tons of tons of cool stuff there. I feel like I'm still in the penalty box. Still can't speak right.
Lasting effect.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do this as fast as I can for your benefit.
audibletrial.com/blurryphotos. Get an audio book and a month free on us. Thanks to the Chicago Podcast Cooperative, as always.
Yeah. And most importantly, check out the archive. The Blurry Photos Archive podcast is up and running with more episodes showing up every damn day almost. Flora is really filling that shit in, most of which theatrically remastered for higher audio quality.
Yeah.
So thank you for that.
It's not much higher, but it's some.
Polish up them turds.
That's what I'm doing. Yeah, I'll have season 1 on there by, in the next week or so.
Perfect. So yeah, all that stuff is back there. Check it out. You guys are glorious. Thank you as ever for listening and enjoying the ride.
That's right. Thanks. Just, just, just thanks. Just like thanks for putting up with us, and and I hope we can entertain you and teach you more so than we get on your nerves. That's all I can hope for.
That's right.
Because we love you all. We're all family. So for this episode of Blurry Photos, I've been the Viscera Vat David Flora.
And I have been the undisputed Pac-Man champion of level 3, Dave Stecco.
Want to mess with any of those level 4s?
They know where I am. Bring it. What does DUM stand for?
Deep Underground Military 5.
You've set the gold standard for your business. Your website should do the same. Wix puts you at the helm, so you can enjoy the creative freedom of designing your site just the way you want. Want someone to bounce your ideas off? Talk with AI to create a beautiful site together. Generate on-brand content, images, media, and simply change or fine-tune any of it along the way. Whatever your business, manage it from one place and tie it all together with a personalized domain name. You're up for success with a brand that says you best. You can do it yourself on Wix.
Muzi.com. Welcome to Muzi.com, America's favorite free-to-play social casino, offering the fastest payouts around. With over 3,000 games at your fingertips, generous bonuses, and daily rewards, Muzi.com is the best. Play today at MOOZI.com.
Muzi.com. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Play responsibly. Visit Muzi.com for more details.
Sign up today for an amazing welcome bonus at MOOZI.com.
Muzi.com.
In the year 2682, there are only robots and cards against humanity. And in their fight against the Cybertronic incursion, they have asked us not to read an ad. Fight on, humanity, and enjoy the show. This week on Bullstone, 68-year-old woman gets pneumonia, leaving Americans the only rational option to elect a fascist.
Russian MP complains the Holocaust is more widely known than the death of Soviet soldiers.
Little boy blue, come blow your corn? The new practice of harvesting corn with dynamite and what it will mean for your wallet.
In our News from Yesteryear department, we take 100-year-old headlines, such as Federal Government Tramples Rights of Native Americans in North Dakota.
Russian Gosduma unilaterally confirms that the Russian national anthem shall be changed back to the Soviet one, just changing the lyrics.
Up goes the diesel? How companies are capitalizing on the trend of adding literal fuel to soft drinks.
All these shaft-smacking stories and more tonight on Bullstone. Hello and welcome to Bullstone. I'm Dave Stecco.
I'm David Flora. Hi.
Oh, and we have missed you. Well, you know what we haven't missed? Getting amazing guests for Bullstone. So this week, Flora, tell them what they've won.
Well, Dave, I'll tell you what. We got a real treat this week. This week we welcome our Dark Myths comrade and host of the Eastern Border podcast, Kristaps Andresson. Kristaps, привет!
До свидания, товарищи.
How are you? How's it going? What's going on? Oh my gosh.
I'll say it again. It's very early morning here. It's hard to concentrate. I meant greetings, comrades. Just forget my Russian.
You just told us bye first, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
And that was Kristaps.
But that's okay. It'll be through in about 15 minutes, so you never mind.
That's the classic Soviet brusqueness. It was over before it began.
That's right. Kristaps is from Latvia,
Not Lithuania.
not Lithuania. Get it right.
Some idiot got that wrong.
He's over there with our listener Giannis, banging around. I'm sure you two have met and had many adventures and beers together.
Actually, no, we haven't.
You know, Latvian Giannis.
Except Giannis is the most popular name here in Latvia. Just saying.
Oh no, Giannis is John.
You should just hang out with all the Giannis's. All the
All the Yanai. Kristaps, how about you tell our listeners a little bit about yourself, and then about a little bit about the Eastern Border and the projects that you're working on.
Oh, I am cold, miserable, and currently not trying to poison these fine two gentlemen by pouring fluoride into their water system.
Laura loves fluoride.
Triggered!
What do you say, triggered? But do you also have AK-47 at home? I don't see one. You strange
It's American. It's America.
It's America. Everybody.
Okay. I don't actually have such a fake accent. I just put it on sometimes when I want to be extra funny. It's a thing. It's a thing. Okay. I was fired by the fact that I'm getting married in 2 days. So
crazy.
Oh,
congratulations!
Congratulations. Nazdrovia.
No, triggered.
Yeah, he's getting it. Is a little stupid.
No, to your health is Zazdarovia. I'm 27 right now. I'm getting older by each passing second, and life turns into darkness and misery very quickly. Literally, multiple death threats from that side of the border. So, you know.
But yeah, you're like Soviet middle aged.
I guess so. No, the thing is, it's not as bad. I'm making a podcast about the life and the history of Soviet Union mostly. Sometimes I do something from Tsar era or modern day Russia or in Eastern Europe as well. But what I do is that I was tired of American bullshit about our end of the world on television and everywhere. So I use my nice education, which is I have a master's in Western philosophy and another bachelor's in Soviet history, and I'm also a journalist, an actual one. Actually got them printed a lot. Will do. So yeah, I gather studies from people as well as the historical sources, and then I try to explain to Americans how it really was like here. Some people tend to like it. I don't really know why. And
it's probably your bright and happy attitude, of course.
It's your flowery disposition.
That's right.
What are you talking about? I am extra happy right now. I get to speak with American.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you on. We both have listened to the Eastern Border. I suggest it to everyone after you're done listening to Bullstone, go check out the Eastern Border. Of course, we played the clip from it last month as part of the Dark Myths plug. And I hope some of you have gone to check it out. And the rest of you, please go check it out. I would suggest going and listening to the Chernobyl episode. Dave and I have both listened to that, and it's both fascinating and harrowing, and fascinating again. It comes back to fascinating.
Yeah.
So a lot of stuff over here. Of course, you probably know, Kristaps. We as Americans, a lot of us just hear about the aftermath of Chernobyl, and for me, it was very enlightening to know what led up to it, and how the government, quote unquote, dealt with it.
Right. Yeah. The early day response.
Afterwards, I found out some more things. Because turns out during that time, it was like, hey, Ukrainian kids around Chernobyl, everything is fine. We give you some gifts, and that's like during that era on Soviet children's channel, only Disney movies were played, which you didn't see normally. It was like, no, what? Well, look at the. Do you want to look at the great problems over there and that burning huge building? But we give you Snow White. You have never seen Snow White. Yes, what's more attractive?
Oh man,
right.
More like uranium Snow White.
Right.
Ugh.
Also, guys, of my two early headlines, only one was false. Can you tell which one?
Oh,
I think that the first one was false. I believe I recall the second one actually being true.
Oh no, but you are wrong. The first one is completely true because that just literally happened yesterday. The second one was false, but it's false only because they did it already 10 years ago.
Oh, it sounded familiar.
Well, we're happy to have you on, and we're happy to talk about some weird stuff. We hope you've got some nice weird things from your neck of the woods.
Okay, how many news where you are called Nazis should I pick up?
How many news where we're called Nazis?
Yeah,
The Americans? As many as you want.
Yeah,
great.
load us up with Nazi accusations. we also like to use that to win an argument as quickly as possible.
Oh yeah, that's the trump card.
It's the sweep the leg option. But I
No,
don't
no,
want.
it doesn't really work here because according to Russia, but this I mean I think I should inform the people. I'm officially kind of blacklisted in Russia. I lost my visa, can't go there and receive multiple death threats for my show. Hey, I'm doing something right.
How did that? Did you just have to go to the Russian embassy to get yelled at?
Oh, I did, but that's in addition to everything. I've been collecting death threats since like episode 5. Slowly creeps up, man.
Yeah, we're not good enough to really get a death threat yet, but I'm looking forward to it.
Well, we don't check YouTube often, though.
Someday we'll get there. We're working on it.
It's like don't worry, guys. There's definitely some nice famous Russian trolls. The trolls who sit in St. Petersburg and just post positive bullshit about them in comment sections, everything. And they regularly check out on me because I'm talking bad stuff about stories. Well, not bad stuff. I just have stories and historical sources, and I just debunk their bullshit sometimes.
Maybe it's because we're not actual journalists. Maybe you have to. That's how you know you're a real journalist.
Oh, don't worry, guys. By the way, if you have something to say to someone in their administration that you would like to say now, it's amazing. At least I'm generating more audience this way because I know that there is a guy who's sitting there like a lesser apparatchik in the administration. His task is to listen to all of my shows, and including the guest ones. So if you have something you want to say to Russian government, it's your chance.
Oh, well, I'll have to think it over. I'll have something powerful for the end of the episode. It's suddenly I can't think of anything great, but I'll come up with something awesome.
All right, shall we start with the news in that case? Christoph,
Yeah.
we usually let guests go first. What do you got for us? Headline, or not a headline, actual.
It's actual news that happened here is that in the 10th of September, like I follow news regularly and I just want to pick the new ones. In the 10th of September over here in Latvia, like while peasants we have these collective work work thingies where people just if you want to grab potatoes from your field, you call all your friends and all your family, so everyone goes and picks up potatoes. Then there's a huge drunken party later afterwards. It's a traditional thing. Don't mind. Anyway, during that,
sounds kind of awesome.
No, so you see, during that event, which is traditional here, apparently Latvian SWAT had tackled and kind of arrested a man who, while picking potatoes, decided that he hates his wife, managed to get drunk on the spot, then picked up his shotgun, and tried to shoot his wife.
Whoa.
And his son too, and everything. But so you see, so the cops were called. There were several shots, all in the air, and then the guy was found. Because they don't publish his name, but yeah, when our local SWAT arrived there, because when something happens with guns in Latvia, it's a big deal because that's like gun crime is extremely rare in this part.
Good for you.
Apparently, yeah, because if someone is doing something with guns, you call it SWAT. Our cops don't really need to carry guns, right? They have tasers and stuff. So SWAT arrives and they fire. And after his wife, the man's wife, had called the cops, telling that, oh no, he's not picking up potatoes, he's picking up shotgun. And
he's a harvester of death.
He's reaping the lead harvest.
He was found in a nearby kind of a local village store together with his little son, and they were drinking. They just said that, oh no, it was all a joke. We just wanted to get off from this potato field. And they were massively drunk. He said, "Oh no, it was just in jest." But yeah, apparently neighbors have reported that the man actually shot multiple times and reloaded. Not the wife, just the gear or in the ground. But he said, "Well, that was, apparently in his report, this drunken man stated that that was the only way how to make sure his wife would allow him to go and grab more vodka."
I'm reminded of the Robert Downey Jr. quote from Tropic Thunder. I'm a lead farmer, motherfucker.
I like how you said he got drunk on the spot. I would like to see someone just get drunk instantly.
No, apparently he had been drinking from a bottle that was hidden in his boot or something.
Oh.
He just ran out of that.
Classic boot bottle.
Wow.
Oh, that's
Amazing.
glorious.
So did they arrest him, or was everybody just have a laugh and some vodka and call it a day?
Well, they started an investigation because even threatening to kill someone, like if it's real threat with guns being fired nearby, that's kind of illegal in Latvia. You know? So, but basically they say that he'll most likely have to do some community service work or pay a small fine or something.
Yeah. Wow. Jeez. At least there are laws.
I hope it's community work, because then he can, while he's on his way, he can go and pick up more vodka stuff in his boot.
Yeah, exactly. He's already shown he can handle a fair amount of agricultural work. He's got a trade.
How do you call in English that 100%, like promille? That's how it's in Latin. How you measure the amount of alcohol in someone's blood?
Oh, it's the blood alcohol.
Yeah, but how do you measure it? Because over here we measure that in hundreds of a percent.
Yeah, I think we do too, right?
Same here. So yeah, like for us, 0.08 is drunk. You're not allowed to be driving a vehicle if your blood BAC is 0.08.
Okay, so I used to work in a small regional newspaper over there in Ludza, which is a very tiny town and 20 kilometers from Russia, but that town manages to have the only local newspaper covering the whole region. That's great. But the thing is, over there we regularly got interesting stories from the cops, and this is also what's connected. How do you think what would be like the highest possible percentage kind of content that the people can be maybe arrested driving a car?
Over there?
Yeah.
I'd say 0.05. I think they're strict about it. What do you think, Dave?
No. The real deal. I mean, cops arrest someone. What's the highest that I've seen?
The highest you've seen, or the legal limit? That's because I know our legal limit is 0.08.
Our legal limit is 0.02, by the way.
Oh, whoa, even stricter. I would say 2. No, I would say 4%. Have you seen something around 4?
5.75.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently, this magnificent achievement had been unlocked when this guy had been drinking about 3 liters of vodka daily for 2 weeks.
Wow.
He would be, because local doctors said that if he would have drunk that whole thing in one day, then he would be just dead.
He was a potato by that point.
Yeah, because so his body was just soaked in it.
Technically, they arrested him for drunk driving, even though more technically he could just start the car and was attempting to drive. That's a bit closer.
It was drunk breathing at that point. Like,
right. Anything you do is endangering somebody at that point.
He had managed to start a car, and he was sitting in it.
It reminds me of the spontaneous combustion episode that we did. That sounds like he was just one lit cigarette away from going up.
Going up.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah, so that's for my first thing out there.
Sounds good. I've got a short one here, and then a little bit more substantial one. Have you guys heard? I'm sure you probably have, of the myth or the thought that cell phones in your pocket kill sperm.
Oh yes, yep. Yeah, that microwave radiation is affecting your sperm count.
Right. Well, there's been research done about it, and there's been other research done, and it just continues and continues. I believe this is from I think Love Science. There's a new one, yet another review of studies about this, the effects of radio frequency electromagnetic radiation on the male reproductive system. And this is coming from the University of Newcastle in Australia.
Hey, not Austria.
Austria, saying, what do you think? What do you think it came out with, you guys? Do you think that electromagnetic radiation affects sperm in males?
Magnets. How do they work, man?
I do not think so. No.
It is pretty clear that they don't do much of anything
No way.
in terms of electromagnetic radiation. However,
So they don't work.
they don't do anything to the sperm, at least nothing that should cause alarm or get you to wear one of those cool holsters like they tried to do back in the early 2000s. Apparently, you get more negative effects from the heat of a cell phone. That can actually cause some damage to your old kids.
Your old what? Your old what?
Your old kitty pies down there.
Ew. Gross.
All right, you're
Kitty
Uber.
pies.
Shut up. There's not really much evidence that the electromagnetic radiation does anything. However, heat definitely does. So that you can put that to rest. Along with they cite a few studies of the same thing with the brain. You know how there's the thing going around where they say the same thing. It can affect your brain, the microwave radiation and stuff. They said there's plenty of studies to debunk that as well. So don't have to worry about that. So that's my short one. And then something that's coming out recently, the EM drive. Have you guys heard about this?
Yeah, that's the motor that they weren't entirely certain worked. They thought
Yeah.
that it was fake, but everybody who tested it says nope, we're getting positive results.
That is true. This is NASA's. They call it the Impossible Engine. It is a propellant-less propulsion technology, and it was developed by Guido Feta, which nope, not an Italian engineer. It's an American engineer.
Love it.
From Italy. And they say it's impossible because, according to the research that they've done, it breaks Newton's third law of motion. That's equal opposite reaction, right? So what they're doing is they're making a little cube satellite. They're going to shoot it up into space, and it's going to have one of these EM engines in it. They're going to leave it up there for 6 months, and if it stays up there, basically, if it just doesn't crash, then they think it's a win. They think this EM drive is an actual thing.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and of course everybody's saying, well, if this is true and we develop it could take us to Mars in 10 weeks.
That's glorious. I love
So
that.
we can waste millions of dollars to go out and fix some space rock. Nice.
Are you kidding? We spend millions of dollars to save the population of Earth from its own destruction because
It's just not tens of millions of dollars total destruction of Earth of humans. Not worth it, man. I'd say they all
I'd
just
rather
go to a
have
pub and
you know what?
have a drink or
I'd
something.
rather have the 10 million.
That is a compelling argument. I never thought of it that way.
What you would have saved those echoes like I? Why?
Dave, he makes a lot of sense.
No, but what about this though? What if you're making it's an investment because with that technology now you can get out and more easily mine asteroids.
But if that'll allow me at one point just to move to asteroids so that I don't have to see anyone at all in my life, then I'm all for it.
Yeah, you could be Christoph's asteroid Jensen.
But other people just had all sorts other kids when I was a kid. Other people had all sorts of life plans. But mine was just to live in a lighthouse. My ideal life would be me and Alice were just living in this lighthouse in the middle of nowhere with a great internet connection.
I think you can do that. I think you can get your own tiny asteroid and just kick it out there.
It can't be any colder than Latvia, right?
Well, it might be actually a bit warmer if you think about it.
Yeah.
Right. And I mean, radiation levels commensurate.
About after 1986, about equal.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it's not so bad here, but
Yeah.
I am not of the most optimistic humanity-loving people out there.
We hear you. We hear you.
I have seen things. Wow.
I seen some shit, man.
especially about the Chernobyl episode. It was like crazy.
Oh, yeah.
To get information from those guys who were actual survivors and who are interviewed. Like they live in this small community there in Ludza, and they're like really tragic. I only got to them after I bought them 5 liters of moonshine, and we drank that together.
Whoa! All in one day before driving.
Right. And then they were like crying, and that was a bit touching.
Really?
I don't know.
It's a good emotional catharsis.
It's true. Don't ask me how this thing works. I've watched several videos and I still don't understand, but there are several.
Are you talking about butt chugging? Are you talking about drinking liquor in your butt?
No. He's talking about the awesome new way how to escape humanity.
Oh, okay.
No, it was butt chugging. Yeah, you can find. Of course, I'll link to this in the show notes. But if you go to YouTube and look for the EM Drive, look for the video that looks like schematics, and it's the guy who kind of put the idea forward. His name was Shawyer, I think. He explains how it's supposed to work, and then I guess this Guido Feta developed it. NASA took it and ran with it. So see if you can get anything from that. But it's basically a way of bouncing waves inside this cone in a way that it does not. It only produces thrust and no what they call propellant, which I guess would cause an opposite reaction. That's about as far as I got at it, and then I just sort of sank. So check it out. Dave, what do you got for news?
Well, I've got something that is equally scientific and equally earth-shattering.
An asteroid!
The Italian Supreme Court made a pretty serious ruling today.
Boy, this is probably about dresses.
A little bit. It's tangential. In Italy, the act of public masturbation is no longer a crime.
Solving the hard problems.
Yeah. One thing that's just a delicious coincidence, the author of this particular story that I'm reading is named Ron Dicker. Ron Dicker wants you to know that if you're in Italy, as long as you are not in the presence of minors, go for it.
God.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. Let's see. According to media outlets, the decision was made to save from prison cells people who commit obscene acts in front of women. Yeah, they're doing it to decrease prison volume, I guess.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So
they're just saying, well, not a crime anymore. Too many murderers in the jail. You know what the problem is? The murder.
You know what?
Us convicting of murder.
In Italy, it's called Harambe's Law.
Oh.
Dicks out.
Jimmy's sufficiently rustled.
What's a harambe?
Harambe is it's a thing that's about a month ago. Was it just a month ago or so?
Oh, yeah, I think it's been longer than that, but
maybe longer than that. A month or two ago, a child got into the enclosure of a gorilla at a zoo in Ohio, and it was terrifying. People were shooting video of this. This kid is in there with the gorillas, and the gorillas dragging him around the thing. And the zookeepers made the decision that they had to kill the gorilla to make sure the kid was safe. And everybody got all angry and up in arms. Oh, she's a terrible mom.
Wait a minute. Did they just run out of tranquilizer darts or something?
That's what people said. The zoo's response was that a tranquilizer dart can take anywhere from 3 to 10 minutes to take effect, and a gorilla can do a lot to a small child in that time. And so they were unwilling to risk how long it would take the tranquilizer to bring, because the gorilla's a big animal, and so they decided to kill it. The gorillas.
Why don't tranquilize both then? The kid falls asleep. Gorilla probably doesn't. Sleeping baby doesn't attract attention.
Oh, sleeping babies are the tastiest, though.
Yeah, exactly. They're like pate.
I don't know. I usually eat them while they're still alive and kicking. So.
You should try it.
So the zoo officials killed the gorilla, saved the child, and just what you said. Lots of people had lots of questions about how it was handled. And now, just in only the way that the internet can churn things out, it has become this running meme called "Dicks Out for Harambe," where people are jokingly protesting the murder of Harambe by whipping their dicks out in public, or at least discussing. I don't know that I've seen anyone actually do it, or I don't know. I just know that.
It sounds to me like it's a high school bro joke that for some god awful reason went viral. You know,
It's like I suppose it's for it's invented so that some nice guys who like flashing can say, but we're doing this for Harambe.
Yeah, anyone who can't afford a ticket to Italy has got to do it for Harambe.
Amazing. So, when does this take effect, Dave?
It does not say, and I don't know if it's immediate. It was the result of a case that started back in May of last year, of 2015. And so I imagine that it is immediate. I don't feel like it has something that's like, oh, this law goes into effect on this date. I think that once the Supreme Court overturned this other guy's conviction, anyone else could no longer. From that moment forward, pet precedent is established and no one can be convicted. Is my guess. I'm not an Italian law scholar.
Apparently, they aren't either.
No, but they sure do love whipping it out in public. Oh, those Italians. What'll they think of next?
Oh, that's the summary. Oh, those crazy Italians.
It's worth pointing out once again that the Vatican is sovereign property, so do not think you can get away with it there. That's a whole other country, people.
Oh, in San Marino as well.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, you just have to make sure that you're in Italy proper before you start jacking it in a grocery store.
All of Italy or just Rome?
All of Italy.
Wow. From Tuscany to Sicily.
That's right. From the tip of the boot to the edge of the stocking.
To the edge of the snoot.
Then you should have said from Lombardy to Sicily, because Tuscany is just like above Rome and not very tough.
Yeah. Your facts have no place here, Christoph. Your knowledge of geography will only be a hindrance.
Your continental European knowledge can stay in Europe.
Oppressive Americans. I have something about oppressive Americans, actually.
Perfect.
It is.
Well, when I wake up in the morning, the first thing I do, I open up all of my nice Russian newspapers. I have to have my daily dose of niceness.
Right. Uplifting stories.
There is a site called Vestial Web. I've mentioned that on my previous episode. They're a pro-Russian Latvian site, and basically now they're writing about how from anonymous sources we have found out that Hillary Clinton actually might have a body double, and that if she suddenly dies while she's in the hospital, the body double might take her place.
Oh, that's perfect.
It's the American president.
Yeah.
That, or maybe Joe Biden actually shows up. Suddenly now.
Yeah.
She might be exchanged for that. Then it continues about the fact that it is very common. I'm gonna turn on my thick Russian accent. It's more fun that way.
Yeah.
It is very common that, and I'm translating from Russian to English right now, so I'm sorry if I'm a bit slow. While I'm reading this, I posted on our Skype conversation there. Like that's a photo article about how Russian five graders are now being trained in school.
To do what?
Look at it.
By the way, Stecco, is it Dave, not the American president? Is it Dave that I'm thinking of?
Yeah. Yeah, it is Dave.
My bad.
Are you my mummy?
All right. We're looking at this.
You can make some comments. But just they have these tactical field training once a year. Long.
Oh well, if it's just once a year.
Yeah.
So all these kids are in gas masks. Christoph, you'll have to email me the links to your articles as well, so I can put them in the show notes so everybody can see. But
and I'll send it about the body double of Hillary Clinton.
Sure.
I really don't know if that thing matters to you guys.
Oh, I love it. It means that if you're a Russian gas mask or tactical warfare gear company, it means that on the website there's a drop down for kid sizes. And that's my favorite part of that.
Kid size fatigues.
That only took me 10 minutes to get out, but it was worth the trip.
there are young boys and girls both, and they're in full military fatigues. And Kristaps, are those live guns?
Oh yes,
Live AK-47s, I'm guessing.
apparently, yeah. Well, they look like live ones.
Yeah. So they're
Well, they
wearing.
look very happy, you know.
Oh yeah, I would be too.
Oh no. No, they have some live ones, and then there are some props.
Oh, I guess it's just luck of the draw then.
No, the live ones in the second picture contains. Now the second, there are some props and some are live. Yeah, as far as in
So is military service mandatory?
in Russia. Yeah.
So that's just getting them ready, right? That's just kind of a, hey, you're going to be doing this soon.
Hello, kids. Today we shall learn how to oppress other nations and invade them when they can voluntarily join our great country. You will also be informed how to remove all of your signs of recognition and where to buy all your equipment. At least how to tell to Americans that you bought it. It will be nice.
Yeah, your family is now going on an all-expenses paid vacation to the Donetsk region.
Aren't you lucky?
Wow.
But yeah, that's my one thing because I'm gonna look up some more stuff. But these were the first two tiny things about the fact that one, they're really out there complaining about Hillary Clinton might have a body double, even though they utterly and completely deny that she has any body double, which I think I have pretty much proven that she does in my episode.
Doesn't every world leader though? I mean, they try to outwit whoever's potentially going to.
Yeah, but but maybe would it be kind of fair, before election? Like, I guess you kind of run the body double so that you still have the Hillary Clinton, but when she gets elected, then you kind of reveal your cards and say, but she was actually dead all along, but our party won, so here you go, Obama, third term for you or something. I don't know.
Just throw that up there.
That's when you reveal your clone technology, or at least the reptilians that are running the show.
But if reptilians would be running the show, I would still vote for them. I mean, think about it. For one, I hate all politicians as a species, and because I have seen their incompetence in person, and that's dreadful. Because and when you think about it, if Illuminati or the reptilians were like real, then that means they're at least competent of hiding their own existence. And if they have been running the show so far while still hiding their existence, I mean, at least they know how to do something, right?
That's true. They at least are competent to, they are organized and effective.
So that means like, hey guys, if you exist, come out. I'll vote for you. Hey, I'll run your campaign even.
Yeah,
those guys seem way more awesome than we have now.
I've said it before, and I've caught hell from crazy emails and whatnot, but to me, a world government seems very efficient. Seems like that's a good idea to me. I'm just putting it out there.
Look, there's a reason why, like 4X space exploration games, you have one. At least you have some supernatural entity that represents it.
Yeah, why not? That makes perfect sense.
Oh, you guys.
I know. Flora, what do you got next?
That's a microaggression. Seriously. Really recently I read an American news article which basically said that in some, I can't find it anymore, but basically they gave around these leaflets in sensitivity training again in some of your American universities, and apparently saying you guys is a microaggression to women.
Well, there we go. Picking it up again.
Well, here's my response to that. I don't give a
What about Yin's guys? What? Does that help?
Kristaps, that's a regional thing.
Just learn to say ptsane. Yeah, that's in Russian. Just very slangy, very, very criminally version of you guys.
You just you walk away and say, right?
Right? Yeah.
Is that right?
Oh,
the ball pieces.
I love this show. This is the best show.
All right, I've got a couple more here. We're another short one and another cool one. Both cool. Kristaps, have you heard of this? Apparently, there is a river that has been turned red as blood recently.
Yeah, I saw this.
You saw that one, Dave? This is
it's in Yakutsk. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't actually heard of it.
Apparently, the river Adaldecon was turned red kind of overnight. It was a very beautiful blue river before that, and people were like, what happened here? Who did this? And everybody sort of looked in. Everybody turned around and looked at the fat cake eating kid in the corner. I don't know why he's a fat cake eating kid. I just terrible metaphor. It was the Norilsk Nickel Factory, and they think that it's a possible breakthrough slurry pipeline of them that leaked into the river. So it's just basically metal concentrates and chemical solutions that drenched this river, turning it red. And of course, they were like, "Yet, that was not us. We have no hand in this." And in fact, they went so far as to say the river is not red.
Yeah, it's the same color. It's the same color it always is.
Dude, rivers are blue. This is red. Obviously, this is not even a river. What are you talking about?
Right.
Don't you know how this works?
Right. And so just recently, actually 7 hours ago, from the BBC reported that they finally said, you know what? Because of heavy rains, there was either a dam that broke or it overflowed, and so yes, we actually were the cause of this. But
Well,
there's no danger to people or wildlife, is what they say.
Right. Go ahead, have a glass. You'll be fine.
Yeah, you know, it's not really. Look, if it's all dead, then there's no more danger. You know, what wildlife? If all wildlife already dead, then there's no more danger remaining to the wildlife.
I mean, it's solved. Yeah, it's solid logic. It says indigenous groups have accused the company of lax safety standards. Oh, really, Kristaps? Is there lax safety standards over there? I thought everybody had a pretty tight hold on that stuff.
What's the safety standard?
Safety what? I thought that was particularly amusing.
If it exists, then we pay taxes for it, and you know, like everything, you pay taxes for something, and then nothing happens.
Yeah.
You should try living in Chicago.
I actually would love to, because you know, one of my dreams is to go and visit your. You always say Americans, your country, best country. Well, I want to go see myself.
Yeah, prove it.
Prove it. Put your hamburgers where your mouths are, Americans. Oh wait, you already do. So that was that's my mini one here. I just thought that was fun.
Oh, good. Now, are you ready to get to the real one?
You had like 15 stories last time. Elephant condom bomb.
I understood that I should actually teach you how to swear in Russian, so that you just don't have to beep everything out.
Oh, we could do that.
Because then everyone would be like listening to you, and then they would totally not understand anything, and re-listen to everything very carefully to understand what you're saying. It's amazing.
But then Giannis and everybody, all of our 2 or 3 Russian listeners will just be cackling.
People love the beeps. We can't afford to piss off our 6-year-old fans.
This actually happened at one point, because on the magical internet, apparently someone complained that on our other show, like Lesser Bonapartes, where I'm also at, hey, you should check that one out too if you're out. We got a complaint that apparently after I joined the show, because one of the previous hosts left, and I got politely invited, to become a co-host of that. Apparently, we are no longer accessible for 7-year-olds, and if you had listened to Lesser Bonapartes, we swear about as much as you do. It's a comedy history show where we look at, for example, we did a nice series on the Varangian Guard. It's like we have murder, obscure jokes, swearing,
swears. Yeah, you cannot piss off.
Booze and drug references and everything, and it's like, okay, so that show used to have all this previously, and now I'm in there. We've added a bit of politics in there because I love to make political jokes. I'm sorry. I'm a journalist. It's the professional idiocy, so to speak.
But you don't want to miss that lucrative K through 6 demographic. They're a lot of money.
Are you in this only for the money? Filthy capitalist. No passion for work.
That's right. USA. Yeah, that's
USA.
paid.
Oh man, you should see the hateful comments about us on the Dyatlov Pass on YouTube when we put that episode up. Oh. Anyways,
Problematic.
You have hateful comments there. Wow. I think I'm also kind of slowly trying to get onto YouTube.
well,
We're
don't do it for the
working on it.
comments. All right, this mysterious Maya codex has been verified as the oldest known text of ancient America. You seen this? You heard about this?
I did. I saw that article yesterday and I forgot to read it. So tell me what's up.
Oh yeah. So apparently the Grolier Codex, which was uncovered by looters in the 60s, was touted as a legitimate artifact, something that was not faked. We totally didn't fake this. Don't worry about any fakes. Just give us money. And of course, archaeologists and historians have been like, yeah, methinks the lady doth protest too much. And so nobody gave it any credibility. But apparently a few people were still like, well, we should probably run some tests and compare and, see if this thing is real or not, just for shiggles. And it turns out that it looks like it is authentic, which means it is older than the other codexes, the ones in Dresden, Madrid, and Paris. And this actually predates them. So they think it is originating in the 13th century, and they think that it's real because the analysis of the text suggests that a forgery in the 60s, which is when this was found or introduced, would have been almost impossible because nobody knew about the aspects of Maya culture at that time in history, in the archaeology of the place.
Oh, so when they found it, they didn't know enough to fake it.
Right.
Oh, that's badass.
Yeah, at least not that good. And then they've done some carbon dating that puts it in the 13th century. So that kind of adds up, and it stacks against the fact that looters claimed it. Looters presented it, and that it was just kind of displayed in the 70s in the Grolier Club in New York City, which is where it gets its name, the Grolier Codex. And people just thought, well, this is a clever forgery, ha ha ha. But this Mexican millionaire, they said, basically went out in a plane where they covered up the instruments so he couldn't tell where it was. They landed the plane and took him to where they found it, and were like, give me money and you get this artifact along with like a wooden mask and a dagger or something. And he did, and turns out, yeah, it might be the real deal, Holyfield.
That is awesome.
Isn't that cool? So
wow.
It may be the oldest known page or pages written in the Americas right now.
Now, so to this day, they don't know the precise source of it then? Or did he know that after he made them?
I don't think he ever found out exactly where it was from, because they made such a big deal of hiding the location of it when they took him to it.
Right.
It was in a cave, apparently, is where they took him. Now, who's to say they didn't move it to the cave too? I don't know, but
true.
They had a small wooden mask and a sacrificial knife with it, apparently, and those, I guess, were recognized as authentic a while ago. So for some reason, they just thought that these pages were bullshit when they really weren't.
Wow, that is awesome. It's it's a cool, very Indiana Jonesy story too.
Yeah, they compare it to that a lot. And I think that, didn't they say that they just found a huge pyramid, like built either under or next to a city down there or something? They're just like, oh, we thought this was just a big hill. Turns out it's an actual temple or a pyramid that was just built upon.
And,
right?
and now all of these people who are numerologists are just getting there in droves, looking at every little bump on that small hill and figuring out on their little papers how an alien ship could land there. I tell you guys.
Right. Where's the landing port? Where's the mess hall? Where are the aliens going to come in and save us all and take us to that asteroid that Kristaps has moved to?
Right.
It's really it'd be like You know, it would be like really fun, if all these numerologists just went there and actual alien ship arrived and kind of looked at them and said, "Oh, well, these are the dumb ones," and then just burned them all. Fun.
You know what? It would be fun. I don't think they'd stop there.
And
And your point.
right.
So that's what I got. That's pretty cool. Some archaeology.
Yeah, that is really cool. I have to think.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that it's 13th century. Like, and that's I'm assuming CE, but I would have thought that maybe it would have gone back a little further than that. But I don't know. I'm still impressed.
Right?
I don't want to say I'm not impressed.
Yeah, no, I think that's cool because then you think like the next step is, and I'm sure people have done this, like they're talking to everyone that guy knew in the 60s. Who did he talk to? And is there any way we can get back in touch with some family that knows where he was taken?
That seems like the most impossible dream, Don Quixote. I was like,
Yeah, they're talking about a long shot. What's it,
yeah, I mean, looters probably. I mean, trying to track down.
Right, 50 some years later. I mean, that's the thing. Those guys, the guy, we only have what we have was because of looters.
Yeah, I guess what you could do is, if you knew the airport where he flew out of, then you could probably get a pretty good radius of how far a plane could get.
True.
You know,
But I mean, it's not like they had to file an accurate flight plan. It's not like they even needed a radio at the time to do it.
right,
So,
right, yeah. But if that guy, I don't even know if that guy's still alive, to be honest. But if
yeah.
he is,
But
then you could say.
and then you're right though. Just think about this: if you get the radius, and then you go, okay, where can a plane land?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, maybe the landing site's a good indicator,
If it's not overgrown by now.
right?
You know what? Patreon stretch goal. We if we get up to maybe the I don't know what do you think, Dave? 5,000 mark or so. We'll take a trip down there and see if we can find this place.
Yeah. What'll that be? I'm sure it's like right in the middle of the Sinaloa region. Fine.
Yeah, right. All right, so that's what I got. Dave, what do you got for us?
All right. Let's see here. My next one up on deck is pretty cool. From Live Science. It's an article about how linguists prepare to speak to an extraterrestrial. Like how would you establish communication? We're a ship to land tomorrow, and people came out of it.
Oh, guys at 4chan have figured out that a while ago already.
4chan?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, seriously, they have this group called X, and there was this one. They have these nice, cool infographics about what should you do if you are a time traveler. They also actually recommended people to learn how to make gunpowder. And about the aliens, it was basically like show them some basic mathematics and explain that you understand which planet you are in, to explain general level of knowledge here, something like that. Pretty cool. They had an infographic for that as well.
If I could make one wish, it would be that aliens land and 4chan is not in charge of talking to them. They are the last sons of bitches you ever want talking to aliens. I promise this.
Oh no, those would be like only guys from Poland, betards. The rest of us are quite okay, man.
I've seen the infographic about like drawing out dots and establishing basic things and Pythagorean theorem and stuff. This story is actually about verbal communication, trying to determine how does a linguist learn a language when you don't have any frame of reference between the two. And it was really fascinating because it's got a story about the Karaha people in the Amazon basin, and their language is isolated. It is the last member of its language family, so it has nothing in common with anything else. And it's this opportunity for a linguist to go and immerse himself in a completely foreign language with nothing but his knowledge of how to build language to do it. And it's a really interesting article about how socially people understand like the initial naming of items. You point to yourself and you say Dave, you point to a rock and you say rock, and you have them do the same thing. And now you've got a few nouns to work with. And how do you turn those nouns? How do you use those nouns to leverage verbs? If you pick up the rock, or you drop the rock, then you use those to start building a basis of verb interaction. It's really, really fascinating, and it's a cool article in that it really focuses on linguistics. I mean, take it for what it's worth. It's assuming that they process information even remotely close to how humans do. I think that in the long run, probably the math is the better route. But it was a really cool article about, even if you left the aliens out, just the discussion of how this guy was trying to build common communication with this completely isolated language.
What if the aliens are? What if they went to a liberal arts school and they don't like math?
Yeah, exactly. This is the perfect opportunity. There was who was it? Scalzi. John Scalzi wrote a book in which the aliens communicated by smell, and no human enjoyed that whatsoever. Mostly because the aliens felt like they were screaming all the time, and the humans were never understanding what they were saying.
Wow. I'm just thinking about aliens.
Right?
They seem like nice people.
They are nice people, or at least so far. They haven't blown us up with their ray guns. That's pretty nice, right?
That's kind of nice of them, yeah.
Yeah, I dig it.
Oh, I have a nice small news to here, just tiny ones. The defense minister of Russian Federation, Sergei Shoigu, basically has stated that apparently, in another article, he stated that the United States actually are the real aggressor on planet Earth right now, and you started all of this mess by invading Bosnia in the 90s, and that doesn't matter. What he's saying is that by 2018, the Russians are going to create a new military base in Chukotka, 86 kilometers from Alaska, essentially.
Oh, look at that. Now you can see Russia from Alaska.
I think you can do that now as well. You can see America from Russia, so it must be the vice versa too, unless you have really terrible eyesight.
No, we actually have engaged all kinds of stealth. HARP is making sure to create a shimmering effect, so the United States is no longer visible from Russia. We couldn't live with that.
Oh, really? Well,
just.
It's fine. Anyways, basically, yeah. Right now, there's just some sort of coastal guard there, but they plan on making like a full-fledged hardcore military base over there, possibly with nuclear weapons.
Wow. What's the point? Just saber rattling?
Dude, you do know that they have this MP, Vladimir Zhirinovsky, who's also leader of a faction in Russia, and he's like a very important guy there. He's known for his radical statements, obviously, but that's the MP who regularly in public news as an MP says that, oh no, we should totally nuke America. And that everyone's a Nazi. Oh, they literally have. Imagine this if, I don't know, who's your craziest senator? Imagine if Ted Cruz would just run around publicly stating that, actually we should totally nuke Russia, like right now. That would be amazing. Russia sucks.
We're working on it.
Well, I mean, Trump, yeah, we actually have had some of our senators say, yeah, we should just nuke those people into the ground. So, yeah, that has actually happened.
Yeah, but there's the same thing in Russia, like all the time. And all these articles about evil imperialistic Americans who are all Nazis and are all trying to oppress and kill all of our Orthodox values and everything.
What are the Orthodox values that they're talking about?
Oh man, you know that they have a law in Russia which kind of is there to protect the freedom of speech, but they look at European examples of liberty and everything, and they kind of twist it because in Russia it's officially illegal to say or do anything that might offend the feelings of the believers.
Oh yeah, because that guy just got busted for playing Pokemon in a church under that rule.
Yep. Yeah, and also very recently, the Russian highest court basically stated that Russia did not really invade Poland in 1939 together with Hitler, and they weren't allies, and now it's a crime to say so. Seriously.
Really?
Yeah, I'll just open that one up because a dude got a large monetary fine for retweeting essentially or just reposting somewhere on Facebook another article which kind of reminded people that Soviet Union and Hitler used to be allies, and apparently he got sued, he got in trouble, he got fined, and now there is this article that says that it is now illegal to state that they ever were allies.
Oh, come on.
Basically, dude, I'll just read from the article, and then here is the article in English, no less, if you have it. 37-year-old Vladimir Luzgin was convicted in July this year by the Perm District Court and fined 200,000 rubles. I'll tell you how many dollars that is. 100,000 rubles is $3,092. He was fined about $3,100. The charge was under the Article 354.1 of Russia's Criminal Code, Rehabilitation of Nazism, and concerned Luzhigin's repost on a text on his Contact social network page entitled 15 Facts About Bandera Supporters or what the criminal is silent about. Basically, the text is, the communists in Germany jointly invaded Poland, sparking off the Second World War. That is, communism and Nazism closely collaborated, yet for some reason they blame Bandera, who was in a German concentration camp, for declaring Ukrainian independence. Because, yeah, the Banderovцы and all these things, the supporters of this Bandera are what the Russian media right now calls Nazism. Even though they there are pictures there and video materials. They were allied. They held a common military parade together, for fuck's sake. And then Russians invaded us too, And interestingly, Russia's Supreme Court has now agreed that this paragraph constitutes the public denial of the Nuremberg trials and circulation of false information about the activities of the USSR during the years of the Second World War.
So we'll just make it illegal. Now we don't have to. Don't worry about it. We fixed it.
It's like, what do you mean we were allies and we also invaded Poland? That never happened. Here, have fun.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, pay this.
So just in case you thought your country was bad, it's essentially like this. It's like one of the nice older jokes, and so it's like Armenian radio gets called. Can you please inform us? But how will we know if we kind of achieve and live in true communism? And Armenian radio answers, well, it apparently will be reported in the newspapers and on the radio. And if people will still have televisions by then maybe on the TV as well. But I doubt that.
Yes.
Also, what's a sardine? That's a whale that has swam until communism.
I've got a good friend of mine in Chicago was a master sergeant in the Soviet Army. That's a Nick Nisko joke right there. I recognize that.
Well, I tell you what.
Another one. This one comes from this one comes from the 50s and 60s, like year 65. Little Vovachka is asking his grandma. Grandma, was Lenin a good man? Yes, Vovachka, Lenin was a good man. Grandma, was Stalin a good man? Well, he was a bad man, Vovachka, a bad man. Grandma, but is Khrushchev a good man? And, well, when he'll die, then we'll find out. You have to know your bit of a history for this one, but it's actually pretty great.
Christoph, do you have any stories of folklore or tales of any monsters or anything like that you know of off the top of your head?
I'm making an episode about that one because I'm getting prepared for my wedding, right? So I don't have that much time to make a gigantic episode at this moment. So I'm working on I had gathered a bunch of articles about strange things happening around in Latvia.
Yeah,
and Baltics in general throughout the years. And there was this dude apparently who, and this is from the episode, there was this dude apparently in the late 90s, like 97, who apparently his name was Agris Bergmanis, and he apparently read the Weekly World News and took it extremely seriously.
Oh no! Well, it is the Weekly World News.
It's the paper.
The paper.
That's the tabloid paper. Yeah, apparently this Weekly World News had published that actually Jesus is living on Earth, and he was born here in 1967 by a certain Karl Stronheim, and like that dude reported, and the Stronheim kind of told everyone that he has 30-year-old audio tapes where Lyndon Johnson gives orders about what to do and how to guard little baby Jesus, and that he's a farmer somewhere, and he'll rise up in the year 2000 and become a messiah, and then the world will end too.
Yeah.
So our little guy, Agnes Bergman, because back then we didn't really understand what's a tabloid and what's not a tabloid, he made a nice specific religious movement, the Congregation of the Second Coming of Jesus. And what did this guy do? He gathered a bunch of money from all of his members of this congregation, moved to the United States of America, and lived there for 3 years. He came back and said, the world didn't end. They cheated me, comrades.
Right.
We have a lot of these cult stories. weird stuff.
Have you heard of Baba Yaga or?
Oh, that's a folklore. That's not as fun as random cults.
Oh, I disagree.
Come on, random cults are pretty fun.
Yeah, random cults are just people being stupid.
Hey, I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at how the cults work, and I'm thinking, well, maybe we should guys make our own religion. I mean, let's just do it. Let's just make a capitalist religion, and one of our tenets would be like, if the more money you pay us, then the better spot in the afterlife you'll get. It makes so much sense. It makes as much sense as Scientology, guys.
True, and very true. Yeah, well,
right.
Well, Kristaps, why don't you tell everyone where they can go and find you, all the stuff that you want to. Oh, and why don't you take this opportunity to plug your charity that you were telling us about?
Oh, yeah. I'll do that. I'll do that too. I'll start with myself. Yeah, I can be found on the cold waters of Russia. Basically, theeasternborder.lv, or just look up the Eastern Border. I'm everywhere. I'm on iTunes, Stitcher, what have you.
Sure.
Also, I recommend people check out the Lester Bonaparte. The Eastern Border is it's very grim. It's very bleak gallows humor in there, and I do that alone, and it's about telling the story of my people, and it's actually a bit more serious than what I'm doing here, with some jokes in it. But you might also enjoy Lester Bonaparte's, which I'm co-hosting, where we, just like you guys, we just look through our history, and then we have series of Varangian Guard, the British Raj, and all that stuff, and we're actively trying to prove there was no such thing as a golden age, and that everything was kind of bad all the time. It's actually really, really fun and great.
Cool.
Just check out those two things: the Eastern Border and Lester Bonaparte. Those are the two of my very, very active shows. And yeah, Lester Bonaparte also, iTunes, Stitcher, whatever. Lester Border also. Yeah, all of them.
Both on Dark Myths as well.
Also, yeah, darkmyths.org. Visit darkmyths.org. I got a review, by the way, about them. They have this PodTrack application, like where people can write their kind of reviews on the show, so that I can read them, the likes, dislikes, whatever, kind of in-depth reviewing. And one of the dislikes was that the Darkness Group Association is bad. It gives a bad vibe, and reduces the legitimacy of the Eastern Border. And I was like, okay.
Sure, buddy. Sure,
yeah, whatever.
It was kind of crazy, but yeah, I have this charity which I had this whole thing. Basically, I'm getting married, okay, and I went to my friend, which I hadn't seen for a small while, and apparently this guy got diagnosed with I can't remember exactly the name of the illness, but essentially he's gonna turn blind in 8 years, slowly progressing terrible illness that he has. He was panicking at first, but now he's making this charity, and I thought that I've met people he's working with, and some of them are just high schoolers from the special school for children with eyesight problems. That was the first time I saw someone who was actually extremely happy for podcasts even existing.
Oh,
those people were like, we are like superheroes or something, and I thought, they're our most loyal, devout listeners. So that's great. And
I tell everyone that we're superheroes. I tell everybody.
Basically, this guy gave me his plug and asked me to popularize it somewhere, and I'm gonna do it on Eastern Border, recording this episode soon too. But here it is, and I'm just gonna read it.
Sure.
So, his project is called the Eyesight Stories. It can be found on eyesightstories.org, just in case. Basically, Eyesight Stories is a non-profit organization created with the aim to provide support and information for vision impaired and blind people. We, that is they, I'm quoting here, have created a YouTube channel and a website where people with eyesight problems share their personal experiences, providing both emotional support and practical advice for those who face these issues. When we interviewed vision-impaired people, they frequently mentioned understandable information and personal approach as two very important factors of their well-being. Our hope is that the stories we'll share will uncover options they didn't know existed and give them the strength to face their challenges. The project began in Eastern Europe and Latvia, but their aim is to gather information from around the whole world and make it available to everyone. We would like to provide professional voiceovers in English and other languages as well, so that the information and stories will be understood everywhere. The project could ultimately become a support platform for people in immediate need of help, for example, medical operations or other critical cases. Vision-impaired people will participate in our project as employees to help with as many tasks as needed to achieve these goals. The project was started by two Latvian guys, and we have carried it this far on our own, despite our financial limitations. But to reach out further and make this dream happen, we need your help. Thanks to your involvement, we will be able to make this world easier to access for vision impaired people, and give them the possibility to voice their needs and to better integrate into society. To support us, please visit our Indiegogo generosity page. That's important, this generosity, because that's for kind of charity projects, not for any private Kickstarter thingy. Basically, yeah, I'm gonna give you the link of their Indiegogo page, and if you just want to go and take a look and also see page and what they're doing, it's eyesightstories.org.
Great. Sweet.
It's kind of, nice, because I'm getting married and I gave them the invitation. I just thought, you know what? Yeah, these guys give us reviews and listen to us very closely, so, hey, I think these guys might actually help them out. It would be amazing. So they have this Indiegogo generosity campaign, and if you want to help out, hey, go forth and do something nice for once. I mean,
For once, you ungrateful fucks. For once.
no, it's like, come on, it's like promoting this too. Also, I mean, sometimes it gains you karma points. Like, be decent human once in 2 years or so. Check.
You sons of bitches.
Well, that's great. That sounds like a great project.
I lost my faith in humanity when I was 12. Then I found out Santa wasn't real. And
Yeah, well, that's why you got to come to America. Get it back and then lose it again.
That's right. You'll get it back, and then you'll get it taken from you.
Yeah.
In a mugging.
You said faith in humanity with faith in Americans. I don't really qualify you as exactly human.
Sure.
Oh, well, you will. You will. Corn dogs. Corn dogs. That's all you got to do.
Wait, Flora, I'm getting reports here that you left your fridge doors open, but, just saying, just close them afterwards.
Yeah. That thing's got a rusty hinge.
Like I said, you see, you have this field of vision, and outside that field of vision are densely stacked KGB agents at all times.
You say your V's like Chekhov. It's just an observation.
How'd that work out?
What?
Yeah.
I've been watching a lot of Star Trek original series lately.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with it.
What's Star Trek?
So, this interview is over.
All right. Well, Christoph, it's been great having you on. Like I said,
it was a bit silly, but I really enjoyed it. Thank you for having me.
Oh yeah, well that's
amazing.
That is how we roll, my comrade.
Absolutely.
As always, everybody can check us out on iTunes. Give us a 5-star review. We really appreciate those.
Wait! I have another joke.
Do you? Save it for. You know what? Put it in a 5-star comment on our iTunes.
I don't have an iTunes account, guys. I'm only there because Jordan Harbour from Darkness put me there, because it's literally very hard to get an account, at least at the time when I was making it, because I don't have any Apple products, because they're ridiculously expensive. So Jordan put me on iTunes, but I don't have an iTunes account. I can't get that 5-star review.
Wah, wah. You're not contributing to the communism of dark myths at all.
I am. A lot.
You need to work harder. No, you actually do a ton for it. So
if you continue like this, you're gonna lower the morale of it.
It is true.
That's not good.
You can always follow us, blurry_photos on Twitter. You can go to our Facebook page, give us a like, help us climb over that 14 Hildo mark and onwards and upwards. Dave, what else can they do?
They can go to patreon.com/blurryphotos. Sign up, get yourself just a bucket load of free fun stuff, extra episodes, best of our musical intros, best of our regular intros. I mean, swing for the bleachers. Get yourself your own Lego minifig.
Yep.
Get in your own episode of friggin' Bullstone.
You can do that.
The Bullphone option is out there and as yet untouched. You can break ground on it.
That's right. Go to audibletrial.com/blurryphotos. Get yourself a free audio book download. Get us a high five.
Mm-hmm.
Stumble upon us if you stumble.
Do all those things.
Anything else, Dave? What am I forgetting?
I know I remembered. The other thing you got to remember is next time on Bullstone, popular Harambe meat leads other national zoos to gun down animals to increase ticket sales.
Latvian government promises improved harvest. 2 potatoes per person per week.
The Queen of Hearts, she made some charts. We'll tell you how Queen Elizabeth has taken up learning PowerPoint as a hobby.
All these wang-wrangling stories and more next time on Bullstone.
До свидания, Christoph.
До свидания.
Свидания, товарищи.
До здравия.
Welcome to Muzi.com, America's favorite free-to-play social casino, offering the fastest payouts around. With over 3,000 games at your fingertips, generous bonuses, and daily rewards, Muzi.com is the best. Play today at MOOZI.com.
Muzi.com is a free-to-play social casino. No purchase necessary. Fully protected. Play responsibly. Visit Muzi.com for more details.
Sign up today for an amazing welcome bonus at MOOZI.com.
Muzi.com. It is Ryan Seacrest here. There was a recent social media trend which consisted of flying on a plane with no music, no movies, no entertainment. But a better trend would be going to ChumbaCasino.com. It's like having a mini social casino in your pocket. Chumba Casino has over 100 online casino-style games, all absolutely free. It's the most fun you can have online and on a plane. So grab your free welcome bonus now at ChumbaCasino.com. Sponsored by Chumba Casino.
No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. 21 plus. Terms and conditions apply.
Let's check in with golf legend John Daly.
Hell yeah, these winds are piling up faster than my divorces.
Whoa, John, what are you playing?
I only spent on Moto, America's social casino. You know, I won a couple of majors. And on Moto, I've won majors, grands, and epic jackpots on their classic Vegas slots with huge, huge bonus rounds. Moto Casino adds new games and awards players free coins every single day. That's daily. Moto Casino, hands down, has the best VIP experience. Take it from one high roller to another. If you're ready to go for the greens with me, rip it and spin it on Moto Casino.
Moto Casino, the social casino. Void where prohibited. No purchase necessary. Visit Moto.us for more details.
Running a business is hard work. Building your website shouldn't be. With Wix, you can express your ideas, give direction, then leave the heavy lifting to AI, from site creation to branded content and images. Have fun with the details. Customize what you want the way you want, and manage your whole business from a centralized dashboard with expert AI tools. Build, scale, and enjoy the incredible results. You can do it all yourself on Wix.
This episode brought to you by Basecamp. Use Basecamp to run projects. People know what to do. Come on. People know where things are. You get to stay on top of everything all the time. Yeah. All right, everybody, settle down.
All right.
Settle down.
Simmer, you kid.
My name is Tipper Snipsit. You can call me Tip or just Counselor.
And I'm Counselor Shinkstack, and you can call me Sir.
That's right. This man has been working these woods for over 43 years, so do you think he knows what he's talking about?
Yes, I know what I'm talking about, you little
I'd say he knows what he's talking about, you little So why don't you guys close your mouths and open your ears, all right? We're going to go over some basic survival techniques for the woods. That's why your parents shipped you out here. It's what we're here to tell you, okay? I can't have anyone die on my watch, and I haven't yet this year.
Most of you were sick because you're too fat. But you're going to learn to survive here, too. Or my name's not Shinkstack. You keep your mouth shut and your ears open and do what we say, and you'll come out of here with dozens of merit badges which signify your knowledge of the outdoors.
Now, I'm sure all of you have heard all the legends, myths, folk tales, night terrors, campfire stories, and completely legitimate media coverage of the murderous nature of these woods. Has anyone not understood that? All right, good. So you guys know what we're up against here. First thing you need to know, you want to make it through this summer camp? Shake Stank, what's rule number 1?
Don't have any damn sex.
That's right. Nothing is going to draw a predator, and by predator I mean psychopathic killer, return generational curse, phantasm, ghost, or fisherman that got hit by teenagers to you faster than sexual activity.
And you quit your giggling. Sexual maturity starts a lot sooner than you think it does in the woods.
Out in the real world, you can play the
I
hormones
kissed
and
a
the...
girl when I was 8 years old. He had my first son 2 years. Her name was Dolores, and she had the bosoms of a goddess.
That's right, kids. What starts out as a wet nap could end up as a dirt nap. Keep it in your pants. Keep your heads on a swivel. That's the most important rule. I'll tell you what, a third of you will probably die because you try to hook up.
Rule number 2, stay together, damn it.
Why on earth do you guys keep wanting to break up or go investigate things on your own? Stay in a group. Another thing, it's real hard to go under the shirt and over the pants in a whole group of people. Again, it just helps you with rule number 1. Stay together, everybody. And I know what you're thinking. If we're all just huddled together in one giant terrified group, not touching each other's jennies, then well, how the heck are we going to get our merit badges? Well, we got that sorted, don't we, Shink Stank?
Yes.
All right, at some point over the summer, you will inevitably be placed in a situation where your life is at risk. Now, there's a couple of ways you can turn what would normally be a mortal run for your very life into an opportunity to not only learn about the world around you, but also to earn a couple of these merit badges. For example, you're running through the woods, you've just seen someone brutally hacked to death by a man wielding a machete, even though why on earth would anyone have a machete in the Maine woods, am I right? Anyway, you're going to come across an old abandoned farmhouse that's filled with pitchforks, bear traps, razor wire, chainsaws, old hatchets, new hatchets. Now, you can either keep running in the woods like an idiot, or you have the opportunity, through the power of montage, tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., right after breakfast, montage class, you can turn that into a fortified death trap for whatever's chasing you. Shake Snake, what kind of badges can they get out of that?
Well, you can get your carpentry badge, your metalworking badge, your forging badge, your rust removal badge, your farm implement handling badge, your rusty door oiling badge, your bear trap bear inducing bear explode badge, your wall removal and construction badge.
Now, the Bear Trap Bear Inducing Bear Badge is one of the toughest ones to get, and if you get the opportunity, jump on it, because at the end of the week, at the great big jamboree, we're going to see who's got the most, and the Bear Inducing Bear Damaged Bear Badge, worth like 4 badges. Worth 4 badges.
It's a hard one to get on every level.
So far, we've been hitting you with a lot of information. Any questions? Any questions at all?
Are we able to get, if we run into a pyrokinetic entity, are we able to get our fire making badge from that?
Boy, this is tough. First of all, let me commend you on your fear of a pyrokinetic entity, because that has absolutely happened in these woods before. No, you will not get your fire making badge simply by leading a pyrokinetic entity on a merry old trace higgledy-piggledy all the way through this entirely dry and drought-ridden forest. That's like asking if you can get your swim badge from rubbing from a tsunami. No, you cannot.
One time Dolores and I played higgledy-piggledy. I could not get her bra unclasped for the life of me.
Oh, right. I don't know how you're alive. I gotta be honest, because it sounds like you've been violating Rule 1 with Dolores for a long time. You in the back of the green shirt. You have a question?
What if it turns out it's just a big plot twist and like you guys are trying to kill us, man? Like, what are we supposed to do in that case?
All right, okay, there we go, right there. There's our next rule right there. You do drugs, you're as good as dead, buddy. The minute you start touching Mary Jane, you're going in the ground just the same. That'd be ridiculous. How on earth would we be the ones responsible for killing all you? All we have is a perfect encyclopedic knowledge of these woods and an endless supply of children being sent by their uncaring parents. All right, kids, I think that's just about everything. Why don't you get up to that item?
Shit, Dave! Oops. Now get to bed, you little Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, hello. Allow me to present to you Mr. with a Mrs. David Flora.
And allow me to present to you Mr. Investment David Stecco.
Who's investment over there?
And allow us to present to you the first week of Glory October.
Oh, yeah. Yes. And how, dear listeners, are you doing on this most terrifying month of the year?
The month has started well.
Yeah, you kicked it off with a bang, with a real big bang.
I banged the month right at the top of it.
Whew.
Banged it hard, and then
Yeah,
weather's been nice so far.
yeah, you just up and got married, which is glorious. I'm impressed.
I did. I got officially hitched. Lots of stories, lots of great stories coming out of it. Great pictures. Still going through the pictures.
You wearing your ring? You wearing your ring? You wearing your ring?
You know it.
Oh, there it is.
I have to. It is weird. It's very weird. I'm not a jewelryman,
Yeah,
so it's
that's
a weird
weird. I
thing.
mean, and anyone who's seen pictures of the wedding know that you prefer a very understated, subtle style. So a ring must be just unmanageable. Lori just gave me the dead eyes.
I knew what he was.
Yeah, the wedding was a blast. I had a great time.
How was it being the best man? How was it
Well,
from your
mostly
perspective?
it was pretty easy, just mostly making sure that you had everything you needed. And I'll say this, the day of the wedding seemed to go real smooth.
Yeah, yeah. Bumps during the wedding and such,
Yeah.
but handled.
Yeah. Thought we lost a wedding ring for a while.
Yeah.
Figured it out. So no, I thought it was a great time. I thought it all worked out real well. You and Annie looked adorable.
It was well received, and we
Yeah.
we didn't do the traditional dealio. We kind of did a little bit of what we have been doing since we moved to Chicago, which is part
Whatever
sketch,
the hell
part
you want.
improv. Yeah, mostly whatever we want.
Yeah, whatever the fuck we please. That's what we do.
So yeah, people laughed, people cried, people fell in love. So
Yeah. Who, top of your head, who cried? You know anybody who cried during the wedding?
no, there were dogs. There was a dragon.
There was a dragon, big ass dragon, 11 feet wide, 9 feet tall.
Yep. There were swords.
We're sports. There
Pizza.
Was,
Cake.
there was a gooch.
The gooch was there. Dark March. It was a good time.
Yeah, it was a great time.
I'll try and find
Yeah,
some
it was
pictures
awesome.
of us, and I'll see if I can put them on the Facebook or something.
Yeah.
But
Post them up.
that's what's been going on. That's how the month has kicked off, and I'm excited. I think we've got a good lineup for the month.
Oh yeah,
and we're gonna start with a pretty fun one.
Yeah. Hope you put your hiking boots on, slap some deep woods off on all exposed areas, because we're going into the haunted forest.
It's like an owl falling down the steps.
I thought it was a machine gun owl.
Oh yeah, we're gonna uncover some haunted forests throughout the world.
Yep,
it's a fun one along the same vein as the international haunts. And
yeah,
we're just gonna name a few off. We actually came up with a list, and we pared that list down.
Yeah, and in some cases the list pared itself down.
Yeah, because without having been to every place in the world and knowing all this stuff, you kind of rely on the internet for helping you find good lists for things, and most of those lists are pretty similar, it seems like.
Yeah.
So we tried to go in and find some different ones that aren't out posted everywhere, and I hope we can tell you all about some ones that are at the top of the list and some ones that aren't even on the list. So yeah, that's what we do. So let's get started here. Now we cover a lot of topics of fanciful or made up or mistaken sights and objects and creatures that end up being manufactured fear. But as long as mankind has been traipsing the earth, real fear has been born of nature itself. Danger and fear go hand in hand with features of the landscape, such as caves, the open sea, deserts, but perhaps none so rich in story material for fear and danger as forests. You can find a forest just about anywhere you go on Earth, save extreme locations. And there has always been something to be said about the mysteriousness of a place where nature is truly running wild. Fairground. Often dark, sometimes dense, most definitely alive with a life force all its own. A forest can be as awe-inspiring as it is terrifying. Couple that with unique flora and fauna, unexplained activity, or a history of death, and you have a truly chilling setting for some great paranormal mystery. And we're going to go through a list of the world's eeriest and most sinister forests. And it's going to be a fun episode. It's not so much on the debunking train. So don't get all butthurt when we don't tell you how everything's fake.
I mean,
right, Dave?
maybe.
Maybe.
Sometimes it happens.
Sometimes. Now go to bed, you little. Alrighty. How about we go on and just jump into the forest here?
Yeah. Let's just start tromping in there.
Tromp, tromp, tromp. I'm going to start with the Aokigahara Forest in Japan. Located at the northwest base of Mount Fuji in Japan, Aokigahara Forest is a beautiful blanket of vibrant green trees growing from the ashes of an eruption that happened in 864 CE. The location was named Aokigahara but was called Jukai, or Sea of Trees, owing to its vastness and smooth canopy as seen from the mountain. It is now known by another name, this one a bit more foreboding, the Suicide Forest. Boogity boogity. Every year, dozens of people make their way into the forest and don't make their way out, usually by choice. Hanging seems to be the most popular way to end one's life there. The forest itself has a beautiful eeriness about it, with twisted, turning trees, winding and stretching roots, and rocky, cave-pocked ground. Perhaps the most unnerving aspect, however, is the feeling of isolation created from stillness. The trees are too tightly packed for winds to permeate, and wildlife is sparse. It creates a silent, green void of
Except for the green.
except
I mean, it's void of emptiness, except
void of sound. You might have seen this or heard about this. This is one of the more well-known
Yes.
on the list, I think.
Yeah, I think people have heard of, I guess even in the loosest terms, of the Japanese suicide forest.
Folks say the forest has been associated with death since the 19th century. Basute was an old Japanese custom where an elderly relative was carried to a remote place like a mountain or a forest and left there to die. It translates roughly to abandoning the old woman. It wasn't common, only a last resort in desperate times of famine, where a family would lessen the amount of mouths to feed by leading an elderly relative to a mountain or similarly remote and rough environment to die, not by means of suicide, but by dehydration, starvation, or exposure. You know, the easy and painless ways to go.
Right?
Some insist that this was not a real occurrence, though, just grim folklore.
I say it happened.
I believe it too. Yeah.
I don't think that it was by any means just a Japanese phenomenon. I think that I'm sure that every group of people who faced starvation had to make those tough calls.
Yeah. Of course, with Japanese culture, there is something to be said about seppuku, which was more of a samurai tradition.
Yeah, that's an honor death. I feel like that lives in, I mean, although it's still death, I think that lives in a whole different realm.
It does, but I think there's some kind of connection that people had with taking one's own life as in taking responsibility, and it was honorable to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but here's the thing: the reason why I don't think this fits in that, because the way it's described here is it's abandoning the old woman. It's not the old woman separates herself.
You're right. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm connecting too early then because yeah, Ubasute is
Doesn't sound like anyone asked.
exactly. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the suicide already. That
Oh yeah.
that's it. You're right. I might get back to that in a minute.
Oh, might you? Might you?
I might little. It's believed that the forest is haunted by the Yurei, the angry spirits of those left there to die. I would definitely be pissed if that happened to me. Spiritualists say the trees are also filled with evil energy that has accumulated from all the suicides. Folklore claims they are vengeful, dedicated to tormenting visitors and luring those that are sad and lost off the path. The area is rich in iron, so compasses and cell phones are used. Ribbons are sometimes tied to trees to mark the way for search volunteers to find their way back, or if someone has a change of heart. Now, some say that frustrated or depressed people who want to die are mysteriously drawn to Aokigahara Forest by a supernatural force. The force signals them to come. Some of them who were saved have reported that they had a vague feeling of being pulled towards the forest, like someone was compelling them to come and end their journey there. Ugh. Yeah. There are security cameras now at the entrance of the forest and increased police patrols. Suicide counselors and police have also posted signs on various paths throughout the forest which read, "Your life is a precious gift from your parents. Think about your children and about your family. Please consult the police before you decide to die."
I like that last part the most. Please consult the police before deciding to die.
But that's what I'm talking about. The suicide, the choosing to die, has been tied to tradition of seppuku.
Yeah,
In that someone maybe thinks that doing so would better their family or better something else, and
I
they're taking responsibility for it.
I still don't. I don't know. I don't think that these are linked at all. And I'll tell you in my completely ignorant vacuum of having looked into it at all is that the whole thing with an honor death with the seppuku is that you are atoning for a very direct sin by enduring an inordinate amount of pain right before your best friend cuts your head off. I feel like this is just, I don't say just, but this is just a means of, it's a place to die for people who already wanted to die. I don't feel like, and I'm sure on an individual basis, these people are, oh, this thing happened and I'm not, like all the reasons that people have to die. I don't feel like the people who come to the forest are looking for some sort of honorable death. I don't feel like the two really equate very well, aside from the fact that they're both happening in Japan.
I would say that a small percentage probably would
Yeah,
in their own
I mean,
heads.
right. And I would say that same percentage probably exists in Germany. Or, there are people who are dying to try to balance something in their mind. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. That's a personal opinion on it.
Yeah. Well, what is the German term for that?
But no, I just mean like anywhere. I don't think it matters where a person feels suicidal. I'm sure there is that percentage of people who think, oh no, I deserve to die. This is the only way to balance the books and to do the right thing. You know what I mean? Like as far as varieties of reasons that a suicidal person has to take their own
lives. Totenkampf. Shoot your lead.
What?
I'm trying to think of the German word. Yeah, I don't know.
Is there a German word for it?
Ich möchte Toten. I'm trying. I don't know. I'm just being dumb right now. I hope our German listeners are getting a kick out of this stuff. Right. So that is the Aokigahara Forest for you. Would you visit it?
Yeah, I would. I very well may. I've got a friend who lives in Tokyo. I don't know how far those two are. I don't think they're very close to each other.
Mount Fuji in Tokyo.
Yeah, I don't know. But I would visit it. It looks like a beautiful place.
It is, yeah. Just don't wander off the path too much, because A, you might not get back, and B, you might stumble upon some.
Now, yeah, and I mean, there is. God, I wouldn't want to find any of those things. Yeah, I will stay on the path. That's my promise.
Good call. What do you got?
So I've got one here for a place called Dudleytown, Connecticut, which has got it's kind of like a weird confluence of a few different things. Sometimes referred to as the Village of the Damned. It's a non-place.
So it's an Indian.
Oh, I get it. Yes, it's made entirely of delicious bread. I was like, what? It was a very small settlement that was kind of outside of Cornwall, Connecticut, in the late 16th century, but was then later on abandoned. You can still find old walls and things like that there, but there's no more standing structures. The reasons for the abandonment are what really kind of make the area. As the story goes, the founders of Dudleytown were descended from a guy named Edmund Dudley, who was a nobleman back in England and pissed off Charles VII to the degree of having his head cut off for treason. And so from that moment forth, the Dudley family was placed under a curse. And even when they came over to the United States and established this whole little settlement, that they remained so, and that people would die or go insane or disappear or kill themselves. And some versions of the story had visions. The thing is that this Dudleytown was situated on top of a hill, and the farming was very good there. The real reason that it became sparsely populated, eventually it left altogether, is that it was just a bad place to farm. And at the time, there was a huge amount of work that had to go into land. And as soon as better land became available, they were all like, nope, we're out. As a matter of fact, even the story of Edmund Dudley doesn't match up. And then local historians have gone back into the records and found that even the people named Dudley are not related to each other in some cases. But there was a couple. I mean, it's not the rarest English name.
Yeah. So they just called them Dudleys?
Yeah, some of them. Well, they were all Dudleys in name, but they weren't necessarily of the same family of Dudleys.
Oh, I get it.
And so the woods around it were pretty thick, and over time, these stories get kind of conflagrated, and now these woods are super haunted, and even to the point that one of the things that drew a lot of attention to it is Dan Aykroyd back in the 90s, when he was doing a lot of paranormal stuff, that said that it's one of the most haunted places in America. Now, things kind of take an even more fun and weird and sinister turn in that in the early 20th century, a group of people started buying up that whole region of forest, and the group was called the Dark Entry Forest Association, which is a pretty great name for like a sinister shadow group of people. And this Dark Entry group has, ever since then, very closely protected the woods. They will not let people in. If you even drive up there and park your car, you're going to get a ticket. There are people who just call the cops right away, and they don't let anyone mess around in the woods or camp or anything. They used to be a little more open, but then they started citing problems of trash in the woods, and so they're very, very protective of it and will not allow people in, which, as you can imagine, instantly opens up a whole lot of conspiracy theorists. Why won't they let people in? What are they hiding? And what it comes down to is this Dark Entry Forest Association was actually a bunch of doctors and nurses who wanted an escape from New York. They wanted a palatial, pristine expanse to unwind in. And so they all, way back in the 20s, bought all this land up, created the Dark Entry Forest Association. And even now, the people who are protecting it so assiduously are their descendants. They're the people who have inherited all this land. They just don't want a bunch of assholes running through their woods at night.
Yeah, well,
it's functionally a very large, very wooded, gated community. But because it's called I don't know why, oh God, they decided to go with the Dark Entry Forest Association. And then based on the previous Dudleytown stories and everything, the forest did a ton of press, goings on and sightings and things like that. But yeah, remember when we said we weren't going to debunk anything? We were just speaking for yourself. Oh, I want it to break through. Oh my God. There is a really fun story that I read in the Washington Post about it. That story is called The Demons of Dark Entry Forest. And it's about two brothers who wanted
Just
to...
about two brothers.
Just two brothers.
Look out.
Yeah.
Then there's the
forest
media.
and the cat people.
Yeah. Then a bunch of grandmas. Called Dark Entry, Dudley Town, with meteor, old woman.
It's just called Two Brothers.
Just called Two Brothers.
These two guys, both of which worked on the West Coast in LA and were very involved in Hollywood. One of which I guess was like the head of Paramount for a while, and then got out of the sinful Tinseltown and devoted his life to Jesus. His brother also got out of Tinseltown, decided not quite to devote his life to Jesus. But they had both grown up hearing all these stories of the woods, and they both were like, well, there should be a movie about this. And so they rented a cabin right at the edge of the woods, got a bunch of writers, and put them in the house. And within a week, all of the writers fled the house because they started fighting with each other over how the movie would go. The born-again Christian brother wanted it to be overcoming demonic evil to the power of the Lord. And the other guy was like, topless girls getting their throats cut. There was, and all the writers just sat there just watching the two producers fight, and they're like, there should be a character who does this. And then an hour later, like, oh, no, get rid of that character. And they're like, just tell us what you want, and then we'll start writing. The whole thing fell apart. It's kind of a funny story, and the way that the story's written is like, oh, but after a week, they all fled. And it's kind of like, well, this is what happened. It's a funny story. So it's I don't know. The long and short of it is it's one of those places that's got a lot of, you'll see things on and about, above top secret and paranormal sites and things like that, but it's got a pretty down to earth. It's not like there's a lot of like real spooky stuff. It's just stories and things like that. Even the people who used to live in the area named Dudley, they're like, so wait, you're saying like, oh wait, you're saying that in over 300 years you've got like 7 people who died under circumstances you would call less than ideal? Man, that's one weak ass card.
I feel like this place was mentioned in our International Haunts episode, although I can't remember exactly.
It could have been,
or maybe it was one of the ones we looked at and didn't go to or something. But it sounds real familiar.
Real familiar.
Wow. Ready? Heading over to jolly old England, eh?
All right, let's go over to jolly old England.
Gonna talk about the Epping Forest.
Yeah, not the effing forest.
Nope.
That's a different episode.
That's Blurry Photos After Dark. This is the Epping. Epping is a buzz name. Located between northeast London and Essex. Epping Forest is a large, ancient forest used by royalty and peasants alike throughout the ages. Besides the intimidating size and density of the forest, it was also feared as a hot spot for criminal activity. Spirits of those murdered by thieves, soldiers from ancient battles, are said to wander through the woods. Thought to have been used as an army base by the tribal queen Boudica, and this has led a number of people to think that the spirits and memories of dead soldiers have been left in the area. There have also been reports of muffled sounds of drums and marching emanating from the forest, and some people believe this is caused by the spirits of dead soldiers as well. In the 1960s, there were sightings of ghostly figures emerging from a pond near Lindsay Street in Epping, near Fottleshire upon Strapping Park.
Spence City upon River Dubinsville Shire Bury.
Dubinsville Shire Shropping. The figures were said to emerge from the pond on horseback or riding towards town and disappearing. Another pond at an unknown location deep in the woods is said to draw people to commit suicide in its murky waters. After two young lovers died in a tragic murder-suicide at the pond 300 years ago.
I just feel like if every time someone died tragically, that created like a suicide vortex that what's left.
Yeah. What are we even doing with this? The show Most Haunted aired
It's a British show. I believe it's called Most Haunted.
Most Haunted. Aired an episode in 2003 where the crew went searching for the infamous highwayman Dick Turpin.
Dirty. It was
Dickie Sniffs.
He was Dirty Dick Turpin. He was the most underhanded of all. Bit of a snatch and grab man.
Turpin used the forest as a base, thieving and murdering there. He was caught and hanged in York in 1739. The crew was supposedly lured off track by his spirit during filming.
Oh.
Another oddity of the woods is Hangman's Hill, where cars appeal to roll uphill.
Oh, I've seen videos of this.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
As you reach the top and look straight ahead, you will see a bare field with a single tree in it. That's got a stone in a fence that has no earthly reason to be there. Once you find that stone, you'll find all my money and a card for say what to nail, so you can get busy living or get busy dying. Yeah, bare field with a single tree in it, which is apparently where a man was hanged. Legend says you are being pulled up the hill by the hangman. In reality, it's most likely an optical illusion, but some swear it's not, like this wanker. If you get the correct hill, it's got a big oak tree at the top, which branch spreads across the road, and there's a ditch with a 30-mile-per-hour sign with graffiti on it stuck in the ground. And it is freaky, because I've been there a few times, right? And me and me mate, we got out of the car, and we actually watched our car roll up the hill towards the tree, right? Then it rolls back down again, We even tasted it with a ball, and it stood by the tree at the top, and the ball rolled down, so it does go up the hill. It's freaky. Ball's going up, isn't it?
And that.
And that.
And that.
The video just cuts back to earlier and just goes slow motion. The ball goes up the hill,
That's how you make it spooky. Just slower and slower.
You know when you slow the video down so much, you get that like sound, like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So Dave, you looked at the video there.
Yeah. It's like a forced perspective thing. The way you hold the cameras, it looks like it's rolling uphill, and I'm sure to the people there, it appears to be rolling
to the
uphill.
knobs there. That's what they are.
Right.
They're right
Like,
knobs.
now, what I'm much more interested in when they say it rolls up the hill, then it rolls back down. That's a hell of a claim. And all the videos that I've seen of this, there are a few on there. It's a one-way. It just goes in one direction, and they're all like, "Oh, get right, start off, wanker,
Drag off one direction." Oh.
Cool. Yeah. So it's if you see it, you won't be as impressed.
So far, Larry Photos won. Gobshites 0.
I'll have you, mate. I'll have you.
All right, I'll do you for that. All right, Dave, what do you got?
Oh, this one, the Island of the Dolls.
Isla de las Muñecas.
Located in the canals of Xochimilco. Yeah. Xochimilco in Mexico City. It is a small island that is festooned with terrifying dolls.
Now, hang on, Dave. I thought this was Haunted Forest, not Haunted Island.
Yeah, it's about 2 hours outside of. I'm sorry, I said it was in Mexico. It's about 2 hours outside of Mexico City, and it's weird. I don't know. At this point, I feel like maybe a little tourist attraction-y, but it's got a pretty good story. Now, the island was originally owned by a guy named Don Julian Santana, or Don Luke, however you like. And as the story goes, a young woman died by this little island and was found by Santana. And not too far from her was this doll. And then shortly thereafter, he began to hear her cries. He began to have hallucinations or visions. He would see things, and he decided the best way to fix this was to give her doll back, which is to say, to hang dolls off of things. So, because he thought that his belief was that she was searching for her doll, and so he started hanging dolls off of everything he could get his hands on. And over time, this became kind of a known thing, and then as more people became aware of it, they also started hanging dolls there. And so people would visit this creepy as hell island. They'd have their dolls. Then over time, that idea becomes, well, actually, this island is kind of helping everybody. It's sort of a gigantic bad spirit repulsor ring. We could just keep hanging dolls on this island. It's going to help me when I go home. And then people started hanging other ideas onto it. This is going to help me with my farming. It's going to help me at home. It's going to help me in business. It was like a pilgrimage sort of thing. Not terribly dissimilar from what we talked about with the narco saints. Thing happens, and then people start attaching significance to it over time.
And they're hanging these on all the trees that are growing on the island. Because it's kind of like a little floating garden. These things are hanging from branches, and it's just like severed limbs and decapitated heads and blank eyes, like a doll's eyes. Because they are.
And it's super creepy.
Doll's eyes.
Yeah, exactly. It makes perfect sense. The only way to get there is through a flat bottom boat.
Flat bottom boat, you get me to the doll island. Hang up your dolls and cry.
Oh, okay. Here we go with it. Okay, I was like, I don't know where you were. God, did I just look like Barney Five? Well, I don't know where you were about there, but Otis is in there. Last time I went around there.
Andy.
Okay, all right. Andy! I'll need one for it. Oh, God, such a good shot. Eventually, Don Julian dies. And,
How did he die?
Did you mean how he died in the same place that he supposedly found the girl?
Como?
Como? You can still go there and visit it. Apparently, according to the internet, there are some people who will not take you there. They're spooked out by the island. Those people are called totally rational people. And it's supposed to be haunted to this day. The spirit of the dead girl.
Legend says that the dolls move their heads and arms and even open their eyes. Some witnesses claimed they had heard the dolls whispering to each other, while others who were on a boat near the island said the dolls lured them to come down to the island. And the dolls waved at them and they saw the dolls.
No thank you.
But I mean, really.
At the auction house for a while, we had the child's size clothes like form. So it was like a torso with legs, but with no head or arms that you would use for a seamstress to like make children's clothes. And it was just creepy already, but I called him Jasper Clapstitch. And I said, yeah, at night, he just books it through this place. But he runs into everything, just little feet pumping as hard as he can. Jasper Clapstitch, hauling ass through this place. Can't say nothing, can't see nothing. And if he falls over, it's really hard for him to get back up. But
you should have come up with a little rhyme.
I just really always loved the name Jasper Clapstitch. I feel like I may have even used it in other episodes of Blurry Photos.
Yeah. Jasper Clapstitch runs through the night. Jasper Clapstitch, give me such a fright.
Got no head, ain't got no hands.
Makes the kids fancy pants.
Clapstitch, Clapstitch, 1, 2, 3. Clapstitch, Clapstitch, you and me. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like it's like a really dark double Dutch thing.
Exactly. Yep.
So yeah, that's that. There's the island of the dolls in Espanol. Gracias.
All right. From Mexico all the way up to Scotland. Scotland.
Aye.
They talk about the Rothe Forest.
Oh, that sounds like quite a place.
This was mentioned tangentially in the old Bane McDoo episode, The Greyman.
Yeah.
Did. This dark wood in Inverness-shire, Scotland, is home to the grave of the chief of Clan Shaw, whose spirit is said to challenge those who stray too deep into the forest.
Yeah.
Ach, you've gone too deep, laddie! Turn around or face me! It's your choice! You wee... if you accept the challenge, the legend goes, the spirit will leave you be. But if you're cowardly and you run, you'll never be seen or heard from again.
Ever.
The burial site lies close to the kirk of the Dune of Rothe, and 5 cylindrical stones have been placed on top of the grave. Tradition says that anyone who dares to tamper with these stones will suffer the wrath of the clan's guardian spirit, a familiar called Bonachandun, which is the goblin of the Dune. In the early 19th century, a man stole the sitter stone from Seth Morth's grave, which is the chief, and threw it into the River Spey. The following morning, the stone was found back in its place, and its thief was found floating dead in the river. More recently, a wrought iron cage has been placed over the grave to keep others from making the same mistake.
Good.
Several people report having been chased by an invisible entity that felt semi-human, but could be heard pounding along unhooved. All the witnesses reported feeling extreme terror. An entity known as the Bodandun also haunts the area, appearing to mark a tragedy in the Grant family that once owned the land. These are just spirits that are fucking tired of the living, going around in their forest. It's our land, get off it! It's our land! Get in the touching me stones, you wit!
Keep tired.
Rothe Marcus Forest.
I like that one though.
It's very cool. I like that you get challenged.
It's a very Scottish sensibility.
Yeah. Get challenged, and if you're not a wee puss, you'll be fine.
Yeah. Stand up.
You don't even have to fight anything. You just say, yeah, I accept. And it's like, oh, all right then.
Okay.
Didn't disturb my grave and you can do it. Have yourself a wee picnic. Oh,
hey, that's beautiful.
Do whatever you want. Get well past right here. Eh? No one cares.
Aye. Enjoy yourself. It's a fine day.
Don't trip over me cairn. Cairn. Rothe Marcus. All right. Short one. What do you got?
How about a really pleasant place for children to hang around? Kind of thing you just want to take a nap. The Devil's Tramping Ground. The Devil's Tramping Ground of Bear Creek, North Carolina. Look out. Don't get tramped.
Devil come tramping. Devil come tramping.
Devil come a tramping. Devil gonna tramp you. So it is the Devil's Tramping Ground is, like I said, Bear Creek, North Carolina, and it is a very well-known, especially the local folklore place. It's a popular visiting spot. Lots of people go there. It's a forest clearing that legend has, going all the way back to the beginning of the 20th century, even a little bit before then, that it was a clearing that the devil would pace around this in a ring, thinking of ways to vex and trouble mankind. And that anyone who went there at night, tried to stay the night, would either go crazy or be scared away by what they saw, and that it is the place where the devil can rise up from hell to walk the earth to the devil or vex mankind. What do you think? You into it?
Yeah, I like these places. There's like it's a weird feature. Let me think of how the devil could have done it.
Right.
A lot of it is like the devil, like this, walked around in a circle, and so there's an area of, it's like a dead zone.
And it's not totally dead. You can pull up pictures of it from Hell to Breakfast, because a lot of people, it is a popular place to go. A lot of people go there and camp. Everyone, wants to try spending the night, Devil's Tramping Ground. One of the biggest problems they have is, much like the Dark Entry Forest, there it is, garbage, litter, people just leaving stuff around there, and generally effing the place up, not treating it not well. So,
Dave,
yeah.
Who's the devil now?
Oh,
we were the devil all along.
That's right, and there we are, tramping around.
And
so at this point, it's just a clearing. There's a lot, people do stupid shit like carving upside down crosses into the trees around it. But I've looked up a fair number. I mean, there's Reddit threads devoted to this place. Lots of people kind of tell their story about camping there overnight. One of them, the guy was saying everything seemed pretty normal. We had a fire. There's a number of different fire pits around there. We made a fire, and eventually it went out. But because of the popularity of the place, we didn't really bring much with us, so we didn't have more, wood to burn, and the whole area was pretty picked over in that regard. And just as we were going to bed, we had zipped up the tent, and we saw that the fire had flared back up, and they unzipped the tent, and they looked out there, and sure enough, it had for a few minutes, and it went back out again. That was their scary story.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like most of them, they were like, oh, I saw shadows in the woods. Very nebulous. It's just a spook place where people go to get freaked out. But it could be the place where the devil enters the mortal realm.
It could be the place where the devil conceived his baby.
Now, here's another thing.
Okay.
It is near Harper's Crossroads.
Oh.
And while it is in North Carolina, not Georgia, it is at a crossroads. So the devil could also be handing out contracts. It could be having fiddle competitions.
Yeah, I like that. So it's kind of southern. Wait, what part of the state is it in? Did you happen to have a map?
It's between Raleigh and Charlotte, but not dead in the middle. It's about 3/4 of the way if you're going from Charlotte to Raleigh. So more or less, kind of middle of the state. Really kind of. I mean, it's hard to say the middle because it's such an elongated state, but the meat of North Carolina, it's right in the middle.
It sounds to me like it might be in the dead zone right there. Did they happen to have a basketball court in this place? Because kind of sounds.
They might.
To me
Just
like,
save it. Save it. You should save it. You should save it. You want to burn it?
I'm not burning anything. I'm just saying that the devil that's walking around there might be the old blue devil.
Oh, that's true.
Trying to scare kids because that's all they're good for.
Well, they're also America's.
Wonder if there's any connection there, though.
That is a good point. Let me take a look. Oh, so the name came up in 1922, and they're actually named after they trace their roots back to a World War I French military unit known as les Diables Bleus, were the Blue Devils in the French Alps.
Lame.
Yeah, there you go. So they were based off because then members of this unit that had like blue capes and stuff were traveled all through the United States to help sell war bonds, and people were real impressed.
Wow. Can it get any lamer? The answer is no. Okay. That's Devil's Tramping Ground. That's all right. Let's see. How about let's take a trip up the road here to Old House Woods. Yeah. The terrifyingly named Old House Woods.
Look out.
Old House gonna get you. Old House Woods, Matthews County, Virginia, near the community of Diggs, holds a densely wooded area known as Old House Woods. Named after a large colonial home that survived a few fires, but couldn't survive them all. Apparitions, ghosts, flickering lantern lights, dark shadows, and other phantom entities have been spotted in the Old House Woods for over 2 dildo years. The area is rife with history, being a pre-revolutionary port which saw its fair share of native battles, soldiers dying, and more pirate activity than you can shake a parrot at.
That is, don't shake a parrot. Don't do it.
Well, pirate.
Oh my.
Local folklore includes sightings of ghost horses, spectral headless hellhounds, unexplained floating lights, orbs, and the ghosts of British and Spanish soldiers. There's also a pirate ship that appears just before an unexpected storm sets in.
This is like a theme park.
It is. It absolutely is. A white floating mist is a precursor to the lady in white, who appears a few seconds thereafter.
Who's there to sign autographs?
When running from her, footsteps can be heard as if she is chasing you, but when you turn around to look, she automatically disappears. Left in her absence is the overwhelming scent of roses and a feeling of foreboding. The 50-acre patch of woods and marshlands near the Chesapeake Bay contains some of the most bizarre and unusual paranormal phenomenon ever recorded. Some of the recurring tales are about mysterious groups of shovelers digging, which I think you can hear if you're alone there in the woods. But one of the most harrowing legends is of the time travel portal that has been rumored to take you back into other places from the past once you have located and entered the secret spot. During the late 1700s and up to the mid-1800s, hunters, treasure seekers, and unsuspecting travelers who walked through the area where the old colonial house once stood in the woods were never seen again. Legend has it they walked directly into the portal and straight into another dimension, while a few of the old-timers think that the owner of the colonial killed the trespassers out of the fear of being robbed and hid the bodies with the evidence being destroyed in each of the past house fires. One story of a paranormal encounter came from a local resident, Jesse Hudgens, who by all accounts was a respected citizen and not apt to make up such lavish stories. One night in 1926, Jesse was driving his horse and buggy down Old House Woods Road when he noticed a strange, unearthly light. He then realized that the light was actually a lantern being carried by a ghost dressed in a knight's armor.
which, let's be honest, is a really awful thing to be wearing in the swamps.
Right. Upon further inspection, Jesse stared into the skeletal face peering back at him from inside of the metal armor protective head covering, also known as a helmet, for God's sake. At this escalated moment of total chaos, ghosts and apparitions began to come from all directions out of the nearby woods.
Can the name of your biography, The Escalated Moment of Total Chaos?
Kind of went from 0 to 60 there, I think, right? Each and every one of them was carrying lanterns, with some holding shovels and stone weapons in their other hand. Fearing for his life, Jesse ran away from the eerie scene, only to pass out from the fear that was engulfing his body. Found later by friends, they carried him to bed, where he rested for several days. He retold the tale to his friends, who were skeptical of such shenanigans, believing that he was merely overly tired from a long day's work, followed by a rough buggy ride where he perhaps hit his head along the way. Jesse's story was confirmed many years later by a Virginia man who had car trouble on the haunted road near the woods. While leaning on the hood of his car, he heard a voice ask, "This is the King's Highway. I've lost my ship." The man turned to look. He was confronted by a skeleton carrying a lantern and dressed in armor.
What? That would be kind of the coolest ghost you could find.
Bruce.
Like a polite skeleton in armor. Pardon me, sir.
Sound like a duel
Yeah.
with the dead. As he peered out from his head encasement of metal and surrounding protection.
I feel like a tire iron could do a pretty good piece of work on an old suit of armor. I feel like you could really fuck up a guy in armor with a tire iron.
Yeah, you probably could. Or just get in your metal encasement and let the knight try and get you.
Oh, that's true. Just crack the window a little bit.
Yeah.
Just keep asking the ghost if you're being detained. I like that one. Well, what about this? How about we take a little trip down to our amazingly perfect Bayou accents down a Manchac Swamp by Lake Pontchartrain.
I like that it's turned Elvis.
Yeah, I don't give up. I am just like, I don't know. What's a noise that sounds to you like that? Go do it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. And we've got great friends in Louisiana that we'll probably lose by the end of this segment.
No way, man.
No way.
If we haven't yet, they are true.
Y'all heard tell of Manchac Swamp?
Manchac Swamp down there on Lake Pontchartrain.
Sounds like somebody put their foot in it. That's what it sounds like. Doesn't smell like it or taste like it's what it sounds like. Sounds like somebody. Man, yes. It is a typical weedy, stagnant, algae-choked neighborhood in wait. It's a wetland on the northwest side of Lake Pontchartrain, which is the home to the usual grab bag of Louisiana fun animals: gators, snakes, funimals, gigantic, horrifying spiders, I'm sure. But deep within Manchac Swamp is an even darker, more dangerous animal. How about the rougarou? Which, how has this not come up in this cryptid?
I think it was on the docket.
Well, I'm
for next
saying
year.
right now. Yeah, I was just saying right now it's still in. This does not count as the rougarou's covering.
Okay.
Which is, to boil it down, let's just call him a Cajun werewolf. Mostly described as a hulking beast up to 10 feet tall, hair-covered body of a human, the head of a wolf or dog, because sometimes they're different. Sometimes it's a pug, a big pug-headed man.
That would be terrifying.
Yeah, that really would be.
10-foot tall
pug. He passes out because he can't breathe. It's got pale white fur, prominent fangs, red eyes that are said to glow, like all bad things. Some say it's a spectral apparition which can appear and disappear, or even change shapes. Like the bog standard lycanthropy, it is cursed that it has to be transferred to another person by drawing blood within 101 days. And that the only way for you to get clear of it is to pass it on. It's like the videotape from the ring. This is usually done by attacking somebody, or in some versions, all you got to do is make eye contact. Real, weird, meaningful eye contact. There are stories of people being confronted by a large, aggressive dog. When they attacked it, it turned into a human. Sometimes lecturing them on exercising bad judgment.
What? Well, like you shouldn't be fighting things that are cursed by the devil, or like you might get this yourself one day.
But if they're confronted by a large aggressive dog and then they defend themselves, and the dog's like, "You shouldn't have done that."
It's a catch-20 garou.
Burned it. There have been tales of orbs, shadowy apparitions, glowing from inside abandoned cabins, giant alligators, just your usual swamp terrors. But how about the famous tale of the Creole voodoo priest Julia Brown? Did we cover her? I feel like we did.
I'm not sure.
So the name sounds familiar.
There's Mary LaVeaux.
Yeah. She was, Julia Brown was a well-respected magic practitioner in the town of Frenier, Louisiana, in the late 1800s. And if someone got sick, they had two options. They could either make the journey to New Orleans, or they could ask Julia for help for her, let's say, non-traditional medicine. It wasn't uncommon for Julia to travel around to the other villages performing rituals to help with children, help with usual wise woman things, childbirth, fevers, illnesses, and more often than not, whatever she did worked. By all accounts, whatever powers she did have were absolutely legit. But then, as people always do, they started taking her for granted. The days until she started getting real pissy off. She started getting real pissy with the town. In 1915, it's reported that she cursed the town of Frenier by singing odd songs about taking the town with her when she died. Then, on the day she did die, a hurricane triggered a 30-foot tidal wave that killed most of the townsfolk many of whom were actually at her funeral. So that's a dick move. They came out to pay respects to her, and then she killed them.
I think they came out more out of fear, trying to appease her.
You don't know that. You just made that up. You literally just made that up. Just made that up.
I know. I am Julia Brown.
Oh man, I'm in trouble for all the faults. Oh, by the way, 2 things you guys need to know about Flora's wedding. 1, there was a pizza party. 2, it should have been canceled because they had the moment where, after the receiving line where the guy announces, oh, the Mr. and Mrs. David Flora, and I was holding a curtain aside like a good best man, and Flora, with everyone looking and no one seeing this, he's like, amazing, totally whacked me square in the balls. It was brilliantly played, really well done. When I could breathe again, I was like, all right, the kid's got skills. Daddy knows what he's doing. It's a really well played dick whipping.
Pizza had already been delivered in my defense.
That's true. But the people hadn't eaten the pizza. Pizza party doesn't start till people start eating. I should have just taken all those boxes, throw them in the trash. Oh, it was glorious. That was awesome. Let's see, where were we? Oh, yeah. She cursed the town. Everybody died at the funeral. Flora made up a whole story where they were afraid and made shit up. Like to make her shitter-upper. And legend has it that those who were attending her funeral were buried in a mass grave in the swamp right next to the ground. And they still haunt the swamp. They could scream courage. Some say bodies will pop up from the muck of the swamp bottom from time to time, and Brown's spirit can be heard repeating her eerie chants she had sung before dying. Either way, the swamp is thought to be cursed, and the strange wailing and screaming heard on hot, hazy nights send a chill through the bones, which is really appreciated because it's hot. So any chill is really worth having. Yeah. So there you go. There's some Manchac Swamp. I think we've got some listeners who might be able to tell us more about that.
Yeah.
You know who you are.
What song do you think she sings?
I don't know. From the sound of it, probably like some Springsteen, like "We gotta get out of this town." Oh.
All right, I got one more here for it.
Okay, hit me.
This one you may have heard of. This is the Hoya Baciu Forest. Called the world's most haunted forest, Hoya Baciu, or just Hoya Forest, is a relatively small forest, about 1 square mile, located in Romania. Lots of articles like to say it's located in Transylvania, which it is because it's a historical region in Romania that is of considerable size. Near the city of Cluj-Napoca is a dark and dense forest with some twisted and misshapen trees, and it was so named after a shepherd that disappeared into it with a flock of 200 sheep. Known for intense paranormal activity and unexplained events, reports from the forest have included ghost sightings, unexplained apparitions, faces appearing in photographs that were not visible with the naked eye, and even UFO sightings. It first gained notoriety in the late 1960s when a biologist named Alexander Siff snapped several photos of a flying disc-shaped object in the sky above the forest. However, locals have steered clear of the area out of fear for countless years. It's believed that those who visit the site will never return back home. Many of the locals who have been brave enough to venture into the forest complained of physical harm, including rashes, nausea, vomiting, migraines, burns, scratches, anxiety, and other unusual sensations. People who have entered the forest to this day get inexplicable rashes or they begin to feel very lightheaded and ill. Also, electronic devices are known to malfunction when taken into the area. Some report missing time, though none so famous as the 5-year-old girl who wandered into the woods and got lost. The story goes that she emerged from the forest 5 years later, wearing the same clean clothes that she wore on the day she disappeared, with no memory of what had happened in that interval of time. So a 5-year-old girl walks in.
Jesus.
5 years later, she walks out.
When was that?
You know what? I didn't get the date on it. Sorry.
Oh, okay. That's pretty cool. But this is more than being just a haunted forest. This is just a forest of steel. Just a land-based Bermuda Triangle.
Yes, they actually have called it the Bermuda Triangle of Romania.
Oh, haha! I'm brilliant.
The most common phenomenon includes the sudden appearance of mysterious orbs of light. People also report hearing disembodied female voices breaking the heavy silence, giggling, and even apparitions. There are many cases of people reportedly being scratched. The woods are thought to be notoriously haunted by the Romanian peasants who were murdered there. It's believed that the souls of these tormented ghosts are trapped within the wooded confines of Hoia Baciu, and that these entities are enraged by their predicament. Visions of these tormented spirits are sometimes observed by terrified travelers. Pairs of haunting, observing green eyes and a heavy black fog have been observed there.
Well, I can tell you right now, if you think that you're going to get an explanation for a heavy black fog monster, you're not.
Zing. Many people report a feeling of being watched as they travel near the forest's edge. Some people think it all originates from a clearing in the forest that is a vegetation dead zone. Kind of sounds like the old tramping ground. It is a nearly perfect circle in the woods where nothing ever grows. Soil samples have been taken from the site and analyzed, but the results show that there is nothing in the soil that should prevent the growth of plant life. Photos taken here have revealed hovering shapes and outlines of human forms, further backing up the claim. With UFOs, a dead vegetation zone, lights with no logical source, poltergeist activity, EVP activity, and malfunctioning electronics, paranormal activity is well documented, although I could only find the UFO photos and we all know who that is. Right? There's a lot to debunk on this one, but it's Photober!
Yeah.
So it's more fun to tell the spooky stories. But for some good tales on the forest, you guys should check out the Expanded Perspectives episode on it. We did one a couple months back. Good.
Yeah, just a cool, weird forest to begin with. Just the fact that it's such an primeval forest.
Yeah, lots of stuff going on with it. For a forest that sounds like it's not terribly huge, part of the appeal of these forests or part of the mystique is a lot of times the sheer size of them. You can go in there, you get lost because they're just so damn big. It could take days to get out from inside of one, but this one sounds like it's relatively manageable. Like I think they said you could probably walk around it, the perimeter of it, in half a day or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's pretty interesting. And this one also brings UFOs into the mix, which a lot of the others don't.
Yeah, and it kind of brings it into a just a nexus of weird things. It's not just haunted. It's not just got boogie monsters in it. There's also probably some Pleiadians, some reptilians running around it. It's like all the grab bag things that you want to know about are all right there.
Yeah, and missing time.
Right, yeah, time slip.
That's pretty crazy. You can find the photographs of these UFOs online.
Mm-hmm.
They're decent, but I just can't trust a photograph ever.
Right, you just can't.
Even though it was taken in the 60s.
One thing I keep seeing are these pictures of these curved trees, and I can't find an explanation for them.
Well, that's because there's not really one. It's a little confusing because there is a forest in Poland where the trees grow up about half a foot and then they grow sideways and then start curving up.
Right. Oh, that's not in this forest. They're just assuming it because this other forest is.
That's in Poland, but this one in Romania, I think I saw the same thing that you saw that you're seeing right now. It seems like some sites or some people are saying, yes, there is some growth like this in this forest.
Yeah, and when I say I can't find any explanation, I mean like no descriptions of any of these photos. They're just all attributed. But when you look up Hoya Baiku, all these pictures come up. So I can't find anything that really says, oh yeah, and you'll find these weird trees there.
Yeah, and some of the sites for Hoya Bashu will show you pictures of the Polish forest. That's confusing. So I didn't put that in there because I was confused and I ran out of time. But
now here's one fun fact is that this forest does fall within the territory that was Transylvania.
Yeah,
I think that's interesting.
Yeah, a lot of articles will try to tie it into the old Dracula history, some kind of connection, although they never do any connecting. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, which is hilarious. Of all the things, that one doesn't show up.
Weird that in a way it sounds like some kind of radiation with the things that people say they experience. To me, that sounds a little like radiation. What do you think? Rashes, dizziness.
I would
What
say
else is there? What else?
I would say if it's a dense forest, pollen would do the same exact thing. I feel especially in Eastern Europe, if there was a latent radiation there, that people would be aware of it. But I think I would say pollen. Like they say things like, oh, you get scratches. I'm like, well, if you're going through dense woods,
that's a very
yeah. I mean, and even
burns.
Yeah, and I don't
nausea, vomiting.
I don't know if they get if they have poison ivy, or poison oak, poison sumac, or any similar type thing. But those sort of reactions, you don't even have to actually physically contact the plant to get. You can, if you're burning, for example, poison ivy, and smoke goes over you, you get it. Even a wind blowing down a hill will carry that reaction to you. So, I'd say there's a lot of ways to get what they're describing, especially in old growth forest.
What do you think would account for a circle where nothing really grows? Fungus?
You know what? I did read a good paper about this maybe a year and a half ago about fairy circles and things like that.
Yeah.
And what they believe is that the circle is created by nitrogen depletion, available nitrogen in the soil or nutrients in the soil, and it just works its way out in a circle. The plants are working further and further out and just eating up all of the nutrients that they require as they go, and nothing's growing in behind it. And again, I can see how this could become, in most, in a healthy forest, leaf litter or animals in the trees, poop or just dropping things kind of help replenish the soil in those areas. But if you have an area without sturdy trees, and this starts, it's almost like a cancer. It starts in an area, makes a clearing, it makes it harder for that soil to replenish, and then that moves further out and further out. And I don't know. I mean, that was their explanation for fairy rings or toadstool rings or things like that. I know that there's some listings for the ones in that forest as well.
Yeah.
Because I know that in nature, nitrogen fixing is always a big problem, which is why most of our fertilizers are nitrogenous in nature.
Nitrogen. The Nature Boy on Monday Nitro. We obviously had to include Hoya in this episode.
Yeah.
It's possible it could stand on its own, I think, for an episode.
Oh yeah, but there's a lot of rocks to flip over there.
Yeah, but maybe in the future, who knows? Say, but that's going to wrap it up for us for Haunted Forest.
So haunted, so forest, so long.
Now, what we've decided, because we have a list with several more haunted forests, we're going to put those extra forests into an extra-sode.
Yeah.
For our Patreon backers who pledge $5 or more.
Even more. Forest.
That'll give you, something to look forward to for the old Patreon, and give us some more cool forests to look into. How about it?
Yeah.
But I feel a little lost right now. I don't feel like my compass is working, and I can't remember which way, like how we got here. Everywhere I turn, it all just kind of looks the same, and it's kind of spooky. And I just, well, I feel like I'm lost in a forest of bad jokes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But what you need is a sign, maybe attached to a tree or pounded into the ground that says, head this way for... Oh, man, there's a lot of... This is fertile pun ground, is what this is.
Very much. There's no nitrogen loss in this one.
Yeah.
You, me, you, me. What do you think?
How about you go first?
Oh, because I am a tough guy. Little shit. Did you know there was a forest in California where unexplained nuts fall from trees, and people complain of having a roasted, salty taste in their mouths upon leaving?
I love it already.
It's the Sequoia cashew forest.
Nice. I like that. Those nuts are falling from pretty big height.
Yeah.
Can kill you. You know, there is a forest in England. It's a particularly dense wooded area that it's just full of brambles. Everyone who goes into it bitterly resents it. It's bordered on one side by the river, and to the south there's the cliffs of Wanker, and the whole area is, well, I mean, in all the old maps it's called the fucking forest, but obviously for reasons, they had to change it, so now it's just the effing forest.
Oh, I see. That's funny because it sounds like it's right next to this other dense woodland in England where highwaymen and survivalists like to retreat to.
Oh, yeah?
They either rob people there or they assemble their bug out bags. It's prepping forest.
Nice. Well, in one of the Gnostic Gospels that was not included in the Council of Nicaea, there's actually an entire book that just tells the story of the devil. And turns out that he spent a lot of time traveling with some people, and he would move with them, and it was sort of a traveling show. And he would actually, the devil himself, would dance for the money they'd throw. And, the other people in the caravan, they'd do whatever they could.
Yeah.
Sometimes they'd preach some Gnostic gospel.
Okay.
Sell a couple bottles of Dr. Good. The place where they did all this was the Devil's Tramps and Thieves ground.
You'd hear it from the people of the town.
Yeah.
And every night the devil would come around and he would trap the ground.
And they would have a wedding.
I did throw a Gypsies, Tramps, and Thieves to the wedding.
Yeah, I wish that, maybe we should have just recorded the ceremony, just so that people could hear there's actually a fair number of Blurry Photos deep cuts kind of hidden sporadically throughout.
Well, them's puns.
Yeah, them's puns. And the only thing more haunted than a suicide forest is your letters.
Oh, it's time to get lost in the dense undergrowth of listeners.
All right, we're kicking this off with an email from Lex. Lex writes, "Hello, Daves.
Hi, Lex.
Ah, now you're as filthy as I am. Just wanted to let you know that after nearly a year of badgering, my normally podcast-averse boyfriend finally gave your show a shot and fell in love. Technically, it says felt in love, but I feel like it was felt. The Elisa Lamb episode kept him from sleeping. He was so scared, but he's hooked. I think you would like to hear that, and that's very true. Love it when one believer converts another. And also a pun. Who's the mythical snake god foretold by prophecy? Shaft? Who's the mythical snake god foretold by prophecy? To introduce the Aztec people to delicious cheese. That would be queso coddle, of course. Delicious. Thanks, Lex.
Thank you, Lex. Hey, we've heard from Sandhill Craig.
Oh.
This is, pardonnez-moi, messieurs. On listening to the beginning of your latest episode, I heard these words. The amount of cheese was enormous. It was like the size of a stick of butter, fried. I was like, under normal circumstances, no one just eats that much cheese. I heard these words while I was in the bathtub. I was eating a big bowl of cheese, not fried, but it had lots of hot sauce on it, just gnawing on big slabs of cheddar. It was 90 degrees, and we don't have air conditioning, and I had lunch at work and was in a hot bath with my cheese. So there.
You love this. So there, you ignorant bastard. It can be done. Now, it's funny. I just had a conversation 2 days ago about this exact same thing, about the giant cheese on a stick scenario. And the thing was this. It was that, like, it wasn't the cheese was too big to even be appropriately heated by the oil. So it was just like this kind of rubbery, oily block of cheese that no one would want. Now, a bowl of cheese with hot sauce on it, I'm not saying I've done that, but I respect you. You're just sitting in a bath, chasing your truth, the way you see it, and that's the most American thing I've ever heard. I don't care what country you're from. That's amazing. I respect the shit out of that.
Awesome. Thank you, Sandhill Craig. I think we stand corrected.
Yeah. I will happily accept that. I've got a real quick one here from Echidna Duck. Echidna Duck writes, Stecco, you nailed the Mr. Kite joke. Have no fear.
Well.
Beatles fans unite. Thank you, Echidna Duck.
That was in the Rendlesham Forest. Is that right?
Yeah.
And we've heard from Thomas. Baguette.
Baguette.
Bonjour. My name is Thomas. I'm a French listener to your show.
Bonjour, Thomas. Ça va?
The first episode I held was the one with the gooch.
Oh,
it's a beginning sketch. I didn't know what Zip I was listening to, but I'm a fan since that. Should I stop? I should probably stop, right?
I hope he's going to stay a fan after
Yeah.
this.
Thomas makes a suggestion, says, thanks for all your work, all the love. Thank you, probably Tomas, right?
Sure.
At this point?
Yeah, why not? We'll give it a shot.
If
we're wrong, he'll let us know.
Is French Tomas or still just Thomas? Either way. Thank you, Monsieur Baguette. I'm glad we have a French listener. I feel like France doesn't get a lot of blurry photos.
Yeah. More France.
More France, please.
I demand it. Got one from the Viscount Chocula. Says David and Dave. Top billing to you, good sir. I recently discovered your podcast through Improvised Star Trek and the Chicago Podcast Co-op.
Yes.
The system works. Yes. After listening to a few of your more recent episodes, I came to the conclusion that your podcast is exactly what I'm looking for. A rational, skeptical outlook on fringe topics that doesn't simply dismiss the possibility of a weird world. It doesn't look down on those who choose to believe. While I admit you had me grumbling about getting to the point and spending less time joking through the first episode or two, you're welcome. Your style of humor very quickly grew on me. Perfect. We are like a disease. You got to get to the fever stage, and then you're just a carrier. Once I got that out of the way, I decided I would listen to your entire back catalog in order, starting from as far back as iTunes went. However, this leaves me in a difficult position. I know what you think you're gonna say, Flora, but I'll just put it out there right now. Blurryphotos.org has the entire back catalog back to episode 1, Alistair Crowley, or Crowley, as I like to call him. So you can always go there and get the entire back catalog, and we are working on an alternative means of getting that to you. I know that the website archive is sometimes difficult. If you just want to have it in your phone feed and things like that. So bear with us. We're actually working on a better way to get that back catalog.
Yeah.
Back to the email. Sorry, go ahead.
Might be put on the back burner once we figure out the new email system. What the hell?
We are having some problems with our email.
They just, how people have to change things and update the interface.
Instead of waiting to write in once I have caught up, I have instead decided to write you letters as I move through the archive as if they are still relevant, which I'm totally cool with. write it. Everyone should write to us when they hear about something.
Yeah,
which
sure.
is great because sometimes we have excellent answers, and sometimes we're like, yes, that is a problem we ignored and shall continue to. But this spoilers. This email does fall into the excellent answers category.
Okay.
My first such missive is a more complaint, really. I just listened to your 100th episode, and I must say I was very, very disappointed. No complaints, please. Too late. It's too late. Too late. This rocket's launched. Not with the Chrononauts. I will admit to finding a little to fault with them. Rather, it was the distinct lack of gotta find King Arthur character from the MIB episode in either the episode on the Holy Grail or even the King Arthur himself. While I admit that he's a minor character with a rather one-note shtick, a description shared by most serial mascots, I admit, his absurd, simple-minded drive made him instantly memorable and entertaining. I sat through both episodes with bated breath, waiting for his appearance, only to come away disappointed. What a criminal waste of an opportunity. I don't know if such a thing is penalty box worthy, but I thought I would register my stern disapproval nonetheless. Well, good news. You were right. And yes, we did go to the penalty box for it.
Did we?
Yeah, I did. I absolutely did. Oh, because it was a crime not to have. We gotta find King Arthur guy in there. Yeah, it was a criminal waste. Of course, because of the nature of the system, I have no idea if this character even appears again or whether listeners stood up for our friends from New Jersey. Yes, they did. And it will be rectified in future episodes. I did like that guy. He was a ton of fun.
Yeah.
Don't think I am done with my time-delayed critiques of your podcast. The first time I listened to the Chrononauts episode, I was for the most part impressed with the production values. But I did hear one sound effect that was so terrible that it almost ruined the whole episode. Such was the impact of this sound that I was so shocked that I could not remember what it was, or when in the episode that it happened. I've decided to listen to the episode again and again until I find it. For the one who finds the Foley fail will achieve eternal gripe. Oh, nice! I liked how he slipped that knife in there. Oh, thanks, Viscount Chocula. Or have you been able to chisel another email off the giant frozen lump we found at the back of this server?
I don't think so. I think we're going to have to take a knee and draw up another game plan on this. Jeez.
Okay. Well,
I wish you guys cared. So we could explain to you what the hell we're seeing and how bad it is.
Yeah, we really to extract an email from this new format is extraordinarily hard. So those are the ones we were able to chip out of the ice chunk. We're going to dethaw the rest of it, and we'll have more listener mail next time.
Yeah.
In the meanwhile, while we're chipping away, feel free to check out the other podcasts as mentioned from the Chicago Podcast Cooperative. Check them out. It's our wonderful ragtag band of spaceships flying through the digital sea, trying to stay away from the Cylons. I don't know what the Cylons are in this scenario. Just stop. Just leave me alone, okay? That's that for an endorsement.
Doing great.
Can I? This episode brought to you by Squarespace. Just leave me alone, okay? Don't forget to head over to patreon.com/blurryphotos if you want to support us on the reg. You get yourself free episodes every month. Anything you could really want. You want ringtones and sound effects? Boom, Patreon. You want best of intro music? Patreon. You want best of intro sketches? Patreon. You want a minifig? Patreon. You want to call in and have a section of Bullstone called Bullphone that's all yours? Patreon.
You want your very own Sandhill Crane Detection Kit?
Patreon.
Patreon.
So we got a ton of fun things going on there. If the monthly thing is not your jam, feel free to karate chop the donate button. We're cool with that too. Yeah. Or head over to audibletrial.com/blurryphotos. Get yourself a free audiobook. Give us a monetary high five.
Facebook, you can always like us. Twitter, you can always follow us. Blurry_photos. YouTube, you can always subscribe to us. Here's a big thing. If you're on iTunes or any of those podcast play apps, please subscribe to us on there. if you don't mind, that helps with our numbers and see how many people are listening and how many downloads we're getting and how much love is out there in the world for blurry photos. Yeah. Of note, we are going to be at the Milwaukee Paracon in just one short week.
Yes.
October 15th and 16th, we will be hawking our wares on the vendor floor at the Paracon. We've got an hour on Saturday, around 2 or 3, I think it is, to actually do something. We can record, but we'll be shouting at people on the floor live. We still have to figure that out, but it will be there. So would love to see you there. Come, we're going to try and get some more T-shirts done up, or restocked at least something. Might have some new little shiggles to sell. I know I've at least gotten some things pop up in the email that says, "Hey, these are shipping." So cool stuff in the works, some sales that we've taken advantage of, and I'll tell you about those when they get here. If you get a VIP bag, then you get a magnet, sticker, and a bookmark included in there from us. Now that wedding times extravaganza is over, we can start focusing on the old country music album, which we have to.
I think, I'll tell you what, I think that we should establish that we're working on it, and we should never mention it again until it's ready to go.
Yeah,
We're working on it, and that way it's not a thing that we keep talking about.
Yeah, well, I think that we could sit here and talk about some more things, but we'll do that in the live stream.
Yeah. We'll suss it all out.
Figure that out on the Patreon live stream. But yes, October has started. The most wonderful time of the year.
Laura, how fun is Blurry Photober?
Well, I would say it's as fun as.
I love that.
That's what we got. We'll let you go for now. Good stuff coming up for the rest of the month, including your favorite ghost story episode.
Yeah.
And that'll do it right now for us for this episode of Blurry Photos. I have been the decapitated doll, David Flora.
And I have been Dave, Dark Entry Stecco.
I remember one time my wife Dolores and I were being chased through my dreams by a psychopathic eye.
You, Burps, without the question. What's your question?
Wait, what if we see a bear? Kill it. Next question.
Yeah, you kill it. Are you guys honestly more worried about bears than people with chainsaws? You do drugs, you're as good as dead, everybody. The minute you start touching Mary Jane, you're going in the ground just the same. That'd be ridiculous. How on earth would we be the ones responsible for killing all you? All we have is a perfect encyclopedic knowledge of these woods and an endless supply of children being sent by their uncaring parents.
Mary Jane came around when I was 12. Her bosoms were small, but firm. I shot her.
I touched her tits and killed her. All right, well, I don't want this to run too late. I want you guys to get a good night's sleep tonight. I want you to get back to your cabins. A couple of things I want you to do before you go to bed tonight. If any of you know any stories about how haunted these woods are, about whatever witches might be living far back in the woods, make sure to tell everyone else in your cabin tonight. I want all that information to get out there. I'd also like a couple of you to go off by yourselves, maybe to the bathroom, maybe to meet a boy or girl. Try to really trickle out over the course of the evening. Anyone who hears anything, stay in your bunks, keep your mouths shut and your eyes open. Shink Stink, what do you got for
Don't be alarmed if you see an older man staring in through the window whilst most likely it's just one of us checking in on you throughout the night, or perhaps the homicidal maniac that has escaped from the nearby mental asylum.
Yeah, Shink Stink really hit the nail on the head there. Yeah, I suppose it could be one of us just checking in to make sure everything's fine. I got to tell you right now, we don't leave our rooms either. If you see somebody skulking
We
out
would
there,
be
they have
damn
murderous
stupid to
intent.
leave our rooms in the middle of the night in this incredibly haunted and dangerous forest.
Damn stupid.
We
Damn
would
stupid.
be damn you little
Let's check in with golf legend John Daly.
I only spend on Moto, America's social casino. You know, I won a couple of majors. And on Moto, I've won majors, grands, and epic jackpots on their classic Vegas slots with huge, huge bonus rounds. Moto Casino adds new games and awards players free coins every single day. That's daily. Moto Casino, hands down, has the best VIP experience. Take it from one high roller to another. Hell yeah, these wins are piling up faster than my divorces. If you're ready to go for the greens with me, rip it and spin it on Moto Casino.
Moto Casinos, the social casino. Void where prohibited. No purchase necessary. Visit moto.us for more details.
Looking to buy your first car or home? Understanding your FICO score is key to achieving your life goals. Knowing your FICO scores helps you apply for loans with confidence and avoid surprises. With MyFICO, you get access to your FICO score, credit reports, 24/7 monitoring, and alerts on the go. Take the mystery out of your score and get your FICO score for free today. Visit myfico.com/free and discover the score lenders use most.
Looking for a mortgage, credit card, or auto loan? Then you should know your FICO score. Did you know 90% of top lenders use FICO scores? Visit myfico.com/free today to get your FICO score for free. MyFICO makes it easy to understand your credit with FICO scores, credit reports, and alerts. Visit myfico.com/free. That's myfico.com/free. Or download the MyFICO app and discover the score lenders use most. That's myfico.com/free.
This episode is brought to you by Cards Against Humanity. They asked us not to read an ad, so just enjoy the show, you little. Cable Access, Channel 666, is proud to present The Joy of Summoning.
Well, hello there. My name is Gargantuous the Unclean. I'm an initiate of the seventh ring of untold suffering, and I'd like to share with you my love of summoning demonic hosts upon the earth, to torment and vex those who subdue it. Following along at home, today we'll be using ram's blood, chalk made from the ashes of a loved one, and a thrice defiled rusty blade of Judas. There will be other materials, but there'll be time to gather them later. Now it's important to remember, as we enter our tainted domain, we must check all four cardinal directions for any residue of previous summoning or demons who feel that they could gain favor with the father of lies by tormenting you further. Well, that ain't gonna work, is it? Now, take your ram's blood and dip your thrice defiled blade in there. You're gonna want just a little bit of blood right at the tip, just like that. Start to etch your exterior border of malfeasance. That's going to provide a bulwark against any other tormented spirits moving through this plane. There we go. Just little tiny scrapes. Little tiny scrapes. The bloodline must be contiguous, or a possessing entity can move through that gap and use your body as a flesh weapon against the living. If you find that the bulwark line is becoming weak, just redip the blade. There we go. I like to use a little extra ram's blood. Don't tell me. Now that our exterior circle is finished, take your chalk made from the ashes of a loved one and using crisp, strong lines, mark out your pentacle. Make sure the primary tip is focused south, and from there, just draw it how you feel it. This is a time for you to be creative. I made mine a little swirly. Now that we have all the framework done, Let's summon a demon. Placing the Thrastafile blade that we used earlier across the palm of your left hand, one brisk moment, slice your hand up. Jam that piece of chalk right into the gash, which should be bleeding freely. Now offer praise to our feculent master, making sure that all the blood falls in the center of the pentacle. Now, smear it around with your foot a little. Using your toe, just daub it out to the corners, just like this. I'm getting a really good coating. Oh, that's lovely. That's really coming together. Now, using whatever material you like, now it's time to enter the sigil of the demon of your choice. I'll be using the vial of a fornicator. Don't ask me how I got it. That's Vardanthus' little secret. Now that the sigil's done, I shall place my bleeding hand upon it and draw forth from the begrimed oblivion an unholy entity to do my bidding.
Eros, Miracho, Miracha.
There he is.
Why dost thou summon me, mortal?
Well, hello there, demon. I named myself Vardanthus, and hereby confine you to this circle of binding. Your will is now mine, and all that I say shall be as a command unto your unholy ear. And with that, everyone, the demon is now bound to my will, and shall do only that which I command. Isn't that right? Demon, name yourself. Oh, he likes to struggle, don't he? Demon, I command thee to name thyself, or you shall feel the corrupted touch of the Thrastafile blade. I don't think you'd enjoy that at all, would you?
Often it seems thou hast me by mine infernal bowl, as it were. My name is to what thou hast.
Well, Ayrton, in the name of the Master of Shadows, I command you to pick up that palette over there and paint a beautiful mountain landscape on that canvas. The entire time, you'll tell these people exactly how you're doing.
So practice. Dost thou have any undermood below?
Well, of course I do, silly bear. Let's leave my thrall of a dam and complete his task. And I'll see all of you next week. I'll show you how to extract the bile from the fornicator, as well as how to subjugate the third order handmaiden of Lilith, as always in accordance with dark prophecy. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I'll see you next week. Hail Satan.
I also have a scary laugh.
My homunculus laugh.
Hello,
Welcome to
everybody.
week 2 of Blurry Photon!
That's the scariest sound I have.
Hi, everybody. I'm David Flora.
And I'm Dave Stecco.
We are your infernal hosts.
Yeah, you have summoned us boys to do your bidding.
Now, try and control us, assholes!
Oh man.
Oh, we can't be controlled. Not even
Nope.
with chalk made from the ashes of your dead relatives.
That's right. Oh yeah, summoning chalk is hard to get a hold of.
Summoning chalk. Wow.
Made that up. I hope
like
that's a real. Yeah, it sounds like a real thing, right?
Sure. I'm sure it is. I hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody is enjoying the beautiful fall weather.
Yes.
Hope you're still strapped in for a month of very fun episode. Little light on the scientific debunkery.
What?
A little heavy on the crazy, creepy, spooky
Yep.
fun time.
Yeah, dude, Learn Photobra ain't about like teaching you shit. It's about shit riches.
It's
It's
about
not that ever out of a shit calendar. It does look a bit better look out. I'm trying to sound a little drunk, but you better watch out.
but still cool. But still cool.
And this week, we've been talking about this for a while. And it's funny because as we record this, this is just before we head off to Milwaukee Paracon.
That's right.
And I feel like this episode has its roots in our last visit to the Milwaukee Paracon.
We definitely put it on the list then, right?
We spoke to a woman for at least an hour or so about demon possession and demons in general. And when we did the possession episode, obviously we looked at just decided it was too big to help put into one episode. So this is fun. This is not quite like our alien taxonomy, but it's more in that direction. Demonology, sound good?
Demonology. I'll tell you this: I've saved my opinions for the podcast for the actual recording because Dave and I have been talking here for an hour or so already.
Mostly bitching about Skype.
Yeah, man. But this episode defeated me. I was not bulletproof on this. Each episode, I like to go through, I like to read the research, watch videos, listen to podcasts, things like that, and try to summarize all the information as concisely as I can with, some things will inevitably leave out. Some things probably don't get their due, but we still try and include them. This one, man, this was the cake that ate the baby.
Yeah. Because here's the thing about it is that you feel like that's just like, okay, well, you got angels, you got demons, pretty straightforward stuff, but it is not.
No.
And so much of it is like not the colloquial, but genuine apocrypha. And it is, there's very direct, like, informational references in the Bible aside from identifying something as a demon.
Yeah.
Like there's you hit a lot of road bumps that on one hand, like at least to me, I was like, oh well, yeah, I guess I kind of knew that, but still is unexpected. You're like, oh, I thought this would be a little bit more linear than it is.
No, yeah, it is.
No.
Yeah, nah.
It's as circular as an outer binding wall.
A bulwark against the enemy.
That's right.
I think of it as kind of a really crazy, disgusting tree. Like you start going up the trunk of it, everything's hunky dory, but then something branches off, and then something branches off from that, and you keep going, and there's just branches that just keep going, and it's hard to have a linear, just history of demons that even makes sense and still gets enough information out for it to. And as we go through the research here, you'll see the point that broke me.
I can't wait.
I actually wrote it in, and Annie was like, "Are you okay?" Like I was sitting there yesterday. I had been working on it for hours and hours, and finally I just started being like, and like huffing and puffing, and she's like, "What's wrong with you?" And I'm like, "It's this research. I'm still in the Middle East. I've been doing this for hours, and I can't get out of Mesopotamia because there's so much to it. Every culture has demons, literally, like, not just figuratively, not stuff in their past they're trying to deal with. Every culture has demons, and it was my hope to try and boil it all down to something that is very informational from start to finish. You get a nice summary of each culture like we try to do, or at least, big cultures. And I couldn't do it. Like you can spend so much time on just one culture that I gave up at one point. So we'll see that when we get there. We're gonna, in the meantime, try to do the best we can and still have some fun with this because that's the name of the game. It's demonology. I mean, come on, man. You can't not try and have fun with this, especially when we get to some of the actual demons that have been put forth as existing. So let me get to let me do the overview, and then we'll keep plugging away and trying to sink this Titanic. How's that sound?
Yeah.
So demons are a pervasive entity in the pools of the unexplained and mythology of which we like to swim. Certainly, like I said, just about every religion and culture has its own form of supernatural entities that are inherently malevolent and seek to subvert humanity. We've discussed demons in many different forms throughout our 4 years of exploring the unexplained, from jinn and fallen angels to shadow people and possessions, but we've never turned the spotlight directly on them until now. The subject of demonology, or the study and classification of demons, including their names, powers, and derivations, is a fruitful topic. Therefore, our classic caveat applies in that we're going to give the cursoryest of glances at it, trying to give a brief but informational summarization of all things demonic, with our show notes pointing you toward additional resources if you'd like to know more, Starship Trooper. So, expect us to leave your favorite demon out. Yeah, just get that out of the way right now. This is a moratorium on emails that say, I can't believe you didn't include Abraxas in there. I can't believe you didn't say anything about Hindu culture and demons that are prevalent. And just let us try and do the best we can. And we, you know what? We might visit some more of this in the future. We might do an extra sode about this. There's just too much not to cover with this, you know?
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is go over what a demon is in a few different cultures, their histories and mythologies until I got burned out. We're going to spend some time with the supposed mother of demons, Lilith.
She's also the mother of All Lady Acoustic Traveling Concert.
Oh, yeah. And go through some different demons and what they hold dominion over. So grab that +5 holy amulet of protection. We might be inviting some ill fortune to this dinner of the dead. Any words before we get going, Dave?
Oh man, no. We are, like you covered it. Like we're gonna like an octopus that plays the drums. We're gonna lash out in as many directions as we can, but there will be hi-hats and tom-toms untouched.
Probably a splash cymbal that gets no play.
Yeah, sorry, we're gonna do our best, but oh man, I'm looking up here literally. So when we record, I keep tabs up. You know, like I've got two monitors here, and one of them makes sure that I'm actually recording. I've got 29 tabs open of just stuff here, and it's just
that is a lot, even for us. But yeah, I juggled tabs when I was going through the research, and I tried to find. I don't know if you did this, but I tried to go to as many non-religious sources as I could because I feel like there's a real agenda when you find a religious source on demons and demonology. But it's very hard to do, and there's no shortage of information and videos about it, which makes the research that much harder because that's just sifting through the dirt to find the gold flecks at that point. So let us begin with demons throughout the ages, and let us start with what a demon is and the etymology and all that. The term demon is derived from the Greek word daimon, which means a supernatural being or spirit, sometimes a minor deity, and before that, to distribute. Initially, it meant a god entity that gave out destinies to people, what I found. And this is another thing that there's a lot of information on it, so some of the stuff says one thing and some of the stuff says another thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, there are a couple of different paths to take in this, but I think the true meaning is in there somewhere. And I'm not trying to get in touch with my southern roots when I pronounce that. It is literally a diphthong in the word daimon, not diamond. Are y'all saying them diamonds?
Y'all looking out? Y'all looking out for them?
Although I'm sure I shouldn't even attempt the Greek pronunciation of it. Why even try, Dave? Though it has commonly been associated with an evil or malevolent spirit, the term originally meant a spiritual being that influenced a person's character. An agathos daemon, for example, which is a good spirit, was a benevolent. Socrates, for example, spoke of his daemon as a spirit that inspired him to seek and speak the truth. It was like a little John Leguizamo on his shoulder. Moulin Rouge.
Oh, yeah. You get that one
too deep on that cut. Today, the terms eudaimonic and cathodemonic are used for something conducive to happiness or wickedness, respectively. The term gradually was applied to the lesser spirits of the supernatural realm who exerted pressures on men to perform actions that were not conducive to their well-being. One possible explanation for the change of meaning from positive to negative is something that we have come across a number of times, the influence of Christianity. If daimon meant pagan god or some kind of spirit that is not of the Christian faith, then it had to be given a negative meaning, a synonym to devil.
Now, demon, as it is used these days, as you already know, most certainly negative.
Yeah.
A malevolent entity. You could argue that it's a Christian concept in the Western world, although there are plenty of other examples in other cultures. You have an angel, you have a demon. You got the good team, the bad team. You got the Sharks, you got the Jets.
Right. And then you've got Officer Crumpkey just trying to mess it all up.
Gee, Officer Crumpkey. Are we just all Officer Crumpkeys?
Everybody's just caught in the crossfire.
That's right. Demons are from the pits of hell, agents of the devil, and they delight in tormenting humans named Crumpkey. In occultism, a demon is a spiritual entity that can be conjured and controlled. Yeah, that's the Saturday morning cartoon version of it. That's as easy as a thing gets boiled down, gloriously oversimplified for your benefit. Different cultures may view them as good or evil, though, depending on what those cultures value, how their system works out. Which is why, like Flora, you're talking about, like there's the demonic and cacodemonic difference. I think some people consider that everything you could summon, were you to summon something. All demons are here to destroy you, versus some people think, no, it's like a power source. You summon a demon, and it's what you do with that demon, or what the demon wants to do.
Or they're just around and they're minding their own business, and if you get in the way, they're assholes, and if you help them out, they're good to you. Yeah.
Right. Which falls pretty well in line with all folklore, put out some milk for the demon.
Right.
But I mean, the point that I'm making is like the concept of the demon itself has been around since the get. As long as anyone has written anything down, someone's written down something about it.
Yep.
Which I think, how far are we going back here, Flora?
I think we should go back all the way.
Oh, he really means it this time, folks. I can't stop him. Flora, no.
We're going to get in a whole Mesopotamia.
That was a good one. That was a really good one.
Yeah, let's go back let's begin at the beginning. Belief in evil spirits was widespread in Mesopotamia, and it was thought that bad spirits swarmed everywhere, though they skulked around graves and ruins and remote. They were responsible for all manner of badness, including disease, disasters, fighting, negative emotions, probably the NL wildcard race.
Yep.
Engine trouble.
2016. Actually, just the 2016. Everything that has happened in the year 2016
directly correlates.
What a donkey shit of a year,
isn't it?
Except for I moved to Iowa and you got married, so I guess we're trying to bring up the average at the end.
Yeah, I mean it's weights and balances. Is that a term? Okay. It was thought they would enter homes at night via cracks and holes in order to torture the inhabitants. I've got some examples later, and I should point out because I'm about to set this up, but there's a ton of stuff about Mesopotamian demons, demons that were in Sumer, Babylon, Assyria, that region, and I've got a lot of examples, including from our friends, the Zoroastrians. We're going to put those in when we start just talking about the demons themselves instead of the concept and stuff which we're going over. This is where I started to get really bogged down in the details. Moving on from Mesopotamia to Judaism, Shadim is Hebrew for demon.
Also a really, really good doo-wop song. Shadim.
Yeah. Yeah, so from what I've read, Shadim is Hebrew for demon, and this appears in Psalm and Deuteronomy. But scholars debate their significance and even their existence. And this is, I mean, hard to discuss it too in depth when we have a limited amount of time to summarize it too.
Yeah, and that time just gets shorter because I've got some really great parts coming up, so they're going to take a while. It's really going to take a while. Having said all that,
there could be, according to some scholars, benevolent shadim. These were used in Kabbalistic ceremonies, and there could be malevolent ones. Think of our good buddy, the Dybbuk.
Yep, the Dybbuk, like the Dybbuk box that I'm mentioning on our podcast. Yeah. We've almost forgotten that you're not allowed to talk about it, but you are.
Well, I think we got past it. I think as one listener told me, I put my big boy pants on.
Shamed you down, huh?
So that was considered by some, probably most, to be a demon, that being the Dybbuk. Now, there's a lot of demon discussion in Hebrew literature and history, folklore, mysticism, and this is the point that I got burned out.
As far as you went.
This is what I wrote last night at like 4 a.m. There's so much information that I feel like I'm doing a disservice to try and summarize it. Each instance of demons in these cultures could be an episode in itself.
And depending on how far we get towards the bottom of the barrel in a few years, maybe there will be.
Well, it's a good thing if we ever want to have a guest on who maybe is a demonologist or knows, more about this than.
Or we could have a demon on as a guest.
We could just summon a demon.
Yeah. Why with the middleman?
The reason would probably be because the system would crash and then we'd lose all.
That's true. They are not, not the most friendly in the whole wide world. I don't know what else would possibly arrive.
So forgive me, but I'm going to start skipping a lot of info just so we can get to more stuff, or we will literally be stuck in Middle Eastern mythology for multiple episodes. And this is not to say I'm not fascinated by it. I love talking about all this stuff, but you'll see all the stuff that I did for Mesopotamian demons later. If I had done that for each culture, we'd never get through it. So let's skip ahead to demonologists throughout the ages.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Who are the Van Helsings in this scenario?
There are quite a few, apparently, and Lord knows where they got their credentials from. But according to Michael Sellis, around the middle of the 11th century CE,
the turn of the millennium.
Probably, I'm not sure exactly when he wrote this, but maybe around 1050, 1060.
Sure.
He was the author of De Operatione Daemonum Dialogus.
I would say Diagoras, but I think you might be right. I just want you to know that I would have done it wrong.
It's probably Daemonum Operatione Daemon Diagoras. Diagoras.
They're the Dinglerus.
Demons are divided into 6 main bodies. Demons of fire, the demons of air, the demons of earth, those of the waters and rivers who cause tempests and floods, the subterranean who prepare earthquakes and excite volcanic eruptions, and the shadowy ones who are somewhat like ghosts. St. Augustine, who came before this guy in the late 4th, early 5th century CE, St. Augustine considered all demons under the last category. He thought they were shadowy, like ghosts. So that was Michael Celis. There was a Spanish Catholic bishop, Alphonse de Spina, said in 1467 that there are 10 species of demons. Dave, what are those?
The fates, the poltergeists, the incubi slash succubi, that's one category, marching hordes, familiars, nightmares, demons born from human semen, disguised demons, demons who assail the saintly, and demons who instigate witchcraft. I think incubi and succubi are just like genders of a demon.
Right. Who and those are the ones that stimulate lust and perversion.
They feed off your fornicatory energy.
They're very funicular. The fates alter destiny, poltergeist cause mischief. And these marching hordes, I've never heard of something like that before, who bring about war. So demons of the marching hordes, they're the metal ones, I guess. The familiars assist witches, we've heard of that. And nightmares disturb sleep, bad dreams, we've heard of that. Probably be like the old hag, that nature.
Right.
Then you get the old De Prestigiis Daemonum, or is it Demonum? Man, I need to brush up on my old Latin.
Yeah, I need to just brush it the first time.
It's a book by demonologist Johann Weir. He's also known as Wierus. Maybe it's just Weir. Johann Weir. First published in Basel in 1563. Weir theorized that hell was divided into kingdoms and principalities with a very hierarchical structure. According to Weir's calculations, from what? The infernal regions contained an army of 7,405,926 devils and demons, organized into 1,111 divisions of 6,666 each.
Of course. You see what he did there?
One too many, Johann.
Now, we're going to come back to this a whole bunch, so let's just get this out here right now. The book, The Lesser Key of Solomon, is an anonymously written grimoire or spell book on demonology. It was compiled in the mid-17th century, mostly from older materials, and then divided into 5 books. The Ars Goetia, is that right? That sounds right?
I've heard it. I've heard it pronounced Goetia, Geisha, Goetia. Like, I go with Goetia or Geisha.
Yeah. I'm going to go with Goetia so that people won't think we're talking about Japanese hookers.
Right.
High class Japanese hookers.
Oh, they're companions, dude.
Sorry. Well, that's my cultural insensitivity.
They're renting their own shuttle. They pay rent.
So yeah, the Ars Goetia, the Ars Thurgia Goetia, the Ars Paulina, the Ars Almandal, and the Ars Notoria. The Ars Goetia, which we'll talk about more, includes a list of 72 demons commanded by 4 kings in cardinal directions, and the appropriate hours and rituals in which to conjure them. These were taken from the Pseudo-Monarchia Daemonium, which appeared in the appendix to Johann Weir's De Prestigiis Daemonium. So everything is kind of based on something. This is kind of, we've talked about this before, where there's like, somebody writes a thing down and then everyone refers back to that thing.
Yeah, it happened a lot with the spiritualism and stuff of the 19th century, and going forward from there. It's like, this is a work by somebody that has no real sources for it, but it's so old, everybody just takes it as literal and real.
Yep. Yeah, it's that thing where the old knowledge, that's what you want.
Yeah. And so they run with it from there. So keep that in mind as we keep going through here. That's a big sticking point.
Yep. Yeah, so now let's jump to the 19th century, specifically the year 1818. And Colin de Plancy's book, Dictionnaire Infernal, which is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
It's again, includes the hierarchies of demons as well as portraits of the 72 Ars Goetia demons.
Awesome.
Yeah, if you're
at a computer, bring them up because these things are awesome. Things that I enjoy. Andras, the Owlman of Cornwall, and he rides around on a wolf. So, yeah. There's just these pictures are awesome. Abraxas.
Oh yeah.
It's just they're awesome. It's really worth just a Google image search because the artwork is kind of creepy but kind of like silly too.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know, they put me in the mind of like a British fairy tale children's book illustration, and maybe of like the Alice in Wonderland or the Jabberwocky or something like that.
Yes, yeah, there is that like features are over accentuated, large faces and things like that, but
still like details and
yeah, that's a really good call. I agree with that. Yeah, like the classic Alice in Wonderland illustrations.
Yeah.
So next in the train, French author and screaming lunatic Alexis Vincent Charles Beguier.
That's pretty good, yeah.
I've got a better name. How about the Scourge of Demons?
Somehow, I doubt it.
Right. His autobiography / demonic treatise, the 3-volume encyclopedic work, Les Farfadets et tous les démons ne sont pas de l'autre monde, which translates to leprechauns, or all devils are not from another world.
Pretty random.
Yeah.
Leprechauns.
Yeah, which, I mean, that's what Google Translate says. I'm sure there's some nuance there with, like, lesser demons or, But yeah, that's what they went by. So he came out with that bad boy in 1821.
I'd like to take a moment to apologize for the fucking leaf blowers that are going on outside the window here.
I can't hear those.
I hope you can. Maybe I can scrub them out, but
now I can.
It's leaf season.
Which brings us screaming headlong into the 20th century, by the beginning of which demonology was quite unfashionable. Even in the occult circles, there was demonology's out, and seances and spirits of the departed are in. You can thank a gigantic war with a huge death toll for that.
Yep.
But then things start to come back around in the 60s and 70s. The theme of demonic possession was revived in conservative Christian circles, and of course, given all their fears made manifest in things like Exorcist by William Blatty.
Yeah.
Like it was the rise, honestly, of the horror genre really helped that, which then paved the way for the Satanic Panic, and the battle between demon possession and Christian beliefs in America. Acid rock, heavy metal, AC/DC, Antichrist, Devil's Children, Kiss as Knights in Satan's Service. If you play that record backwards, you'll put your own head in a blender. The fact, it'll unhinge you. Power.
We covered a lot of ground with this in our exorcism possession episode.
Yeah, like I said, the two are definitely intertwined.
How about now we talk about our good buddy, spokesmodel for demon fornication and all around tease, Lilith.
Whoa! Yeah. Get us. Let's just stop this train and then board the bus to Lilith Town.
Down to Lilith Town.
I love that.
I know one of our listeners has been very keen to hear us talk about Lilith. So I hope that you're still with us and if we can appease some of that desire now. Of special significance when talking about demons is the figure of the Lilith. She first appeared in a class of wind and storm demons as Lilitu in Sumer around 4000 BCE. Many scholars place the origin of the phonetic name Lilith at somewhere around 700 BCE, a little while later. She appears as a night demon in Jewish lore and as an owl in Isaiah 34:14 in the King James Version of the Bible. I know you all got that.
Yeah, who doesn't?
In later folklore, Lilith is the name for Adam's first wife.
Oh.
Described as the beautiful maiden in Sumerian accounts, Lilitu was said to have no milk in her breast and was unable to bear any children. It made her the perfect. Oh, God! Oh, God, yourself. She was the handmaiden of Inanna and was a seductive prostitute sent to lead men astray. Gilgamesh was said to have driven Lilith, an Anzu bird, and a snake which fears no spell, from a tree that was in a sacred grove dedicated to the goddess Ishtar, who we've talked about before. We have talked about Ishtar in our Easter episode, and then the Epic of Gilgamesh, which I don't know, probably most kids were forced to read in high school humanities class or social studies or whatever.
I never did. I never got to read that.
Did you not? Well, yeah. I think we at least read excerpts from it, but you can see sort of some tie-ins there with gardens and snakes and getting driven out and driving out. Oh well. Anyway, just saying, get that cork board ready. It might need some pins. In the King James Version of the Bible, getting back to that, Isaiah 34:14, if you're following along, says, "Wild beasts of the desert shall also meet with the wild beasts of the island, and the satyr shall cry to his fellow. The screech owl shall also rest there, and find for herself a place of rest." Now, in this passage, screech owl is incorrectly translated from the Hebrew Lilith. So, in the original text, Lilith was there, and it was kind of a list of bad things or things of the night or, unholy stuff, if I understood that correctly. But that particular passage and screech owl, owl in general, Lilith, I think Lamasu was another translation. It got translated like 14 different ways from Sunday because, everybody's trying their hand at sussing out what was actually written first.
Trying to make some sense out of it. Yeah.
So anyways, going on to the alphabet of Ben Sira, written between the 8th and 10th century CE, is considered to be the oldest form of the story of Lilith as Adam's first wife. Its real author is anonymous, but it is falsely attributed to the sage Ben Sira. I believe it was some people have also put forward the idea that it was a satirical work. Well, the idea that Adam had a wife prior to Eve may have developed from an interpretation of the book of Genesis and its dual creation accounts. This is something you can look up, I believe. While Genesis 2:22 describes God's creation of Eve from Adam's rib, an earlier passage, 1:27, already indicates that a woman had been made. And that passage goes, "So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them."
Created heathens.
And that's, if you're a scholar, biblical scholar, and you're up to debate stuff, that is fair dinkum for debate.
Yeah.
Because doesn't it sound like, well, he created man in his own image, male and female, he created them. And then later it says he took the rib from Adam and made it into Eve. I can see why people would argue, well, a man and a woman was created. That's what they're saying in there. Now, the alphabet of Ben Sira places Lilith's creation after God's words in Genesis 2:18, and that passage read as follows. After God created Adam, who was alone, he said,
"It is not good for man to be alone."
He then created a woman for Adam from the earth, as he had created Adam himself, and called her Lilith. Adam and Lilith immediately began to fight. She said,
"I will not lie below."
And he said,
"I won't lie beneath you, but only on top. You are fit only to be in the bottom position, but I am to be the superior one."
Lilith responded,
"We are equal to each other in so much as we are both created from the earth."
But they would not listen to one another. When Lilith saw this, she pronounced the ineffable name and flew away into the air. Adam stood in prayer before his Creator.
"Sovereign of the universe,"
he said,
"the woman you gave me has run away."
At once, the Holy One sent these 3 angels, Sinoi, Sensinoi, and Simigloth, to bring her back. Said the Holy One to Adam,
"If she agrees to come back, What is made is good. If not, she must permit 100 of her children to die every day. I like to give kids cancer.
The angels left God and pursued Lilith, whom they overtook in the midst of the sea, in the mighty waters wherein the Egyptians were destined to drown. They told her God's word, but she did not wish to return. The angels said,
We shall drown you in the sea, then, smart ass. Leave me,
she said.
I was created only to cause sickness to infants. If the infant is male, I have dominion over him for 8 days after his birth, and if female, for 20 days.
When the angels heard Lilith's words, they insisted she go back. But she swore to them by the name of the living and eternal God.
Whenever I see you or your name or your forms in an amulet, I will have no power over that infant.
She also agreed to have 100 of her children die every day. Accordingly, every day 100 demons perish, and for the same reason, you write the angels' names on the amulets of young children. When Lilith sees their names, she remembers her oath, and the child recovers.
That's a stupid story. I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, that's just like your opinion, man.
Yeah, and I mean, just to be clear, in case everyone knows, this is not in the Bible.
No, it's not even in the Apocrypha. Like,
no, just to make it 100% clear that this is like fan fiction.
Yeah,
old fan fiction, but still fan fiction.
There for a while, I thought, oh, Lilith is Adam's first wife, and it was just in a book of the Bible that was left out.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case. I could be wrong. Please kindly correct me. Don't be an asshole about it. But
you could be kind of an asshole. I'll enjoy it, because then I get a text from Flora. Some dick sniffer sent me some shitty email.
No, if somebody does have the sword, because in going through this, I only saw the Ben Sira source, and there could be something out there, in the Gnostic writings, or maybe the Dead Sea Scrolls, maybe the Essenes, but in the cursory glance that I took at it, this is the main source of the story that I found. But it is I do think it's interesting that they point out male and female were created, and then later Eve.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, you're absolutely right. This is like fanfic. So maybe Lilith was the name of the author, and she was a Mary Sue.
Yeah,
I wrote herself into it.
Kind of considered the same thing. Now, the concept that Lilith was Adam's first wife only really became widely known in the 17th century as a result of the Lexicon Talmudicum of Johannes Buxtorf. That's a great name. Johann Buxtorf. Johann Buxtorf of the West Chesterdale Buxtorfs. Buxtorf, get in here! She was eventually connected to the king of demons as Modius, creating demonic offspring and spreading chaos constantly. The myth grew to include 2 primary characteristics. 1, Lilith as the incarnation of us, causing men to be led astray. And 2, Lilith as a child-killing witch who strangles helpless newborns, though those characteristics hardly ever are present in the same story. Yeah. You get one of 2. You get the seductress or the seductress.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, my collar.
I literally had to spell it in my head.
On one hand, I'm ashamed of that and think you should take it out. On the other hand, I'm really pleased that I came up with that fast.
I think our listeners can pay.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Pretty clever.
Earned it. Yeah, I'd like to turn the truck around at the end of this episode. Let's remember this part. Now, her witch-like role adds to her connection to witchcraft and the occult. In Zohar, the spiritual guide, which is the underpinnings of Kabbalah, when Adam recognizes his own sin, he separates from Eve and fasts for 130 years. During this time, Lilith desired his beauty him against his will because he'd been fasting for 130 years. Juice was fat.
Yep.
There was no extra fat on it.
Look at those muscles. I desire you.
She bore him many demons and spirits called, quote, the plagues of humankind. There's a similar figure in the mythology of Lamia, the queen of Libya, who Zeus slept with. Hera slayed all of Lamia's children. Her grief caused her to turn into a monster who took revenge on all mothers by stealing their children and devouring them. Lamia had quite a robust sexual appetite, matched only by her cannibalistic appetite for children. More children, please. I'm so horny. Gross. She was notorious for being a vampiric spirit and loved sucking men's blood.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, nice.
Double time.
Yeah.
So in 1863, Dante Gabriel Rossetti painted a picture of Lilith and wrote the following sonnet.
I think that I shall never see
a succubus as fair as thee. Of Adam's first wife, Lilith, it is told, the which he loved before the gift of Eve, that near the stakes her sweet tongue could deceive, and her enchanted hair was the first gold. And still she sits, young while the earth is old, and, subtly of herself contemplative, draws men to watch the bright web she can till heart and body and life are in its hold. The rose and poppy are her flower, for where is he not found, O Lilith, whom shed scent, soft shed kisses, and soft sleep shall snare? Lo, as that youth's eyes burned at thine, so went thy spell through them, left his straight neck bent, round his heart one strangling Wiccan occult and magical orders hold Lilith in high esteem as the first mother, goddess of witches, a figure to revere for her independent, strong-willed nature and equality with men. Her association with the moon, night, and sexual freedom make her a respected figure in modern occultism. She is a strong, independent woman of the 90s.
The man tell her what to do.
90s BCE.
Oh! The painting is actually pretty nice.
Yeah.
Lovely
painting. So I think they renamed it at some point, but you can still find it by that dude.
Yep.
So that's a little glance and nod towards Lilith. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. How about we go on to some other types of demons?
I'm guessing we can start talking about the demon hordes themselves and who controls them and how to get them to you.
Where they come from. Yeah, let's start with the Sumerians, who believed that there were three types of demons. Type 1, disembodied, free-floating apparitions. These are human spirits who couldn't rest. 2, half human, half demon entities. These are your classic Alex Jones. 3, demons that were of the same nature as the gods. I don't know, that's like pure-born demons?
Or
super demons? So ghosts that are demonic or even maybe half-breeds. Some examples of Sumerian demons are the Rabisu, who were so frighteningly hideous and hairy that it was associated with nightmares. The Labatu, which is the daughter of Anu, the king of the gods. She had the head of a lion, the teeth of an ass, teeth in her ass, and is said to drink the blood and devour the flesh and bones of her victims. Ikimu, departed spirits who wandered aimlessly over the earth, never find rest. But they are able to leave the underworld to torment the living if a body has not been properly buried or relatives have not made the proper offering. There was another one named the Asag, which was a monstrous demon so hideous that its presence alone made fish boil alive in the rivers.
Pretty metal.
That is brutal. He was said to be accompanied into battle by an army of rock demon offspring. Yeah, we are the army of rock demon offspring. Ladies and gentlemen, get your lighters out, and ladies, get those t-shirts up for Asag.
I don't care. That went on too long, and I don't give a. I'm glad it did. Let's see here. He had an army of rock demons on account of, and politely put one of his union with the mountains of themselves. Oh, y'all see that cave? I'm gonna need 20 minutes. He was vanquished by the heroic Akkadian deity Neruda, using Sharur, his enchanted talking mace, which we have talked about.
Yep, we have. Legendary weapon.
Yeah. Another named demon of Sumerian lore was Hazazu, king of the wind demons and bearer of storms and drought, bringer of famine and locusts, and part-time certified public accountant. That's no deduction. We could really be saving you more here. Yeah. Have you considered a Roth IRA? Yeah. He had the body of a man, the head of a lion or dog, talons of an eagle, 2 pairs of wings, a scorpion's tail, and his entire chest was an adding machine. Even though he was definitely an evil spirit, he drove and frightened away other evil spirits because nothing is more terrifying than that. So he was kind of like protected humans against plagues and misfortunes because they were afraid of him.
They didn't want anything to do with wherever he was. Pazuzu, yeah. You've heard that from Futurama, huh?
I don't remember that.
He was the professor's pet gargoyle.
Oh, really?
You remember that episode where he loses him, and so they fly all through the galaxy, like calling out like Pazuzu, and then they fall in the whirlpool of youth or whatever it is, and they all get reverted back.
Sorry, Mother Lika. Just to close out the Babylonian portion of our program, we got a couple of demons wandering the plains of Lilu, a male demon, one of which is said to have fathered Gilgamesh, never heard of it, Lilitu, and Ardat Lily, who would come to men in their sleep. And I love the writing of this, and get children from them. They were night rapists.
Yeah. And that Lilitu, that's the where Lilith thought to be derived from. A lot of these were to explain nocturnal emissions.
Gross. Why do you have to work so hard to explain a wet dream?
No, man. Stupid rules.
Call that a free ride, man. Stupid rules.
Yeah, so you see, like, and this was like just a few, well, I mean, we named several, but still just a few of what was out there for Sumerian demons, Babylonian demons, all kinds of just metal stuff. So let's see, I got you some Zoroastrian here.
Bring it.
Angra Mainyu, translated, I guess, as the hostile spirit, described as the leader of the demons. And the 6 archdemons are the instrument through which Angra Mainyu creates all the fears in the world. Those 6 archdemons are, respectively, Akuman of evil thought, Akimana of sensual desire, Indar that freezes the minds of the creatures from practicing righteousness,
Okay.
Neon Hythia of discontent, Sarva of oppression and desire, Harvey the destroyer, and Zari who poisons plant creation. The Devas were a class of demons in Zoroastrianism that chose to follow Angra Mainyu. Druj, which translates as liar or deceiver, is the female incarnation of wickedness. Later, the idea was pluralized, and the Druj became the embodiment of the evil spirit. In later Avestan texts, the term refers to a class of female demons, and the name is also applied to later demons, or even just the Vindidad is an enumeration of various manifestations of evil spirits and ways that we found them. And you can find more on that in our Possession and Exorcism episode, number 126.
Yeah. I like that you had the number ready. That's mastery. Mastery.
So I've listed a few interesting and fun demons. I think you've got a few up your sleeve too, don't you?
I've got so many. So many.
demons. It's awesome. So many, like, as a matter of fact, I'm even having a hard time like figuring out like where some of these came from.
Yeah. There are a lot of good resources for demon name lists out there.
Yep.
They'll tell you what everybody does and where they fit in the hierarchy, all that good stuff. We're gonna hit some of the fun ones. Actually, I'm gonna jump in here and start with a pretty fun one that I found. This one is called Jan Gantitan.
Yeah,
Jan Gantitan. This is one of the lesser-known demons mentioned in Colin de Plancy's Dictionnaire Infernal. De Plancy gives only a brief description that Jan Gantitan is a demon from Brittany who wanders the streets of Finisterre at night holding 5 candles in hand, one on each of his 5 fingers, spinning them like a flaming wheel. Jan Gantitan is cautious not to make abrupt or sudden turns, lest he accidentally extinguish his flame.
Oh,
sounds like a real nonce.
Yeah,
look out! I hope that this Colin de Plancy talks exactly like John Delancey.
Well, it's a lot to hope for. It's a lot to hope for.
I hope he's on cue with his dictionary.
How about I get it. How about Bobby Nepet, a boar or swine demon? Hey, I'm Bobby Nepet. How you doing? I'm a boar or swine demon in Javanese mythology. According to local myth, the creature is believed to be the manifestation of a person that was practicing Pesagayan Babi black magic. Pesagayan is derived from the Javanese word sugi, which means rich. It's a kind of magic that helps people become rich instantly, but in exchange, he or she must sacrifice something. In this case, they must sacrifice their humanity, allowing themselves to be transformed as a boar for a period of time, or, in some versions, that they allow themselves to be possessed by a boar demon. Human-animal transformation is similar to shape-shifting or the werewolf concept. So it's like you're a human, but you're rich, but you're a night piglet.
Yep. And would you do it?
Well, I mean, nobody needs to be a rich pig. No, because no.
Look at Mr. Altruistic.
Yeah, you don't like being rich is not so great that 50% of your time you're going to spend for truffles, which you don't even need to sell because you're already rich.
Rather than that.
Solved it.
All right, how about the Zoovitz? This is a giant from the myths of the Shoshone Native Americans from Utah and Nevada. This tenacious giant once stole the 2 eggs or children from Dove. Dove managed to rescue them, but on her way back to her nest, Zoovitz stalked her. She started rapidly pursuing Dove and her children, intent on eating them all. Dove had previously asked her animal friends for help and had been given some tallow meat, stomach paunch, and some feathers.
Paunch is so good.
The birds reached a river and were trapped until Crane came and extended his leg to form a bridge. Zoovitz waded through the water and continued to chase them. The birds then flew into a maze while her friends distracted the giant to follow the wrong route. Eventually, Zoovitz found his way out and continued to chase Dove. Dove used the tallow to create a chasm, but the monster found his way around that. She used the stomach punch, which transformed into a cliff face, and when that obstacle failed, she used the feathers, which created a fall. She then encountered Badger, who had built 2 holes. Dove and her children hid in one while Badger persuaded Zoovitz to enter the other. While in the hole, Badger threw hot rocks down until the hole was sealed. Dove and her children were finally free. So Zoovitz was just a Shoshone asshole.
Yeah, it was. You should make that into like a fun children's book. How about Yaramayahu? Yaramahi. Yaramahu. In Aboriginal cultures, Yaramayahu was a little red man about 4 feet tall, with a large head and mouth. He had no teeth, swallowed his food whole. The tips of the fingers and toes were shaped like the suckers of an octopus. These creatures lived at the tops of wild fig trees, and they would capture their prey by dropping on unsuspecting passers-by who sought shelter in the tree. When a person camped below a fig tree, the Yaram Yahoo might jump on top of the person and drain their blood with their hands and feet.
Sounds like a drop bath.
Yeah. The victims rarely died from the initial encounter, but because the person was left weak and in a helpless state, the Yaram Yahoo returned later and swallowed the victim. It then drank water and took a nap. When it woke up, it would regurgitate the undigested portion of its meal, which somehow this process would leave that person alive. So imagine they'd look like Will Ferrell in that woman gives birth to an adult baby sketch. No! It's hot in there!
Or like Ace Ventura.
Yeah, exactly. That's weird. I thought because it ate its mouth, its bowl, that it would just dive off the tree, mouth open, and just
Where does he put it if he's only 4 feet tall?
He's got a magic mouth.
Got a magic mouth.
Just like that guy at the truck stop parking lot said he did.
Would you say outside of Traverse City?
Where'd you say he was?
Oklahoma. I've got one here called the Furfur, and this is coming to you from the Pseudomonarchia Demonum by Jonathan Weir, 1583. And Weir is quoted, "Furfur is a great earl, appearing as a hart, with a fiery tail. He lieth in everything, except he be brought up within a triangle. Being bidden, he taketh angelical form. He speaketh with a hoarse voice, and willingly maketh love between man and wife. He raiseth thunders and lightnings and blasts. Where he is commanded, he answereth well."
Is this written by Gollum? Everything has unnecessary S's.
Oh, it's in Old English.
Oh, that Smeagol wrote this.
No, it's in Old English, so I'm pronouncing like a jackass.
Oh, okay.
Where he is commanded, he answereth well, both of secret and also divine things, and hath rule and dominion over 26 legions.
Whoa, 6 and 20. Way to bury the lead.
So he was it's a deer or an elk, or hart is the old term for deer, with a tail of fire, and you can conjure him.
Conjure that hart.
And apparently will willingly make love between man and wife. But he also controls thunder and lightning, wind, and he can't lie when he tells about secret things and stuff you want to know. So that's a fun one to conjure. Furfur.
I love that. I've got so many names of demons.
I want to hear them all. I want to hear them all.
God. Well, I'm not going to do that. I did find this thing in it. I'm sure someone else will be able to come up with this. And I feel like this is probably made up because none of the names quite match up properly. But maybe it isn't. Maybe there's something else that I don't entirely know about. But right when I used to work at the auction house, a friend of mine and I found this. It's a list of demons and the sigils of their summoning. And it's a huge, huge thing. Like over 90 different demons and sigils of their summoning, and it's so much fun. Every day we would summon a demon. We would write the sigil on a dry erase board. There's Mono, the demon of greed. Orcas, who teaches logics of the secret of plants of gems. Orcas. Yeah. Lessa Fuges brings riches and shortens life. And some of them are like, they just have jobs. Ufir, the physician of Hell's Electorate. There's one guy is the Marbule is the architect of Hell's Electorate. Yeah, they're just great. And one of them is Babam, B-A-B-A-M, who tells true of hidden treasures. Every time we couldn't find something, we would summon Babam, and then bam, Babam, hidden treasures. So yeah, if you just Google sigils, demons, sigils of their summoning, boom, bam, you'll find this hidden treasure. And I couldn't find anything at Lock that really like matched up to it properly.
Yeah.
But I did, and there's the Goetic demons, of which there were 72 2, I believe. And those are, you can find all of those. There's even Wikipedia has lists. One of them, there's a demon named Amy, hilarious. You can find. I found, Laura, just for you, a couple of Angel Fire websites.
Oh, yeah.
Black background, colored text.
Oh, no.
Yep. These are like, let's see here. For people who have had problems in getting a demon to appear, click on the link at the bottom of the page. Where is it? Click here. Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm doing this. Psychic openness in sensing demons. I have received many personal emails and many posts have been made to the Joy of Satan groups concerning the summoning of demons. The thing that I love about this is that this is Joy of Satan ministry. They really want you to, summon some demons. But here's something that makes them very angry. Spirit abuse.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Many of the methods used for summoning demons by cruel or ignorant practitioners of magic are abusive. They are not comfortable. They do not take the demon's welfare into account. And this just has to stop. There's a whole web page, black background, red text. This is about spirit abuse. 5 dedicated priests of Satan performed energy work on each of demons by connecting our souls to theirs over a 4-month period. The goetic demons are not monstrous gods, but important and popular pagan gods, many of which are ancient Egyptian. Anyone who is foolish enough to call up a demon using the abusive methods taught in the popular Jewish written grimoires, such as the Key of Solomon, will be in for a rude awakening. Yeah, they've got...
Use a grimoire if you don't know how to use it, asshole.
Yeah. Because here's the problem. The books, it says here, the book reads on and after repeated attempts using coercion, threats, and so forth. And this just never works out. But, and I quote, when we go to Satan with a pure heart and total honesty, we are rewarded with knowledge and spiritual wisdom that few are ever able to receive. Yeah, that's what you gotta do. You just gotta go with open hands. So guys, here's the thing. Treat your demons nice. Be careful. Summon gently. Take only blood and leave only pentacles. I don't know.
If you're cold, they're cold. Bring them inside from eternal hellfire.
And in the summer, don't leave your demon in a car, okay? If it's hot enough to fry an egg, it's hot enough to fry a demon. What I really want to get to is that there aren't any really good reputable sources of information about summoning. So we could wander around, we could wonder and never know. But ultimately, the best thing to do is to ask Yahoo how to summon a demon.
Why didn't we do that before we even started?
Exactly. So here's a great person asked, how do you summon a demon? I'm bored. Best answer, it is not smart to call a demon because you are bored. Demons are very dangerous and can cause physical harm. You should practice occult. Does that mean practice as in get better at it? You need to know what you're doing. 1, draw a protective circle. 2, learn the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram. 3, do not let summon entities get out of hand. You are always in control. Remember that. A couple of great links you need to know. And there's a whole big thing about black magic, white magic, gray magic. Gandalf has all of it covered. You should always do a divination with tarot cards to determine if your outcome will be positive or not. There's a lot of things. Let's see what else we need to know. There's a lot of people who give a bunch of advice on how to summon a demon. And now I've never done this. But here's a guy who's a little pissed about it. How do I summon a demon? Just tell me how to, and not try to persuade me against it.
This guy has asked this question before.
Right. He's sick and tired of the bullshit. Best answer, how to summon a demon? Dude, that's like asking which number do I dial to call someone. I mean, it really depends on what kind of demon you're trying to summon.
This is the answer?
Yeah. What, you think you just utter a few words and all of hell's demons will come rushing to you like you're their master or something? Hell no. You have to be very specific about what kind of demon you want to summon. And there are so many different kinds. First, you have to know what kind of evil you want the demon for, and only then can you summon it. Are you trying to cast an evil spell, or get someone into an accident, or get someone to die, or spread disease, or get them to be a crime victim, or cause horrible luck with money? This stuff is important, you know? Dude! Also, if you summon a demon for an unimportant reason, like you just want to chill or hang out or ask some questions, you'll be the victim of that demon's wrath. So you better be sure your reason for summoning him is a damn good one. He claims 13 years of summoning, worshiping, following, working for, and interacting with fairies.
Every one of them named Jack Daniels.
That's right. All right, I'm going to close with this thing. There are 8 rules to summoning a demon.
All right.
Number 1, do research on demons, on the demon's name that you're. Never mind. I'm not going to even try to running edit this. This is going to be read as written. Do research on demon's name. That's your source of power. All caps. Never let the demon know your name. Like its name, it is your weakness. Research and practice drawing pentacles. One wrong ruin, and there's 99% you are dead. Almost all demons hate humans. You also need, one wrong ruin.
I hate it when I cast the ruins and they say something bad.
How do you know if you've ruined it? You also need to draw 2 pentacles, one for you and one for the demon. Number 4, get some silver amulets and blades. They hate silver, it burns them in a cold way. They can't stand rosemary, garlic, holy water, and crucifixes.
What about the Jewish demon?
Nope, shut up.
What about the
Number 5, don't leave your pentacle. Don't ever move a toe out of it. Also, don't fall for any of its tricks. Number 6, learn the summoning's desummoning. Always desummon when done.
Always do.
Number 7, the demon will try to find loopholes in your request or try to confuse you. Make sure your objectives are 100% crystal clear. Number 8, never insult the demon. Call them spirits. They prefer that. Preffer. And finally, the most important thing at the end of this. I have never summoned one, but this was in the Bartimus series books. Fantastic books about demon magic and mystery. Worth a read. Book 4 may be in the past, but it's still great. Read that one first. Love that.
I just did a cursory Google for Bartimus. Looks like it's a Neopet. This grumpy-looking fellow can be a fierce companion if he takes a liking to you.
Oh, hey, I just found something else really useful on Yahoo Answers.
Said no one ever.
Right. How about this? How do you summon a demon? The best answer? The most important thing you can do is forget everything you have been taught about demons from sources that are hostile to Satan. My own experience with various demons is that they are very proud and respectful. Oh, hey, wait a minute. Yeah, recently. Let's see, how long ago was this posted? 8 years ago. So not very recently. Several high priests and high priestesses performed energy work with many different demons, including all of the demons of the Goetia. All 72 of the Goetic demons have been freed, and many more. We found the true identities of most of these demons. Wait, this is just exactly what that other thing said. So,
I think I found what he may have been talking about. There's something called the Bartimaeus sequence, which is a series of children's novels of alternate history, fantasy, and magic. It was written by Jonathan Stroud, consists of a trilogy published from 2003 to 2005, and then a prequel in 2010. The eponymous character Bartimaeus is a 5,000-year-old jinn, or genie, a spirit of approximately mid-level power. It follows the career of a teenage magician, Nathaniel, and Bartimaeus, whom he has summoned and nominally controls the alternative history of the peak of London's domination as a magical oligarchy.
Whoa,
that sounds interesting.
Yep, and factually accurate.
There you go. That's probably what he's talking about. If you want to control a demon, consult a series of children's novels to tell you how to do it.
Yeah. So, I mean, and I listen, I don't want to surprise you, but it just goes downhill.
One thing we didn't get to that people might be pooping all over their Pampers is
Don't poop your Pampers, little babies.
is talking about Solomon. You know, Solomon had a reputation for being able to control demons and put them in their place. Jinn come up a lot in Solomon sources and literature. I don't think we got enough time to go over that stuff. In fact, I mean, Solomon would be a figure that I would be willing to give a look at for his own episode. I would say, or at least an extra, because there's a lot of mystical stuff that surrounds the legend of Solomon, and of course you've got stuff that's born out of that, Solomon's mines, temple, and stuff like that. But it was said Solomon had a ring that could control demons, and I feel like iron was a big thing that demons hated.
Yeah, that shows up in a lot of fantasy literature too.
Yeah, iron is poisonous to them. Just a quick glance at the pseudepigraphal work, Testament of Solomon. They say that the ring that he uses to control demons, he used to control Beelzebub, or Beelzebul, it's called here, and then through him, he then had all the demons at his bidding. And that's who he used to build the Temple of Solomon.
Oh,
so,
they don't. Demons, they once they unionized, afford them.
Anyways, I think now is when I would like to go back to the point that I made earlier.
Yeah, let's make a disclaimer.
No, it's not the disclaimer. It's the point of all these lists and these abilities and these names and what these people did. It's coming from some dude sitting in a room or a cell and coming up with these things off the top of his head.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty funny. Of course, people are out there that really believe in this are like, oh, I can't believe you're not taking this seriously. If you even speak a demon's name, you invite it into your house, and son of a bitch, you don't want to be tampering with negative forces. And I'm like anybody, I don't want to mess with any negative mojo that might be out there. But until that mojo provides a credible source for me to point
that
to,
mojo gets rising.
Right. I'm going to keep looking at these and laughing at the illustrations, man. I don't think I'm in any mood to try summoning one. But that's mostly because I want to keep my ram's blood handy.
Yeah.
I don't want it. That stuff's expensive.
Do you think that's expensive? Try to get Fornicator's Bile.
Can't wait to be shown how.
You gotta wait till next week.
But it's like you were saying, you couldn't even find the source of that poster of the 90 some odd demons and what they do.
And it's just as likely that's from a role-playing game or fan fiction. God knows. I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably 4chan.
Yeah, who knows where this stuff comes from after it's had a chance to get out in the world and take flight,
Yeah.
Because it, like you said, it just builds on itself and it refers back to a source that has no credible source of its own. It just keeps going. I didn't even. There are tons of demonologists and works about demons and demonology that are out there in history, and there's just not enough time to satisfy a woman. So, not going to go any more time cop than that on it.
Yeah, just all there is. That's what you get.
But I find it a fascinating subject in the mythological terms.
Yeah, I agree.
In cultures, and it's hard because, like I said, you really get bogged down. I really wanted to take a look into some Eastern cultures, Japan, China, down into India, to see because they have different views. African cultures have a lot of different views of what demons are, and in some cultures, let's say a Greek centaur, half man, half horse, that would be considered a demon in some cultures.
True story. I knew a girl who was fairly religious, still is, who claimed to be possessed by a demon because she spent a weekend and then took Monday off to stay home and masturbate.
Wow.
Just a weekend masturbating marathon and claimed demon possession at the end of it.
Yeah. The demon of
So-
satisfaction.
That's right. I got a demon in me. Find me at the Golden Corral. Go, 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 go.
Same demon.
Yep.
I think this episode turned out better than I thought it would.
Oh, yeah. I thought this was going to be a winner, and I feel like it was a winner. Was a winner. Was a winner. Whiz winner. Whiz winner.
And it's just, it opens up doors to come back to it in the future.
Yep.
But that'll do it, I think, for us for demonology in a blood-soaked, surrounded by a circle of protection, infernal hellfire, sigils all over it nutshell.
Yeah. Woof. The only thing that you'll probably end up summoning, no matter how hard you try, and don't get me wrong, completely evil. You know what it is, Laura?
You can't say the name out loud because you won't be able to control it.
Right.
Actually, that's the opposite. If you know the name, you can.
That's right.
If you say it out loud, you invite it into your home.
Mister, one without you, for the Japan. Just don't let them know your name.
Huge gaping hole in the sky opens up.
Yeah, exactly.
A swarming vortex of black and blood pours forth. You go first.
Okay. Are you aware of the ancient rimmery that not only taught you the dates in which it was on, but how to summon any characters of a late 90s young adult sitcom?
No. What is it?
The Ars Moesha. You're not familiar with the show Moesha?
No.
It was on UPN.
Yeah. I never got UPN until I moved to Chicago.
Oh, well, too bad you missed it. And you missed that pun. Here you go.
Yeah, it's a good pun. There are plenty of people out there that will get it.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be my new thing when I don't get something. I'm just gonna be like, I didn't get UPN.
Yeah, I don't want no UPN. That great joke in the South Park movie. You ever heard of the Emancipation Proclamation? I don't listen to funk.
All right, I've got a creature that is associated with the night. It seems very seductive.
Oh, I'm interested.
Yep, and it looks like Mothman.
Oh, geez.
Although it probably turns out to not be anything at all.
What do you mean?
It's the Sandhilla Crane.
Oh, nice. I got a demon that Johann Weir described.
Okay.
That would took the form of a deer. It would run through the forest. It had a flaming tail, but it was clumsy, fell over a lot, lost all the time. Just kind of an idiot. It's called the Furder.
Furder. That is going to be the children's demonic toy that was shaped like a deer and had a flaming tail that's for Furby.
That would be really good. That's better than mine. No, that was it. You did it.
Oh.
No.
That wasn't my real one though. I got one more here. This I think you'd get behind this one. This was a
good
old Sumerian workout dance fad.
Sweet. Oh yeah.
Stirred up a lot of wind and frightened all the fat off your body.
Uh-huh.
It was Pazuzumba.
Oh, my aunt loves it. She's been. I saw a woman, true story, that was like loitering at a Target or something. She was on her way to or from, but she had like nothing but the Zumba branded gear on.
Oh wow.
Zumba pants, Zumba shirt, Zumba sweatband. She was Zumba'd out. The limits of Zumba. Maximum Zumba.
Zumba overload.
Yeah. Zumbastic.
Yeah. I think it's time now to open up the floodgates of hell.
Yes.
let pour forth the horde, the marching horde of
Starting off with the leprechaun.
That's the leprechaun.
He says, "Hey guys,
Of course he does. Of course he does.
I'm a Boise listener, and it sounds like you may have chapped some asses out here with your dismissive attitude
Yeah,
toward our
Flora.
lovely town."
Yeah, Flora. Yeah, David. Flora.
Right.
I'm your friend, Boise.
My secret hope is that there are more of us here than anybody realizes. We can create a groundswell movement to bring you guys out. I, for one, would toss down a couple of nickels to catch a show. Thanks for all the great work. Hashtag make Boise happen.
Yeah!
Well, thank you, Leprechaun.
Yeah, thanks, Leprechaun.
I think we can hashtag probably make that happen for real.
Hashtag not impossible.
Hashtag more than 10 cents.
Right. Yeah. Hashtag 10-cent tickets, question mark. Yeah, thanks, Leprechaun. Got one here from Anna. She writes, I'm still listening to the Mengele episode, and I want to thank you a million times for acknowledging the Roma and clarifying the word gypsy, which I absolutely still slipped in. It doesn't seem like a lot, but it means a lot to us. I've read or heard too many things about that asshole Mengele without ever having us being mentioned at all. I already loved you guys, but this touched me a lot. Well, thank you, Anna.
Yeah, thank you.
And I pre-apologize and will re-apologize every time I make that mistake. Thanks, Anna.
We've heard from Antonio in response to how people get what they buy on the dark web. I put that forward. I was like, do they just get it UPS or what happens? And he says most of it is digital, like card numbers and the kitty porn and all that bullshit. And the hard goods, like credit card skimmers and card makers and the cards themselves, even the holograms can be legally bought. The items themselves aren't illegal, it's just how you use them. So I guess there are underworld versions of FedEx, import-export companies that'll accept deliveries for the truly paranoid. Guns aren't bought on the dark web. If there's an arms deal, all the dark web is a digital equivalent to a coffee shop where two guys who already know one another get together to hash out final details. He says hitmen aren't a thing. Even in the mafia, there's just a guy who you give $500, a picture, and a pistol to, and for that day he's a hitman. The next day he collects debts. The day after he's at church with wife. Prostitution is done much easier than dealing with the dark web. And then he says check out Backpage.com or Craigslist to notice how many massages are being offered.
Yeah, that makes good sense that you don't have to create this gigantic wonderland of sin that people invent for the purpose of movies or TV, but because at the end of the day, people got shit to do, and a lot of crime, even what we would consider sensational crime, is kind of mundane down to the brass tacks of it.
Yeah. So thanks for the insights, Antonio.
Yeah, thank you.
I will not ask you how you know all that. Wait.
I think exceptionally uncommon sense.
Maybe he's a cop. Are you a narc? Because you have to tell us if you are.
You have to tell us.
What else we got, Dave?
We got a great email here from Colin. Met you last year at the Mensa Halloween event. Yeah, we did that. That was on Halloween last year, right?
That was, yeah. And I remember meeting you, Colin.
Yeah, I do too.
You and your dad
made the drive out. I don't know if you remember me. Yes, we do. I was very impressed with you guys when I got home. I immediately listened to the podcast and I loved it.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you, man. I've since listened to nearly all of your episodes, and the most important thing when people say that is that you know how far behind we are in emails. So, so I'm glad we're getting to it. Also offers just a ton of his help because Colin is super into paranormal stuff and is very active, far more than I am. So high five to you, Colin. Killing it. You're in the game.
And you're in it early.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, thank you so much, Colin.
Appreciate it. Appreciate all the offering for the help and stuff.
So yeah, thank you so much, man.
Yeah, thank you. Dave, this one is a bit topical with that first email. This one actually comes to us from Wandering Gypsy.
Uh-oh.
Says, just finished listening to the Dark Web episode. Great job as usual. Unfortunately, had personal experience in the darkest of dark webs, and I'm sorry to hear that, Wandering Gypsy. That's got to be a tough thing to go through. But she says, thanks for talking about this. It's often ignored when talking about child abuse. And Flora, I don't think your rant was a case of protesting too much. I think it was a normal reaction to knowing that many people enjoy and pay to see children tortured. Yes, good. Because that is pretty disgusting. Anyway, you guys and the lovely ladies of Kenny Chat never fail to cheer me up when I'm down. And then she gives us a show suggestion. And may all stained humans be forever jack slapped, Wandering Gypsy. Thank you.
I agree.
Thank you for for sharing that.
I got one here from Baz. Baz writes, "Hi, fellas. What's up, Baz? I remember you asking what the Cockney rhyming slang for boobies was on an episode. Remember what episode that was? All of them?
Yeah, no, I don't.
It's 3 penny bits.
Yeah.
Bits. Yeah. Pronounced frupney or just fruitneys. As in, show us your fruitneys, darling. That's the best phrase I'll hear all day. hope this was some help. Yes, Baz. Yes, it was. Show us your fruitneys, darling.
Give us a look at them fruitneys then, eh?
Gross. Oh, thanks, Baz.
One more from me, coming to us from NK Mediocre.
Oh!
In the Dark Web episode, you went on a tangent about what you would do if you traveled back in time to the 90s. I have an answer to that, or at least I know what Dream NK would do. A couple months ago, I dreamed that I traveled to 1997 with the knowledge that I'd come back to 2016 at some point. I called as many government agencies to warn about 9/11 as I could, sought out early Deadpool comics to take home, and tried to steal Teenage Me's dog. When I woke up, I composed a speech to give to my teenage self, but 1997 NK was as clueless, vain, and stubborn as most 16-year-olds, and I doubt she would have listened. I tried writing some puns / mundane superpowers for the Dark Web episode, but I don't think I'm drunk enough.
Try harder!
Drink harder! I only came up with a couple of names. Clear Deb, who turns invisible, but only when posing for official identification photos. And Dark Zeb, who can shut down any online discussion through the use of mansplaining, Hitler comparisons, and word salad posts. I'd say I'd go see a live show in Boise, but I don't want to.
Oh!
This is not my words! It's MK's words!
The battle has been joined.
Thank you, MK Mediocre.
Yes, thank you. All right, finishing up, we got one from Saint Fu, already in your corner. Just finished listening to the Mengele episode. Joseph Mengele did actually grow a bushy mustache to change his appearance while in South America. Apparently, the stress from worrying about being abducted by the Israelis caused him to develop a nervous habit of sucking on the hairs of the mustache that overhung his upper lip, which inevitably resulted in him being treated for a hairball. Ugh. It isn't anything like justice, but it is a little comforting to think that a vain control thief like Mengele being subjected to a hairball extraction. I thought the whole time that was a setup for a pun, and then it wasn't.
It's truth. Wow.
Wow. Gross. Mustache hairball. Sounds like the name of an improv team.
It is.
It is now. Thanks, Saint Fu.
Saint Fu, and thanks to everyone for writing in, and we are, slogging through. Well, please get to your stuff, and we, as I said, read every single one of them, even if we haven't gotten to it or don't get to it on air. We appreciate everything that you send to us.
We also appreciate 5-star reviews on iTunes.
That's what we appreciate the most.
Yep. Also, I would actually probably say if there's a hierarchy, the king of demons is Patreon. At the left hand, the donate button. At the right hand, audibletrial.com/blurry photos. And beneath that, a horde of social media sites teeming with likes and stars.
That's right. The Earl of iTunes controlling 26 legions.
Yeah, draw forth, not a pentacle, but a credit card. And summon forth a Patreon subscription. That's the sigil of our summoning is a credit card.
That's right. Dave and I are working on getting the Paracon together for this week. Again, we're going to the Milwaukee Paracon this weekend, October 15th and 16th. We've got a vendor table set up on the floor there.
And guys, like it's the same way the space program just rains down technology and products on the working man. This Paracon is raining down merch upon us all.
Yep.
We have so many great things to shortly announce.
Oh, man.
Actually, I think we are going to well more than double the amount of things on offer.
Yeah, inventory is probably going to triple.
Yeah, lots of stuff, lots of really cool stuff. We found some smarter ways to do things so that we can be a little more nimble and have more options for you guys.
Yep.
So, man, it's going to work out. Really going to work out
for you, listener.
Yes.
So yeah, if you're going to that, let us know. Hit us up when you're there. It's going to be a busy day for us. 2 days. We're probably going to have. I think we've got Dark Mark Soloff roped in to help us with this one.
Yep.
And
it's going to be a ton of fun. I hope to see you guys there. If you're in the area, please make it out there. I would. There's nothing that makes me happier or is more fun than.
That's right. So. Yeah, we'll take pictures, sell you merch or whatever you want to do. Not whatever you want to do. I mean, I just got married, but like
whatever you want to do.
I already said it, haven't I?
Even if you want to just do it. Do you want to throw a dart at him? Do it. Yep. You want to draw a Sharpie picture on his forehead? Fine. Whatever you want to do. Laura will be getting a tattoo live.
Okay. All right. I've got to say something or he's going to keep going. Follow us at blurry_photos on Twitter. Get in troll fights with us on there.
Yes.
Don't do that. That's just plain.
I like rolling around in the mud.
Help us roll on through the 14th Hildo on Facebook. Speaking of iTunes, we're almost up to 4 Hildos on that for reviews, which is amazing.
We will cross that mark shortly.
The point that I was going to make about the Paracon, Dave and I are preparing for that, so we're going to be getting the extra sods out. I'm guessing probably next week. We're going to try and slam those together for you. So don't fret if you're a patron and you're needing your extra sode. We're just working on it and making sure that all the I's are dotted and the lowercase J's as well. We're going to get that out. We've got a date for the live stream for those of you who are live streaming this, and we'll send out all the rewards as soon as we can. And in the meantime, Candy Chat just released a new episode, so check that out. Rumor Flies just released their season finale, which we were guests on. Had a great time.
Man, that was a blast. I do not envy the amount of editing they had to do. We recorded for like 3 or 4 hours because we just had so much fun talking about them.
Yeah, that was. It's about Alex Jones and Dr. Oz. So imagine how that goes. As always, thank you to the Chicago Podcast Cooperative for their wonderful support of us. And check out another teammate, I guess. I don't know, a podmate of the Cooperative. How about the One Shot Podcast?
Yeah.
It's an actual play podcast that records improvisers, game designers, and other notable nerds playing RPGs. And every month brings a new game and cast of characters and a self-contained adventure. So check them out. Thank you to Cards Against Humanity. Thanks to Claire for all her hard work.
Yeah, we don't ever give like Claire direct high fives, but she's hustling for all these podcasts.
That's right.
So way to go, Claire.
Check out audibletrial.com/blurryphotos. Dave, I'm up for a new book, and I think we've mentioned this. I think I'm going to get, Spook by Mary Roach?
Yeah. Her books are great.
I think I'm going to try that, see how it goes.
Yeah, you'll dig it.
And that's, I believe, all the business that we have at hand.
Yeah.
For this infernal episode of Blurry Photober.
Oh, I fucking love that.
I have been David Furfuralora.
Oh, nice. I have been Brass Stained Blade.
I've fallen into red black, into this mouth right here. Really just goes really shadowy, just delightful. And I think if we make it a very, very typical dagger that you're using, I got the highlights here with a little the wind and bad it seems. Just spent the nicest, happy little part.
At Subaru of North Miami, our dedicated team is committed to providing exceptional customer service. Explore our extensive inventory of new Subarus, including the latest 25 Forester and Outback models in stock now. Start your journey from the comfort of home by browsing our online inventory. And remember, our certified technicians use only genuine Subaru parts to keep your Subaru running smoothly. Our brand new state-of-the-art facility is coming soon. Visit us at Subaru of North Miami, where great deals are waiting for you. This is North Miami.
Home emergencies.
Holy moly!
Wait for no one. And you shouldn't either. Whether it's plumbing, electrical, heating, or cooling, we got ya. Get a plan from HomeServe for peace of mind starting at $5 a month at HomeServe.com. Find out how to save on repairs at HomeServe.com. HomeServe, a subscription for peace of mind. Not available everywhere. Most plans range between $3.99 to $11.99 a month your first year. Terms apply. Covered repairs.
This episode brought to you by Basecamp. When you use Basecamp to run projects, people know what to do. People know where things are, and you stay on top of everything all the time. So visit Basecamp.com.
Yes, terribly sorry to bother you, Mum. Detectives Bartlechurch and Kinsley here, to speak with you if you've got just a moment.
What's all this then, mate? I've already spoken to the police once before.
We just have a few more questions. A new line of inquiry about the whereabouts of your nephew Nigel on the night of the 13th, when you were conducting your what was it, a summoning, some sort of ceremony?
I don't do something wrong.
All right then, ease off, eh?
Oh, what's his problem then, eh?
Oh yes, my partner Pinsley is. Well, I think you'd just better let us come inside and have a little chat with you, if you don't mind.
All right, I'm putting the tea on, come on. What your feet?
Pinsley, what on earth are you doing? Have you lost your mind? We need information from this woman. You verbally accosted her.
Just calm yourself there, Churchy.
Bartle.
Right. I was just trying to rattle the old bird's cage a bit, put her off balance. I think this is a perfect opportunity to see old good Bobby, bad Bobby.
I say, I certainly hope you don't expect me to be.
All right, Dan, don't you worry. Get your knickers out your trousers. I'll do your dirty work.
All right, here we are. Sorry, I didn't know I'd have got this, so I don't have any biscuits.
Oh, no. Terribly sorry. It's all our.
All right, Edna. Let's just get to it.
Oh, never.
Where's Nigel?
He's not here. Did you hear him use the familiar variants of my name?
Where? Terribly sorry about my partner here. I don't know what's come over him. He doesn't do things quite by the book, as it were. He's a loutish oaf, if ever there was one. A loose cannon, if you will. You would do very well to just tell us what we want to know, that we may be on our way post-haste. And I must admit to you in confidence, when you said you had no biscuits, he seemed unconvinced.
You're talking about biscuits?
Oh!
There you are.
Right, well, Nigel's on holiday. There, that's what you want to know.
Holiday, huh? Well, I suppose I should just have this seat here without being asked then. Oh, that's comfy.
Oh, sorry.
Now listen to me. You tell me exactly where Nigel is. Well, I'm going to put my foot up on this table, and I'm going to relax. Might even have a bit of a kip.
You wouldn't! Pinsley, that's enough. You've gone too far, man.
Where's Nigel, Edna? I might even take my shoes.
Oh! he's off for school.
I'm so sorry, Miss Treadwell, but that sounded like a contradiction from your earlier statement. Please, you would do so well to tell him exactly the whereabouts of Nigel. He's not bluffing.
Cards on the table, Edna. We have reason to believe that you had Nigel thumping the floorboards underneath those people to make them think there were spirits in the room. At least, that's my theory. You give us Nigel, he tells us you're on the up and up. Looks like I'm all sixes and sevens.
But I ain't telling you nothing. Do your worst.
Do my wash, then, eh?
Yeah.
I suppose I'd fancy a sip of this tea. Ah, looks like the teacup has been moved aside. It looks like I will not be setting it back on the saucer.
Oh!
You want to push me, Edna? You've got 30 seconds to tell us exactly where Nigel is. Then I'll be forced to ask you directions to the loo, and I will not use any cute euphemisms. I will tell you exactly what I intend to do, using clinical, precise terms.
Oh!
Please, Mum, I'm begging you. You may tell me in all confidence, if you wish.
I'll tell you, but I won't be talking to that oaf. Nigel's down at pub, probably drinking away every last quid he's got.
Very good, very good. Which pub?
That's right, the Bubbling Cauldron. You know, the witch pub down the street.
All right, then. Looks like we're off to pub. Look the glaring lack of a thank you for the tea.
I think I didn't hear you not thanking me. I know what you're on about. I'll have you.
Oh, one more thing, Edna.
Oh.
Have any biscuits?
Oh,
That is quite enough, Pinsley. I say, I've never... excuse us, Miss Withel. I do apologize for my partner's rude and boorish behavior. Thank you for the tea. We shan't be calling again. Good day.
And I shan't be taking her for the tea.
I said that's quite enough, Pinsley.
Well, that was a classic good Bobby, bad Bobby. That old bird gave it up right quick, didn't she? All right, then, Bob's your uncle. Let's get down to the bubbling cauldron.
Now you
and,
listen to me, you hideous barnacle of a man. I cannot believe the way you treat persons of interest on these cases. I've well had enough. I would like to make it quite clear that upon our return to the constabulary, I shall be asking permission to submit a request to the Board of Inquiry by the thrice annual review committee to consider my request for a transfer forthwith. Call. Blimey!
He's a hard one, he is.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, boo to you, and you, and you, and you.
Well, we are on week 3.
Yes.
What is this, Dave? What's the theme of the month?
I think Dance France Nombler? No. Is it Wiggle Time Autumn? Or is it Brave?
All 4 of these guys, 8 and stage, combine that at 9. That was me. The Mr. Beast approach. I will say the best part about being in the hospital, all the hot notes. The worst part, uncontrollably shitting myself. Any attempts at flirting would always end in her saying, "Wow, you're really funny." Number 2 room had to be like, he would say, "I'm gonna look at it now." It was the worst. Unfortunately not. I'm in sales, but I moved to Boston starting like a great stand-up comedy show. Just comedy. I produced it here in town. What makes it special? What is it about? Oh, well, I guess I bring a drummer. I try to book really awesome weekends. I throw stuff in the audience for free merch. Like what? What do you throw at them? A little like ball capsule with like merch items. They can pick them up after the show. Make it fun. What kind of merch? T-shirts, stickers, games, gotcha stuff. Show's fun. I'm kidding. Able to get an audience there? Sorry? Able to get an audience? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Like, I'm kidding, Austin. I'm kidding. Okay. That's interesting. What's your living situation? I have an apartment here. You have your own apartment? Well, I'm looking for a roommate right now. What kind of sales are you in? Technology sales. Okay. What exactly technology are you? I sell a software product. Really not supposed to talk about it. If they're a big company, they wouldn't like me. Okay. Yeah. Google. Perfect. Do you have any special skills and talents? Yeah, I shit a lot. Shit a lot? Like I shit a lot. I'm like prone. Oh. Okay. Any other special skills or talents? The ability to shit a lot because I'm not taking you? I speak German. Okay. You say I'm sorry to people in German? No, I can't say that. Servus, like hello, and I said, oh, the phrase is to what you drink your tea, chill out. Okay. All right. Everybody's wrong. Quite a tonight, and I love it. Sounds brings nothing but very great. Wonder what to do. What I'm and Kevin years. I can what? I can give another wow. By the way, I'm no longer practicing. I check. Yeah. That's incredible. One. Oh. The way that they love something, they love it. They hate it. Us, the whole thing is let me ask you this. Yeah. Turning on you. Think almost something capable that that bring a whole room around it. Right? I a lot of sales with. You didn't have this room's in Austin, Texas. That's a bad answer. I grew up. Are you about to do this? I'm from the military, so if I come off maybe that's oh, okay. You moved around a lot, that I like you and me for your minute. Okay. You know what? If we're gonna do, let's fucking do. How loud can we move? Holy I saw it coming from a mile away. Little joke book. First one to get one tonight. There you go. All right. All right. Let's go, everybody. Everybody, you know, being live on all around the globe. He told us that you know this show is completely uncensored and it's not too crazy. It wouldn't be on out on a normal episode that we could edit out later. Crazy, darkest that I know on earth. he would be willing to do a bit of his darkest shit on the show. Famous for closing out the main room of the comedy store, a legend in the game, your favorite stand-up comedian's favorite stand-up comedian. You're about to watch the dark force of nature and the newest evidence of Austin, Texas. Makes the noise for the one and only Brian Holt.
Have you ever seen a woman in a wheelchair blow a race whistle? Have? Just look for a high curve and disable one of the wheels. Everything is so woke today. One killer was alive. She's probably America. It might go something like this. You mean the death stick one? Yeah, get a stick and poke it and fucking yours. Poke the fucking move. Doctor, you gotta help me, my friend. He can't speak English. The doctor says fine. Have a wait in the room now. He says, come inside, take your pants down, strip down, and lean over the counter. And the doctor shut him. Hey! Hey! The guy's in his hey! Fucking his asshole hanging out of his fucking hey! You got a bigger thing out there yet? Hey! Fucking dog shit! You understand? Then he said, get dressed, come back tomorrow and we'll start on the letter B. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Holt. Thank you so much for coming in and doing this. You're in between stuff right now at the mothership and unbelievable. Next out. Full time. My parents never gave me the spell book. Hey! Oh my goodness. Brian Holt. I mean, it is just unbelievable to you here in Austin, Texas. It's like any major baseball team. We needed a real, legit closer, dark force of nature, and we got the fucking gunslinger from the comedy store to pick up truck all the way here. Mention special one. Brian Holt. Just type in your computer. CancelHoltzman.com. It'll bring you right to my YouTube channel. Watch special. So well. And hey, how's everything else going? How's everything is great? Back in Austin living with the Indian family. How's your gay son doing? Well, a lot of guys know, Joe knows, and Tom knows, and everybody knows. So everybody knows I have a son, and I'm proud of that boy. Great. I'm going to see his father, his son. Best ball player on his team. He hits a home run, steals every base, and then fucks the weakest player right there. Some fathers in the backyard on the weekends. I take my son down to the I-5 freeway, let him look truckers all day.
my god.